Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome along to the EERC Endurance Championship. We are here for the finale of the 2023 season. If you'll excuse me, and what a day it is set to be. It's the 10 hours of Daytona, and well, it should be a rather exciting event. I am sure. I'm Tom Dillon, standing in for the moment for Ed Hunter, who should be joining the box in a couple of moments' time. Just giving him a few moments to get set up. Qualifying is about to get underway. It'll be your GT3s first out on to the circuit. Then after that, it will, of course, be the prototypes, our LMP2s, and, of course, LMH has actually got a very good LMH attendance this afternoon, which is slightly unusual for this championship. So far this season, we've seen the LMHs actually struggle a little bit to get going, but actually a nice attendance. A couple of the championships as well have already been decided. You're going to get that up onto my screen in a second, if you'll give me a moment there. But here we go, LMH and GT3 both decided. So really, we're keeping an eye on Aether Racing Team and then number 46 and Finavon Motorsports in the number 139. Those are the two teams that are really battling for that LMP2 Championship. 104 points, plays 85 points, and jumping up into the commentary box by the sounds of things is Edward Hunter. So Ed, welcome along to the broadcast.
Hello, Tom. Can you hear me?
We can hear you okay, and I'll just warn you, we are live right now, so
I just wanted to check, because it would be embarrassing if I'd started speaking and you couldn't hear me.
Yeah, good. I was just making sure you weren't going to...
Didn't have a lot of time to set up, unfortunately. Sorry if I sound a bit groggy. I had a lot of cheese last night. But anyway, looking forward to the final round of the season and qualifying just coming up. I guess it's GT cars first, Tom.
It is 10 hours of Daytona then on your screen, 21st of October, and well, here we go. GT cars will get out of the pit lane. I won't be here with you for the duration of qualifying, only the first sort of 5 minutes or so. I've got to scurry off and go and do something, but I will say that I'm excited to see how this championship pans out between the 46 and, of course, that final Von car. I'm sure you're keeping an eye. That 139 is the main rival there for the championship. We'll be interested to see how they go along. 139, Kyla Stoller at the wheel of that at the moment, or will be throughout the course of the qualifying session. But I mean, I wonder who you tip to take that championship there, Ed.
Probably the 46 that's been leading most of the season, I would say, Tom. It's the only championship that's not really been decided yet, but certainly Finavon 139 have put up a solid fight, gotten podiums when they've been on offer. And the 139 have done very, very well to keep the championship going right to the end after their performance in, was it Mugello? No, it was Mugello and Suzuka, really, where they outscored them a little bit in both of them, if I remember correctly. Although I think the 46 was still second in Mugello. Anyway, yeah, sort of, this is when you commentate on a billion series, you're trying to remember who finished where and what when people compete in this same team compete in different series. It can be a bit confusing, but yeah, 46 have definitely outdone themselves EERC Racing this year, and Finavon will have to go some really in the next 10 hours to overcome that gap.
Yeah, and interestingly, neither of the top two in both of the championship standings have actually won a race so far this year. So we're going to see them stand on top of the championship podium, at least one of the two of them, possibly. The URT 71 still has a chance. I don't believe they're with us this afternoon, so that will make it a little bit of less of a chance, I'm sure, over there, that 71. But yeah, neither of the top two have actually found themselves anywhere near the top step. I mean, second place in Le Mans for Aether, and Finavon not finishing any higher than third on three occasions so far in this championship so far. So that is interesting, that actually we've got a championship battle that is like that. It just shows the consistency, particularly for Aether. Someone says don't forget that third and fourth can as well. Yeah, of course, they can third and fourth, URT and Boyd Transport, and actually Sunset all in with a bit of a chance, but it is only a slight chance at this point. I think really the top two are the ones to keep an eye out for, particularly Aether here, I think, expecting that they just want to finish, but the GT3s should be on their first laps right now, Ed, and we're on board with Joseph Toth.
Yeah, and it's Eliseo Neto, I think, has gone fastest in the first sector for XRL. And Neto was complaining to me about how Eliseo, sorry, he is on first name terms, was complaining to me about how the BMW really good through the twisty stuff, not so good down the straights. He says the car to have it's either the Mercedes, the McLaren, or the Ferrari. And guess which one that Hunter Bird simulation have gone for?
Yeah, and obviously a points reset as well for that 485 after that.
That's true, but we didn't have a whole lot since the podium in the first round, so it's not a huge sacrifice, admittedly. And it's sort of focusing more on next season, getting the drivers a bit of experience in a better car, as Toff goes fastest after his first lap then. But it's immediately beaten, I think, by... Oh no, Schumann is 2 tenths slower, sorry. And then it's Hallam Voice. Matthias Santos in the Hunter Birch Ferrari is also 2 tenths down, so it's very, very close. A little bit further down, Joseph Toff now beaten by Eliseo Neto, who sets a 1:43.7 then.
Yeah, so a good starting lap for Neto, 1:43.7 takes him to the top of the order, and that's 5 minutes into the session, Ed. So I'm afraid I've got to scurry off and go and do some things. I'll return to relieve you of your duties a little bit of ways through the race. I'm trying to find the commentary schedule. I think I'm on hour 3 and onwards from there. So I'll see you in a little bit. Have an enjoyable cast, and we'll see you in a bit.
Yeah, it's going to be enjoyable but lonely time, I'm sure. Until Ryan shows up at least. But there we go. Here is Matteo Schmid, the EP Lab 163 team. Currently 6th place, of course, but the 162, their teammates are, of course, the champions in GD3. I don't think the 163 can be caught either, if my memory serves correctly. Indeed it does. They are 22 points ahead of Finnevon 444. I think the only ones mathematically who can beat them. Although Trax VR are also on 60 points as well. It's 63 on 81 points. They certainly can't catch them on a teammate, the 162. But I suppose with 32 points on offer here, yeah, I think both Trax VR and Finnevon 444 could catch them for second then. I suppose they aren't completely done just yet, as Hallam Voice gets the Void Transport 306 into third on the grid, just behind Frank Bonhard, who we're looking at just trundling down the pit lane now. So Neto has actually set a pretty impressive time, because Frank Bonhard, that Mercedes, we know how quick it is only about 2.6 tenths behind. And we got Matthias Santos right at the back in 7th, who's currently the last placed of the GD3 runners. But we have got Balazs Radnotti for Full Throttle number 69, Antonio Paparinopoulos in the 162, the world champions, and Daniel Shivokin for Cyberlinks Racing 241. All out there and setting personal best lap times, although Radnotti, I think, has given up on his lap. Who else is improving out there? Hallam Voice, that goes a bit slower in the first sector. At least 4 or 6 tenths, actually. For him. Let's see what the second sector brings for the 306 as he goes through that chicane near the back end of the circuit. Now on the banking and towards the finish line, there's Balazs Radnotti, I think has started a new lap. Turn 8 and 9 then. So there's a yellow in the first sector. Shivokin goes second fastest, 0.25 behind Neto. Only marginally ahead of Frank Bonhard. Bruno Poulos has set a lap about 2 tenths slower than Santos down at the back of the GD3 field. And let's see what the Full Throttle team can do as they come towards the kink at the front stretch. And it's 10th, 146.5, sorry. Wasn't quite as bad as I thought it was. But yeah, certainly not the lap they would have been hoping for, because time is starting to run out in the GD3 part of this qualifying session, and the LMP2s are going to be coming out soon. Here's Paparinopoulos. He's just going into the pit lane, so we won't be able to see him finish this lap then. As, Neto is going even faster, and he sits a 1:43.5. Great lap from Eliseo Neto there. Now, just under 4 tenths ahead of Shivokin. So Eliseo Neto has clearly been practicing an awful lot for this race. So it won't be long now as we watch Paparinopoulos just trundle down the pit lane rather than any on-track action, sorry. Before the end of the GD3 quali. It was a bit hard to tell because I can't remember whether it's 20 minutes or 15 minutes as Frank Bonhart goes back up to second with a really fantastic lap there, 1:43.685, 10th off of Neto. Here's Hallam Voice then on his outlap. Looks like Matthias Schmid for EP Lab 163 is also going a bit quicker. Got his 1:43.3. It's 43.0 in the first sector, which is personal best. This Hallam Voice is closing in on the Hunter Birch Ferrari that's ahead of him. As we see Peter Schoenemann exiting the pits in the 444 Finavond. Third in the championship for the second year in a row. As you see, the EP Lab car is stopped in the middle of turn 1. Matthias Schmid goes to third fastest then. A great lap from Matthias Schmid, 1:43.817. A purple middle sector as well for EP Lab 163. 162, by the way, is still down in 10th for Paparinopoulos. Is Peter Schumann then on his outlap? Anybody else going quicker? We've got Hallam Voigt going a bit quicker, and we got Matthias Santos also going a little bit quicker in the Hunter Birch Ferrari. Hallam Voigt is back up to third ahead of Schmid. He must be closing on the final laps now because he's only got half an hour left of the session. You've yet to see the LMP2s or the hypercars escape the pit lane. Schumann then going through the first sector. As we see Eliseo Neto going even faster there. 42.66. Is Matthias Schmid going down the pit lane. Unfortunately, I don't have control of the cameras at the moment because I haven't had to control the cameras for ages, so I'm not sure I still even have Parsec on my machine anywhere. So I might have to re-download it during this qualifying session. Anyway, there's Matteo Schmid. Still down in 4th. With not a lot of time left in the session, surely. Unless we're doing the full half hour here. Which does seem a bit overkill. It is still Eliseo Neto 143.5. Frank Bonhard in 2nd, a 10th down. Then it's Hallam Voice 3rd, marginally behind. Very close between Voice and Schmid and Bonhard. And Shavokin is 2 tenths down with Joseph Toff, half a tenth behind. Tony Paparinopoulos is about 7/100ths behind. And it is Matthias Santos in 8th, 0.1, 19/100ths behind. Very, very close. And then Peter Schoenmann is 2 tenths behind Matthias Santos. Then it's Joshua Preuss for Race Club Germany. And Bas Radnotti bringing up the rear in 11th place. And anyway, the qualifying session that never ends continues. Bonhard, I think, staying in the pits now. So is Toff. It looks like Frank Bonhard has actually gone back out on track again. I apologise. But Schmid still going for top 3 here. Peter Schumann has gone a bit faster, 144.0. To put himself 8 thousandths behind Joseph Toff. So Finnevon 444 certainly haven't given up on beating the 163, but they are about 3 places behind on the grid as we look at Schmid now trying to make that even more places. Not a great middle sector though. Schmidt does set a purple final sector, but it's not an improvement, 143.8, so just off of what he needed there. The margins are so tight in that battle for second especially. And Matteo going to try again. Evokin is improving in the first sector, 42.8. Through bus stop goes Schmid once more as we ride on board, getting as wide an exit as he can. As you sort of end up having to reline it. Now onto the bank he goes high, I think to avoid the... he's lapping. Joshua Pruce is the only person going any faster at the minute, as we have 25 minutes left to go in the session. In fact, Matteo Schmid is getting a nice tow from what looks like the full throttle car. Speller's Radnoddy. Schmid, though, again, not an improvement. Talon Voice sets a 46.1. Bonhart sets a 144.6. Just off of a time he set earlier. Second off, I should say, as we see Matteo Schmid has fallen into the blue, apparently. So, blue his house with a blue little window. And a blue Corvette. Except none of them are driving the Corvette, so Eiffel 65 maybe not appropriate here. There's Frank Bonhard. Improving in the first sector. Joshua Pruce has improved to 144.6. So he's only about half a second now behind Santos. And Bonhard looking quick here. And Sector 2, Frank Bonhard, 39.5, about a tenth off of what Neto has done as well. So this could be a pole attempt here. He goes now just the run towards the line. Makes it as short as possible. What's it going to be for Frank Bonhard? It is going to be second, 143.5, but just short. 0.0, it's a 24 hundredths. That he's short by as well. So 143.57 versus 143.59. And I believe that might be the end of the GD3 session, because all of them have gone back into the pit lane with 23 minutes to go then. P2s now. So they now negotiate to the end of the pit lane. There's Arda Erchan for the Denzi Bank IW Sunset Motorsport 84. Of course, Sunset have competed very successfully before in not just the EERC but other Factor 2 Endurance Championships as well. You see the Wildcats logo on the shark fin at the back. Stavros Musadis for the number 21, which is, of course, if I just have a look, where's Stavros? That's the XRL Esports number 21, of course. His first time driver in ERC, Alessandro Maggio, of course. Winner in FSR Academy, winner in GPVWC Academy as well, and FS2. He's going for Rebellion Chocolito. Yeah, Chocolito, which is a brand I've never heard of before. But the one everyone will be looking for is Samir Arshad, championship leaders in LMP2 for EFA Racing 46. And their battles, of course, with these guys. Cal Lestola in the 139, hoping to outqualify Arshad. There's Harvey Shepherd, Boyd Transport number 40. So I believe all the prototypes are going to be sent out with 20 minutes to go then. There we go. Yeah, there's a couple of the hypercars as well. In fact, we are led, of course, by Zoltan Hives that headed his train then. And reminder of the championship situation then. So Racing Zone number 1 are the reigning champions and the new champions in Le Mans Hypercar, so double champions. Rookie Monsters a long way down in second on 86 points in the 73, leading Innovond 137 by 15 points. And Scuderia Mirror 87 are on 58 points with Aztec Racing Falcon 290 on 52. LMP2 though, yet to be decided. EFA Racing 46 104. Innovon Motorsport 139 on 85. So yeah, it is quite the gap. 19 points. It is not insurmountable. URT 71 are on 78 points. And Boyd Transport Racing number 40 are also on 78 with Sunset 84 on 75. So there could be a big battle for third as well. Have a look and see how Dennis Hives continues his outlap and goes through Sector 2 into the end of Sector 1, I should say. Look at the sparks flying on the back of that Racing Zone car. Of course, we have got all the custom cameras. Let's see if we can enjoy one or two of them. Yeah, look at the bumps here through the bus stop and now onto the banking then. We've seen many a battle and photo finish here at Daytona. But you can really feel how steep it is at the high end with this camera angle. But starting the first lap now comes Zoltan Hives, so let's switch to the track cameras and see how the Racing Zone car does through turn 1. Neat and tidy so far. It's up the mini chicane as he progresses through the infield into turn 4 then. And we'll keep an eye on how everyone behind is doing. Everyone on track apart from Arda Erchan in the Sunset Motorsport car. Krzysztof Szylski is on medium tyres rather than softs, interestingly. So, interesting choice from Optimnal and Mirablau. Let's look at how bumpy it is for Zoltan Hives then, as it predictably, the reigning champions who've set several pole positions this season already, set a purple first sector. The Sparks now trailing out the back then, as Zoltan Hives now approaches the bus stop once more. Yeah, and a little bit of grass cutting there as well. He went a little bit wide on exit, but I think he kept 2 wheels on track there, so this lap should still count. Hives comfortably the fastest out there of the hypercars. Let's see as he powers towards the line then. It's going to be the benchmark time. 1:31.1, so pretty impressive there from Hives then, as here we go, we're seeing a battle actually, Pajal fighting with, I think that's one of the LMP2s that's coming into the pits then, but Pajal actually beats that time from Hives by nearly half a second then, so the 87 really pulled it out in the final 2 sectors there, 34.4, 18.0. And it is also Scuderia Moreira that currently leads in the LMP2 class. So here he is with Balin Zidzi. Maxime Bouliot only in 4th out for Optimnal. And have to see as the times keep coming through. Maggio has actually set a time just a 10th off of Zidzi's, which is somewhat impressive. And Horvath, I think, is actually let's see, in the 66, which is of... in the pits there. And but that is the new pole sitter then. So that's Scuderia and Morera, of course. So both of the we've got the 86 and the 66 of Ziddy. So two are Scuderia and Morera, 66 and 86. No wonder I was getting confused because they've both got very similar numbers from a distance. But meanwhile, we are seeing Juan Guerrero's for Speedo Racing Team. He's about 8 tenths behind Pajal. His Hives has now set a lap time 6 tenths quicker. And Guerrero, who I was just talking about. For the Speedo Racing Team, you see the big Speedo logo on the side of the hypercar. And he's got a little bit of traffic on this lap ahead of him, so you have to be careful negotiating that. But you see how bumpy it is actually as he goes towards the banking actually. And then it's nice and smooth once you're up here at this diagonal angle. We'll get a little bit of a tow from the LMP2 ahead of him as he now negotiates it. But who is going quickly out there? Pajal is actually improving a little bit currently. Here he is. As there we go, the 46 of Samir Arshad gets itself into 6th in the LMP2 order, just behind Maggio. I say just behind, I was 2 tenths behind. The 139, by the way, Listola is about 9 tenths behind Geordie Lewis for reading game. And Geordie is about 3 tenths behind Harvey Shepherd then. So over a second down on Arshad as Pajal really drifts it. But that was a really, really good effort there, just under 2 tenths behind Zoltan Hives. Let's see who else is going quickly. We can ride on board with, I guess. Then, just coming towards bus stop. Long run, you really have to spot your braking point from a long way off here. And Arshad, he is improving in the 46 EERC Racing Team. 19-point lead in the Drivers' Teams Championship, I should say. And Christoph Zielski in the Mirabel Optimal now goes 3rd fastest with a great lap to a displaced Guerrero. Dominic Major for full throttle number 50. It's about a second down on a Guerrero in front of him as Arshad now goes 2nd fastest there. That was a great end to the lap there. He was really carrying a lot of speed through bus stop onto the banking. And that'll be huge, huge confidence booster for them. Just over a tenth and a half behind Benz Horvath. They split to the Scuderia Morera cars. Of course, probably better known in their previous guise as Team Iris. All of the same team members. Guerrero's also gone a bit faster, but not a huge amount, 131.1. Who else is going quickly out there? Looks like Maggio is improving. Here he is. And it's going to be, Horvath that displaces Maggio there with a lap of his own. But a good improvement from both of them. So Maggio back up to 2nd ahead of Arshad, but only very, very briefly. After, Horvath extended that gap then. So it's now 0.158. Well, Listola is right at the back of this LMP2 field and kind of struggling, I must be said. As we have 11 minutes left in the session. is. Just going through. He is improved in the first sector by 39.8, which isn't too bad. But a few tenths off what the leaders in LMP2 are doing. There's Guerrero. Middle of his run. But let's go back to Lustola. Here he is then, just about to be lapped by one of the hypercars into bus stop, but in fact the hypercar's going to be held up a bit here. And is that Pajald, who's now second ahead, because it looks like something's happened to the Racing Zone car. While I was looking away, it's completely disappeared off the timing. So that's not good. May have been disconnection there. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Whether they can get back in the last 9 minutes and either set a better lap time or retake the lap time they said earlier. But Lustola then improves to 8th then. How far up behind Bulio is he? About a 10th behind then, so that's a much better showing. It's still quite gapped to Arshad about... let's see, Arshad set 1:35.1. Lustola set a 1:35.9, so 8 tenths between the pair. Obviously, Geordie, lowest in the reading game, is improving as well. Here he is. In the final sector, he's about to approach as he goes onto the banking in the green and black reading game machine. Not great middle sector though. Nearly half a second off, so it's going to have to be quite something in the final sector here. Which is admittedly mostly straights. Or mostly corners, depending on how you look at it, with the banking. But only 10th fastest, so he goes a little quicker, but not enough to improve his position then. Still a 10th away behind Harvey Shepherd in the Boy Transport Ligier. Looks like Dominic Major is also improving. So we can give him a watch. He's getting a little toe there from... That looks like one of the LMP2s. Might be the Sunset car, actually, 84. Dominic Major sets a purple final sector with the toe, but it's still 1.5 behind, so only 3 tenths off Szylski in the 420. But of course, the upshot of Racing Zone's disappearance is this puts Guerrero and the Speedo team. Oh boy, it would have done. It would have put them onto the front row. But now Zoltan Hives is back for Racing Zone. So disaster averted. They're still on pole by just under 2 tenths then. So anyone who was worried about our 2023 and 2022 champions, they can put their concerns to rest. Orvath still on pole in that tense LMP2 battle. 1:34.7, so just 2 tenths ahead of Maggio. Arshad in 3rd, Musadis 4th. Ziddy, and then Szylski has now set time, an even better time to get onto 3rd, ahead of Guerrero. So that's bad news for the Speedo team, with 7 minutes remaining. But great news for Optimnal. So they only just did it as well. 1:31.168, so they were 11 thousandths of a second quicker. There they are. And Krzysztof Szylski is going to be very happy with that lap. Lovely livery, by the way, in the Mirabal Optimnal entry. Not a lot of cars on track at the moment. And it was Pajard has also set an even quicker time. 2 purple first sectors, but losing out in the final sector. And the lap loses out to the 1:29.9 by 0.026, so Pajal just denied. The margins could not really be much closer. And here is Pajal. Well, now he's back in the pit lane. So who is out there about to set lap times? I think Nathan Howard is. As you see Pajal just get to the end of the pit lane. But there is the XRL of Nathan Howard. And Arshad is going a little bit quicker as well. So let's follow him. Personal best middle sector for the EFA Racing driver. Towards the line he comes. And it's going to be 134.9 for Arshad. So that still leaves him fourth, of course, but only less than a tenth behind Mercedes in the 21. As Arshad completes his lap. And here's Wayne Guerrero then, hoping to improve in the final 4 minutes and getting well over the curb and spinning around. And nearly being collected actually by the LMP2s. There was the 139 just burst on the scene there. The Guerrero in all sorts of issues. As he is stranded there, causing that yellow flag, and now gets going again. Nobody going particularly quickly though. So let's see if there is Ziddy, who of course was held up a little bit there. So Lawrence right on board with Maggio as he starts his lap second at the moment to Horvath by half a second. Oh, and drifting there into turn 4. So that's going to hurt his momentum then, and he's going to abandon that lap completely and give it another go. Still got enough time to get out of the pit lane, of course. Nathan Howard is going a little bit quicker in the XRL. Here he is. But not quick enough, only a slight improvement in the middle sector, 135.8, so he's a tenth behind his best lap there. Let's see, Pajal sets a purple first sector. We can follow him then. Here he is then. Hoping he can power towards the line. Let's look at the banking there, just right, almost right next to the driver's helmet from that view. But the 87 then, just got that clear run to the line to go. 2 purple sectors then. This is looking good for Stanislav Pajal. Can Scuderia Moreira snatch the hypercar pole at the final race of the season? Yes, they can. 129.9. Excellent lap there from the Scuderia Moreira car. And he's still going at it. He doesn't think that's going to be enough. Because but Hives is in the pit lane then with 143 to go. He's cutting it fine. But it looks like Pajal may have just taken pole position then by 0.043 of a second after a slightly disrupted session for Racing Zone, with them being thrown in and out of the server. Guerrero, he's going to fall a little bit short here. Arshad is improving as well. Let's run on board with the championship leaders then, as Guerrero has just negotiated a stranded LMP2 there. The banking we go. We're a bit slower in the middle sector though, is Arshad. Harvey Shepard also improving a little bit in sector 1. towards the line comes Arshad. Is it going to be better than 4th position on the grid? Here we come. It's going to be... Oh, a purple final sector, but not enough to beat Stavros Musadis then. So Arshad is probably, unless this final lap is very, very special indeed, going to finish behind as we see Pajad also still improving out there. There we go. He's being held up a little bit in the first sector though, but it was an improvement. 129.7 there from Stanislas Pajad. 1.4 ahead of Szylski because it looks like the racing zone has been kicked out of the servo. Zoltan Hive still in connection issues, so that does not bode well for the race for the double champions, the reigning champions. As qualifying, the clock has well and truly run out then, so who is out there going quicker? We've still got Arshad, Musadis, Maggio, Horvath, but they're not going particularly quickly. So it looks like Pajal, either way you cut it, is going to start the race on a pole position, which is great for Scuderia Moreira, but it could, if Racing Zone can't get in, it could just be a 4-car entry, which would be very, very disappointing as we look at Harvey Shepherd. Personal best in the first sector. We see Arshad hasn't given up, personal best in the middle sector. Here he is. What can Samir Arshad do then as he powers towards the line, desperately trying to get into the top 3? Can he beat Stavros Musadis here? He's just behind on his previous best lap. He can. There we go. 3rd fastest by 0.025 of a second there. So Samir Arshad really turning it on right when he needed it. And that's going to put him at the head of the second row. Several positions ahead of Cal Listola, who's going to start down in... I think 10th in class, just ahead of Geordie Lewis. So, let's see if we can look at our standings then for the grid. I'm not sure if someone else is trying to control the cameras now, or if I'm supposed to be doing it, but I guess I'll do it. So let's have a look at qualifying results then for each class. Starting with GD3. It is Eliseo Neto that's going to start on pole position for XRL Esports. Just ahead of Frank Bonhart by 24 thousandths of a second. Then Hallam Voice will start 3rd for Boyd Transport. Matteo Schmid 4th for EP Lab. Daniel Shavokin for Cyberlinks Racing will start 5th ahead of Joseph Toff. If the Hungarian hobby races, then it is Peter Schumann in 7th. Antonio Paparinopoulos in 8th. Matthias Santos for Hunterbet Simulation. And their new Ferrari will start 9th. And it's Ballas Radnotti that rounds out the GD3 field in 10th position. LMP2, it is Bence Horvath ahead of Alessandro Maggio. Then Samir Arshad, Stavros Musadis, Balan Zidzi, Nathan Howard in the XRL, Maxime Bilio in the Optimal, Harvey Shepherd for Boyd Transport, Catalistola down in 9th, so he'll need to make places in this race. Jordi Laudis is going to start in 10th for Reading Game. And I apologise for butchering Geordie's last name there. Behind Geordie, of course, is Arda Erchan, who did not set a lap time. Then it is your hypercars. So, only 4 hypercars, of course. The racing zone will be allowed in the race. Will remain to be seen if they'll be allowed to start in 2nd position where they qualified. But it is Pajald for Scuderia 86 of Szylski in 2nd for Mirabel. Juan Guerrero for the Speedo team will start 3rd. Dominic Major will bring up the rear for Full Throttle Racing Team. So, with that said, qualifying completed. I'm going to actually have something to eat today so that I don't collapse mid race. But I will leave you with the warm-up session. So I'll hurriedly try and eat something, and hopefully I'll be back for the start then. And see you soon.
Race start in 2 minutes. One minute. Moving to race session.
Hello and welcome to yet another race for the EERC Championship. This is the round 7 of the championship at Daytona International. It is a 10-hour race this time out, and we are still yet to crown the second, or the LMP2 championship. However, we have had the LMH Championship crowned and the GT3. Just looking into the standings, and we can see that from the team standings that it was Racing Zone Team 1 winning in LMH, and the EP Lab Sim Racing Team 162 winning in the GT3. However, it's still between EFA Racing Team 46 and Fringable Motorsport 139 coming into this race at Daytona. Obviously, Daytona famous for its 24-hour and, as I said, 10 hours of racing
when the lights
today.
go out, please do not
It looks to be
move.
clear skies all day, so no worrying about the wet weather ahead. The
prototypes, you can
cars,
proceed
as we
on
can
pit limit to
see,
single
lining
file.
up on the track.
Erkan at the back,
Go out
please
on
overtake the GT
its
field
formation lap, and away we go
take
onto
to
the
the back of the
formation lap.
LMP2 field. And GTs, you can set off single file on pit limiter.
It'd be interesting to see how things pan out. It is Sanasad Pajau on the pole position, with Zoltan Hives in second position. Moving on into the final position is Dominic Major. And on,
I believe it's Juan Guerrero and Krzysztof Zizielski in the other order. So Zizielski third, Guerrero
thanks,
fourth.
Ed, back with us. If you'd...
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
quickly go through the rest then. So LMP2 order, we've got Ben Torvath and Skinner Murray 66 on pole position from Samir Arshad. And it is Balin Zidzi who's going to start in third, ahead of Stavros Mizadis. I believe Maxime Bulio is going to start in fifth, with Nathan Howard in sixth. Then is Harvey Shepard in seventh, Catalyst Stola in eighth, Jordi Laris in ninth for Reading Game, and Arda Erchan bring up the rear, who did not take part in qualifying. Then in our GD3 class, it's Elizio Neto on pole position from Frank Bonhard. Alan Voice is going to start third ahead of Matteo Schmid. And is Joseph Toff for the HHR in fifth, of Peter Schumann in sixth, Antoni Paparinopoulos in seventh, Matthew Santos in eighth, and Joshua Priest in ninth, with Balas Radnotti 10th, and rounding out the field is Alexei Zagrodnev in the Cyberlinks Racing 241. Sorry about that, they do brush through them really quickly, Ryan. So if you like, miss a row, then you're basically never going to see it again. You have to rely a lot on live timing. Did I send you the live time, by the way? You know where it is.
Thankfully the live timing is working this time round. We were dark in that area.
That is helpful.
In Suzuka.
Yeah, I think most of the tyre choices, pretty much all the hypercars, LMP2s are going to start on the mediums. It looks like Hives, who kept getting disconnected in the middle of qualifying, so he was on pole for quite a lot of it, and then Pajal beat him quite comprehensively. Is going to start on pole ahead of him, which is going to be a bit annoying for our champions. But they are going to start on the softs, and looks like in GD3 we got a couple on them. I think, is the purple meant to be the hard tyre? I think for Bonhard, Voice, Schmid, Schunemann, Paparinopoulos, Bruce, and Zagrodnev. As we're looking at them going around the banking in the middle of the lap, the hypercars, so they are starting to spread the classes apart, and I think the hypercars will certainly be released first.
Well, it is interesting you did say that Hives was having connection issues, because I don't know if you remember, we did have that car disconnect from the lead, I think, in Suzuka, and so they ended up coming back in a few laps down.
Yeah, I didn't watch all of that, because I think I was commentating on something else at the time, but not that I'm in demand, it's just that no one wants to commentate, and so I end up having to fill in for people. But yeah, it's certainly not a new issue for them. So Hives will be desperately hoping he's duct taped the router together and hope that it holds up in the next in his first stint at least, because clearly he's one of the quickest guys that Racing Zone have got at their disposal, and it's no wonder because they are, of course, the double reigning champions.
He's just got to hope that no mopeds ride past the house and take out the dial-up. But yeah, hopefully clean sailing this time round.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get the boxes in so we can actually see
prototype cars
who we're looking at. But it's, of course, Peter Schumann in the Finnevond 139. And I think the hypercars are about to be let go in about the next minute or so, as you see the 5 of them. Gaps. I assume Major in the full throttle number 50 is just behind these 4 somewhere.
Line up double file.
Dominic Major, of course. But it's certainly going to be Pajan and Hives you've got to watch for in this opening stint, because I think Cecilski and Guerrero are going to be fighting each other in the Optimal and the Speedo cars, respectively.
LMH's bunch up more.
Right, so already about to end any minute now. And the hypercars will be released for the 10 hours of Daytona. Following which the LMP2s will be in close proximity. But anyone's guess who's going to lead into turn 1.
Prototype, green flag.
It will certainly be Pajal on the inside and Hives on the outside, and there we go. They are now released. The 10 hours of Daytona is underway, and Guerrero is trying to go around the outside of Cecilski in the blue and aquamarine, I guess, Optimal car. Now here's the LMP2s with Arshad making a beautiful start, snatching the lead from Horvath. Cecilski's got ahead of Zoltan Hives very briefly as well in the hypercars just up ahead. And in fact, now the LMP2s are, if anything, being held up a little bit by those cars ahead of them. But Arshad holds the lead as the GD3s are released, with Bonhard making a beautiful getaway, jumping Elizio Neto at the start with Schmid behind them. Then it's Voice, Toff and Schunemann are battling over 5th, and then Zagrodnev holds on to 7th then. A very, very hectic start, Ryan.
Indeed, and luckily so far they've all managed to get through turn 1 and the preceding corners of the infield cleanly, which I was quite surprised with. As again we see Bonhard ahead of Neto coming through the first section of the course. Obviously, remembering back to Mugello when Bonhard put an absolute storming stint on in that Mercedes. Seems to be really hooked up well in Mugello, and it seems to be really hooked up well in Daytona.
Yeah, they only lost to pole position very narrowly, and it looks like Juan Guerrero is in trouble because he's 29 seconds down, and there he is actually. So he's a long way away at the end of the first lap from the rest of the hypercar field, which does not bode well for his race.
That's major. So have they had a coming together of some sort?
But Major is only about 2 tenths behind Zizielski, though. That looked like that was definitely.
It's showing on the live zone that it's like the best part of 3 seconds off. But anyway,
it's saying Guerrero's 29 seconds off, Ryan. So
Yeah,
I would
yeah,
suggest that's a big gap to whatever's happened. I think Major is 1.2 behind Zizielski, so it's not like a huge issue there. But there we go. They have escaped from the LMP2 field. It looked like at the turn 4 there, they were all bunching up, and now Arshad has finally got a bit of breathing space. But Bonhard, he's still got the attentions, and there's even a lapped car already ahead of them. That looks like the full throttle 69 McLaren that they are about to lap. Bonhard sits 1:47.9 at the end of the first lap, 6 tenths ahead of Eliseo Neto. Neto will be desperate. The only problem is that BMW does not have the straight line speed that any of the others do. There we go, and there's that the full throttle car trying to get out of the way as somebody spun on the inside there.
I saw what looked to be the McLaren have a big snap going into turn 1, and it looks like it's wiped out one of the other contestants that's in the background. So something to look out for there.
Yeah, I think it might have been Ballas Radnotti in the 69 who we just saw Guerrero overtake for position. I think Alexei Zagrodnev is also even further down the field in the Cyberlinks car, so neither of those two making great starts. But now Guerrero, we look at him trying to negotiate the GD3 runners, and this is actually for position in the overall order. And there we go. He is being fought here by Joshua Pruce. He goes clean around the outside of him, as you would expect a hypercar to do. And there is the Hunter Birch reading game of Matthias Santos being negotiated. Oh,
okay. Bit of net coding there.
Yeah, it's not surprised that Guerrero is struggling so much, because it looks like his computer's probably struggling to render the 26 car field. That's including itself, though. As we see Zidzi and Erchan fighting over third in, that's the Sunset 84 of Erchan. And the Scuderia Marrera 86 of Ziddy. And Erchan, of course, who I'm not sure particularly, did he qualify? No, I think I might be getting mixed up with somebody else. Mercedes has had a horrible start and fallen down near the back of the LMP2 order. But Listola's had a great start. He's got up to 6th then. So it's in his quest to keep the LMP2 points battle alive with Arshad, who's 19 points ahead in the EFA Racing team going into this one. And Horvath has got back into the lead, thankfully, for Cal Listola's point of view, I guess. So that's going to be interesting in that championship fight, because it could work. It's almost certainly, it's definitely going to be decided today, because there's no more races to come this season. So
it'd be interesting to see what's going on at the front, because Pajad and Hives are a tenth of a second between each other, and it looks like there's possibly going to be a move for a lead in the second. In fact, there is. Hives has taken the lead according to the timing screens.
Yeah. Oh, he very briefly did.
Pajad's got it back.
Emerged behind. He has. All right, let's have a look at this this battle then. As it looks like Erchan and Ziddy are continuing to squabble as well.
Indeed, as it comes through the infield section, and it's Hives taking that wider line, trying to get a better drive as he come into one of the few heavy braking zones of this circuit. And Pajad's going out wide, but he's going to get a better drive as they come up onto the entrance, back onto the oval section. This is quite
Pajad looking a bit tentative here, isn't he?
Indeed, and obviously Hives is going to have the slipstream as they come round. I'm assuming he's going to have the job done before they get to the chicane. Not the easiest place to overtake out here as we come into the chicane.
Yeah,
Jad's going on the
it's kind of
defensive.
not really a 2-into-1 scenario, is it, Ryan? And here we go. Zoltan Hives a little bit strained on the outside, but Jad gets defensive. This could compromise his exit ever so slightly. But there we go. The 87 Scuderia Mirror handles it well, almost shortcuts the chicane as the Hives bounces over it and loses a little bit of ground.
Indeed, and now he's got to do all the work again, but he'll probably be back with him into turn 1 with the strength of the slipstream.
There is Ziddy still trying to keep touch with Arda Erchan as we still get Hives now. Closing back into the brakes, you say, but not quite getting the run on the straight that I think he would have hoped for the previous lap. Although here we go, into turn 4, they are looking pretty close, Ryan.
Indeed, and Pajad going slightly deep out of the exit of turn 1 there, and that's allowed Hives to be back on the gearbox of Pajad. Now Pajad's going to be pretty safe through this infield section. The only place he's, unless he makes a mistake, he seems to like taking that wider line, but that's allowed Hives alongside. Now the pair of them going side by side as they come up to this final section, but obviously Pajad's going to have the inside and still holds that position. Hives is just working the upper line, but it's going to be status quo again as we come into the chicane.
That was quite Stanislas Pajad was quite on his toes there because he just extended the corner as all. A little bit of contact at the Hives just tapped the back of the Scuderia Marrera car. And now the racing zone tucks in again through bus stop and goes off. Oh! And into the wall. That's our champions in big issues there. I think there must have been some sort of screen freeze there or something because it looked like he just went straight on and had no control of that one. That's an odd place to lose it, Ryan.
Well, I'm unsure. I'd have to watch that again, but it possibly that Hives took a little bit too much curb on the entry, and that can really unsettle the car. So that, because there's a massive weight shift as you're coming through that chicane, and possibly just a little bit too much curb there.
And we go back to one of our LMP2 Championship contenders, Listola, on the back of Harvey Shepherd then, as he goes onto the banking. He's going to have to pull out and go high, but the problem is that's a longer route, and he really would ideally like to tuck in, and that's good defense from Harvey Shepherd then. Side by side they go as they come towards the straightaway, to use American terminology, as we are in the United States for the final race of the season here in Florida Daytona. And Listola is again held at bay. He really needs to get through here because he knows Arshad is just escaping up the road. If you look at the gaps there, he is about 11 seconds down on Horvath. Arshad only 3 seconds down.
Yeah, and obviously, I believe it is correct that the championship is still on LMP2.
Yeah, 19 points. Technically, we've got 2 other teams wide from Harvey Shepherd there into 7. But there's 2 other teams also involved in the championship on 78 points each. As oh dear, that's Harvey Shepherd getting it very wrong.
Indeed, and that's well, makes life a little bit easier for Listola. He's got only a couple more people to pick off, but he's got a big gap now to try and close up to that group ahead.
Well, here is this is Zagrodnev trying to catch up to Joshua Bruce, who's 2 seconds ahead of him. But this is probably a more exciting battle, that between Erchan and Samir Arshad. And Erchan, who's cleared Ziddy and now pulled a gap to him, now fancies a go at the championship leader. And it's a shame Sunset 84 have really only got their season together in the back half, really, haven't they? Because you sense they could be fighting for the championship if they'd entered a few races earlier. We've also got Mercedes, who's right behind Nathan Howard as well now.
Indeed, and obviously, when you're fighting for the championship, it's and Erkan gets a dive up the inside, and Ashad kind of lets him through there, because when you're fighting for the championship, you don't want, you got it in the back of your mind, you don't want to be caught up in any unnecessary incidents. So they're in a safe place still. They're ahead of the Ring of On team, so as long as they stay ahead of the Ring of On team and don't let anyone else get too far up the road, then they're playing it safe at the moment.
Reminder of the standings: Ether Racing Team 46, 104 points. Finavon Motorsport 139, 85 points. URT number 71, 78 points. I don't think URT are here. Boy Transport 40 also on 78 points. And Sunset Motorsport 84, who we just saw get through there, on 75 points. So there are 32 remaining. So technically 104 minus 75 is 29. So yeah, Sunset Motorsport 84 are just in contention, but only if they win and something terrible happens to E4 Racing. So I think there's still a few things yet to happen with the 66 holding the lead in LMP2 in the form of Vince Horvath.
Indeed, and Stola still 13 seconds down the road from the leader. What is that, about 5 or 6 seconds off the back of Ziddy? So he's got, like I said, he's got a lot of work to do, and no real tow to help him along.
Yeah, we also see Mercedes got through on the start finish straight past Nathan Howard there, and Howard is now falling into the clutches of Maxime Bouliot in the Optimal car, I believe. There he is. Shall we have a brief check-in with our GD3 pack? So it looks like Bonhard leading by just over a second from Eliseo Neto. Here he is. It just takes a while to pop into frame. And behind, they're starting to build a gap to Matteo Schmid as well. So the lead battle's still very much on, but at the BMW, you can tell it's got just the disadvantage down these straights is only going to get worse as this race goes on. So Bonhard really needs to make hay while the sun shines at the moment, as it looks like Hives might actually be... Oh no, this is Major and Cecilski fighting over second in the race then, and I think Hives is only just behind them. So we've got a good little fight here in Hypercar.
Yeah, a big bit of diff lockup going into that first corner. Obviously, a bit of a downshift too quickly there from Major, but still holding on to the back of Cecilski. But Hives is in the background now. It doesn't really matter what happens for Hives in this race. Obviously, they're going to want to win. Championship's already wrapped up. But obviously, we've seen from Hives, when he's on it, he's on it.
Absolutely, and he just needs to make sure that whatever's been going wrong this race so far, he minimises its impact in, because it is a 10-hour race, 15 minutes in, but certainly Pajald has got the upper hand in this stint so far in the 87, and if Racing Zone want to fight Scuderia Mera for the win once more, then they're going to have to get through these two very quickly, and of course Major and Cecilski much less experienced than Zoltan Hives and the Racing Zone #1 crew. So they'll be hoping to make a impression here. But look at this. Right in the nose is Major here. So Dominic Major, I think, is really going to struggle here to keep the Hives behind for too many more laps here, Ryan. Because Hives just looks very, very quick, as he did in qualifying as well.
Yeah, and you can see before they come over the line that Hives is closing on Major. Major's possibly closing on, but there's going to be a move on. He goes to the outside. Now, Major did have that slight mistake earlier, but it actually ends up that Hives runs a tad too deep into that turn one there. So he's actually lost a few car lengths, and he's got to once again work through that again. But it's still second, third, and fourth all together.
Yeah, sorry, the nose cam was a little bit deceptive there. I probably should have just gone with the onboard camera, but yeah, Hives, if anything, starts to back out just a little bit, sliding a bit. We're not used to seeing the Hungarian racing team under this much pressure so early in the race. Meanwhile, Mercedes is starting to fight back against Listola in the battle for fifth here. So very, very crucial that Cal Listola holds on to this fifth place and doesn't fall back any further down the field. But these GD cars are really going to be difficult to negotiate, and that's Howard behind, struggling with, that looks like the back markers in... that must have been in the HHR car, I think, that he's trying to negotiate there.
Indeed.
It might be Joshua Proust, sorry.
Yeah, and so HHR running Ferraris this time out then? Is it?
I think it might be McLaren, sorry, I must be getting confused. I think it's Toff in the HHR, isn't it? So he's a bit further up road. Yeah, Joseph Toff, McLaren 720S, number 36.
Yeah, and it looks to be like the Stola's making good work of those back markers. It's quite hard passing back markers through the infield section because it's fairly narrow, and there's not much opportunity in terms of straights to get past them through the infield. But doing a good job there in getting away as we look to 11th place, Radonotto.
Yeah, sorry, you can tell it's on auto direct because it's showing someone last and quite a way behind the next car, which is a bit unfortunate. Let's see if we can. Yeah, this is the battle for 5th we go back to then, between this man, Musadis, Listola, Howard, and Brulio. I think's the closest one on track, apart from that hypercar fight. But let's check in on that if we can. Here they are. The Major still just following Szylski. But they've been doing well to keep to sort of live with the pace of Zoltan Hives. They can't really live with the pace of Pajoud, who's been lighting up the timing screens, hasn't he?
Well, I don't know if Hives has made another mistake somewhere, but he's dropped off the back of these two a bit more now.
Could be that he's nursing some kind of hardware issue that's keeping that car from its full potential.
He's probably going to have some damage, front end, possibly aero damage, because he did put the nose into the wall from that incident earlier. So that's possibly causing him a little bit of trouble in straight line speed and possibly on turning. He might be struggling a bit with understeer because he's lost some of that front end downforce.
Here we go back to Musadis and Listola, and the gap now 6/10 between them. So Stavros has been in the XRL, has been just tracking him menacingly in this stint, hasn't he? He did not make a great start to the race, but we knew his pace from qualifying was quite strong. And that's proven to be the case here, as it looks like Frank Bonhart holds up Cal Listola a little bit, and this could be the opportunity Stavros has been looking for.
Indeed, and he's got a good run out of the chicane as they come on to the start-finish straight of the oval, and he's definitely got a good run. He's not got much opportunity up the inside. He's going to go up high round as they come into turn 1. Now it's a matter of who's daring enough on the brakes into turn 1. In fact, they touch each other going into turn 1 there.
Yeah, that was very, very stout defense there from Cal Listola, knowing that I mean, he hasn't got his championship chances in LMP2, but 19 points down, it is going to be quite a job here to catch up to Arshed. I think they're going to need a bit of luck to go their way today. But Musadis is going to have to get a better run than that, I think, to get the upper hand on the Finavond here.
Indeed, and the problem is with Listola. Listola is trying to close that gap up to Ziddy up ahead. But he's also having to go on the defensive, which means you're not able to take the lines that you want to take. And so it's hemorrhaging time as there's a bit of rubbing in the background. I think that might be a LMH overtaking an LMP2 maybe in the background. But again, good run out of the infield.
Yeah, I believe you're right. But Hives is a Major. Major has dropped back in. Well, and this is Guru trying to overposition his issues earlier on and having to back out there, and nearly an opportunity there for Stavros Musadis to just dive up the inside, but the Greek driver now goes to the outside then, and the Dutchman is going to have to get once again just hold the inside. Here's Guerrero, surely he's going to breeze around the outside of both of them in the hypercar, and indeed he does so, continuing on his merry way. But now here they come again, and Listola, desperate to keep his title hopes alive, is going to take the shortest line possible, brake as late as he can. Indeed, he does so. So the brakes on that Finavond are very well set up. But look at Musadis trying to go all the way around the outside of him and running out of road there.
Indeed, and what Mercedes tried to do there was allow the LMH car past and then use the slipstream to help him get a little bit more straight line speed getting past, but it didn't quite work. It just not quite leveled him into the braking there.
I believe Peter Schumann has actually got by Toff for 4th position in the race. And there is a fight, however distant, I think they're about 20 points apart between 163 and 444 Finavond for 2nd in the GD3 standings. So Schumann 4 seconds out at the moment, but that could get very, very interesting as things develop then. But Neto, for his part, fallen 3 seconds behind Frank Monhard at the head of that duty-free pack.
Yeah, and going to be coming under pressure from Smith at the moment because it's fluctuating around half a second gap between the pair of them.
Look at these three right in a line. So this has allowed Nathan Howard once more close up on the pair as they've cleared the traffic now. And again, really good run from Stavros Musadis. As the XRL going to have to go the long way around up high on the banking. Listola, wise to that, just raises his car a few millimeters up on the banking. Here we go. This is once more going to be very between the pair. The XRL will have to go on the outside further alongside than he was on the previous 2 attempts here. And Cal Listola once more just holds the inside. Is he going to have a compromised exit here? Cal Listola needs to be careful here because Musadis is setting him up here for turn 4. Also, they go. Where's Musadis going to slot in? He's going to go up the inside then. And Listola is just going to have to hold on around the outside then. And he's been overtaken there. And now Nathan Howard looks to take advantage.
Indeed, and he's got to be careful there because he's got a compromised exit coming out of that. So Howard's all over the back of him, but he goes defensive into the loop, but then goes wide. So Howard's got a nose up the inside. So they're side by side, but Listola's going to have the inside, but they touch coming out of the loop. So Listola's...
Oh, and he backed off the front there, let Cal Listola back through there. So very sensible driving decision there from Nathan Howard not to incur the wrath of the stewards.
Indeed, and that's left Listola having to recover a bit, lick his wounds, and have another go at Mercedes, who he's already had to pass once this race.
Yeah, we've got battle in GD3. Schmid has started to close about 8 temps then onto the back of Eliseo Neto for second. In fact, make that 7 temps there as we cut to them on the banking. So this is where we know the BMW is not going to be as strong, and that's where I think Schmid will be having advantage in that 163. He desperately tries to put daylight between himself and Peter Schienemann.
Indeed, and obviously Schmid not really wanting to let that LMH through. He wants to have that drive out of the chicane to keep on the back of Neto, and that gap has opened up by a few temps this lap as a result of that.
Yep, that's very much the case. So let's see if we can go back to Nathan Howard and his fight against Cal Listola to put him back down into 7th on the grid. Meanwhile, Major has actually closed back to within a second of Hive, so I think you're right, Hive's really struggling, but maybe not as much as this just looks like dropping through the order in the LMP2 field. And Howard is looking to take advantage here.
Indeed, and I was just having a look because obviously Hives is the only one in that LMH group that's running in different compounded tyres.
Soft tyres, isn't it?
Yeah, he's running the blue compound, so I can't remember off the top of my head.
I'm pretty sure blue is soft, green is medium, and purple is hard.
So you'd expect maybe, as Listola just gets a bit of a sideways slip through that chicane, but it's not really harmed him too much.
Yeah, but look at the gap to Mercedes, 2.4 seconds already, so I wonder as well if Listola's gone for corner speed rather than straight line speed, and it sort of cost them here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange. You kind of have to have a little bit of a balance at this circuit because although you probably spend most of the time on the highway, Howard's gone sideways and it just about holds onto it. Good save, but all that work left to do once again. But that's gonna give a bit of a breather to Listola, who's, well, like I said, no longer going to be on the defensive anymore, and is going to be able to take the lines that he wants and potentially get some of that lap time back.
Yeah, we see first pit stop here for Ballasby. It's the reading game of Geordie Lewis trying to close in on Maxime Bouliot for 8th in the LMP2 class. But Shepard a further 1.9 behind. There they are. But they're not really in that Howard-Listola fight just yet, as we see yellow in Sector 2. I wonder what that is about. But it's cleared now.
That's
Looks like Major may have the seconds to Hives then.
Prius looks to be out in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's a shame for Race Club Germany, because I think they would have been hoping for a good result here to end their season. But also, interestingly, 4 attempts now, this battle between Zidi and Samir Arshad. Get to turn auto direct. So it, for some reason, cuts to my car, which is down 9th in class. But they're still going Matthias Santos, so hopefully they can get into play a bit later on. But
So
it's a bit worrying.
That's
We go.
Zidi
This
just
is
inside Arshad, and Arshad takes a position back in the infield section.
looked almost like Zidi backed off into turn 4 there.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a bit of contact going into turn 1, which meant that Zidi got that position. And so Zidi was like, okay, I'll give it back, but I'm still going to come back at you. As Zidi hugging the exit of the loop and is really all over the back of Arshad at the moment there.
Yeah, and we see Howard all over the back of Listola as well. Just a few seconds road. And Ethan Howard hasn't given up just yet. Listola's really going to have to have his wits about him. But as you say, yeah, lots of battles going on then with Zidi also. As you say, he got so close to the previous attempt and then had to back out. He's fighting against the Ligier, which I believe is slightly faster in a straight line, but there's not a whole lot in it between the Orica and the Ligier at this phase.
No.
And here we go, really good exit for Balanzidze. Can the Scuderia Marrera car get itself back onto the podium to make it a Scuderia Marrera 1-3 in LMP2?
Indeed, and obviously you can see hugging that inside curb as much as possible. He's going to have to go the long way around if he wants to get the job done into turn 1. But barring a mistake from Arshad, it's all staying the same. They got I think that's a 69 car ahead to contend with.
Yeah, it's just come out the pits the previous lap, I think. So we are half an hour in, 20 laps into the race, and Bajald leads Zielski by 15 seconds, but Hives is only 1.8 behind, despite the issues he's been having. So I think definitely...
and there's contact between the 69 car and Arshad. So that means Zidi's off and Arshad's off in the background.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I missed that, Ryan. Yeah, but Arshad being hit by the full throttle 69 as he tried to lap it. And that is going to be a controversial moment then. But let's see, Arshad, how much time has he lost then? He's only 1.5 ahead of Musadis. So this has actually put him right in near the clutches of Listola, who's still keeping Nathan Howard at bay then. There they are.
Indeed, and that means that potentially Listola can see his effective championship rival just up the road now.
Yeah, there we go. He's got the... and Nathan Howard's got the orange car ahead. And that's kind of Listola. Listola can just see Musadis ahead and then Arshad right on the inside of the banking here. So as long as he can clean negotiate the full throttle car, it's suddenly game on here.
Indeed, and hopefully it's going to be a cleaner pass into turn 1 on the 69 car. I didn't really know where to portion blame, really. The 69 car gave a very, very small, pretty much car's width gap on the inside, which didn't give Arshad much margin for error on the pass. I think, considering there's a championship to be thinking about here, it possibly could have thought a little bit longer about that move.
Maybe, but he was under a lot of pressure behind, wasn't he, from Zidi? And now we're seeing Bent Horvath, actually, for the first time, is starting to feel pressure from the Sunset Motorsport car of Arda Ercan. And in several championships, how quick Arda Ercan can be, the Turkish driver. So Horvath has got his work cut out for him here, because Sunset, they desperately want to end this season on another win. The 84 I think could well be in the hunt for top 3 in the championship as well, with them being on 75 points and they're being on 78. One of them being Boyd Transport number 40, driven of course by Harvey Shepherd, who is down in I think 10th at the moment in class, last actually in the LMP2 field at the moment. Oh, look at this! The BMW gets right out of the way there. It's the 306, the Boyd Transport car.
Now there is just, well, I was about to say there is just one car separating the first and second positions, but they're both back together now.
In fact, let's have a look at that battle actually for 6th in class team, the reigning champions, and Boyd Transport and Paparinopoulos just kept at bay then.
Indeed, and the EP Labs car of Paparinopoulos stalking the BMW. The Ferrari seems to be quite a good all-round car, but I think the BMW's got quite good grunt on the straights.
I think it's also you can set up the BMW to be quite nifty through the corners as well. It's just on the straight, in terms of raw top speed, the Ferrari is probably a little bit superior, and you can just see it here. Paparinopoulos again closing in.
Yeah, and meanwhile, further up the road is less than half a second between Horvath and Erkan for the lead of LMP2.
Oh, good exit once more from the BMW there, from Voice. Back to Erkan then. Oh, and has to go all the way around. There's the camera. Here they are then, just trying to negotiate the sister team. That's Schmid. They're just lapping again here.
Obviously, LMP3, the GT3 cars producing extra chicanes around this track today. Oh, and that looks like there was possibly a touch there between Erkan and the BMW. And Neto.
Neto in the BMW, yeah. So now they just got to negotiate leaders. Arshad is first to pit then. Interesting. Going to our time. So Arshad is coming. Listola in as well. So our 2 title contenders as Bonhard gets well out of the way of the lead fight in LMP2. As now Erda Erchen is well and truly upon Ben Horvath.
Indeed, but nowhere to pass coming into this tight Nadgery section as they come back onto the banking. And well, Erkan's just got to sit there in a nice slipstream down to the chicane. I don't think there's much opportunity, as I said before, into the chicane, but it's all about getting a good exit out of the chicane and getting it all done into turn 1.
Yeah, the Sunset car really hustling through the bus stop there, but so is Ben Horvath. He's really started to up his pace ever so slightly. Last lap round for Horvath, 1:36.9, Jan 1:36.6. So 3 tenths faster. 7 tenths the gap.
They're both pitting. They're both pitting.
The straight, but of course, into the pits they come. Oh, very close. Ercan got there first and just about slowed down in time for the pit lead. He looks a bit annoyed actually with Horvath there.
Well, yeah, because obviously I think he was so sucked in on the slipstream, and then the pair of them were coming in to pit, and it ended up that Erkan kind of had it positioned wrong because he needed to turn into his pit box, but Horvath was in the way really. We look to Ashad, who this must be his outlap because it was Ashad who pitted, was the first to blink.
It was one of those unfortunate situations.
And it looks like we've lost Ed. Oh, he's back now. But yeah, Ashad currently down in 9th as a result of the pit stop. But is he going to get any form of undercut? Obviously, having that coming together, possibly had a little bit of damage repair to do as well.
Everyone in LMP2 is basically in the pits at the moment, it would seem. That's why they're all so close together. I think Ercan and Horvath are leaving now. Have a look.
it looks like they've left and they're still together. But Erkans came out ahead of Horvath out of the pit exchange.
So he must have got to a pit box first then, or had a quicker stop. Musadis has stayed out then. The 21 up the inside. Oh! That was Horvath being very aggressive there, and still not able to get through there. Ercan flashing his lights in frustration, and he's doing it again. Oh, that is forceful on the half from Spence Horvath, and I think Arda Ercan's going to be complaining to the stewards after that one.
I'm guessing he's still thinking this is the touring car season, not the endurance season. But yeah,
but it is still technically there's still one round to go of that in Willow Springs, I think. But Hunter Simulation not quite sewn up both titles yet. But Arda Ercan very much looking to get revenge here on Horvath in this battle for the lead. I think he knows he's faster, but Vince Horvath knows he's basically going to lose. And if he doesn't have track position, so that was why that was so important.
Indeed, I think for sure the stewards would be looking at that because, well, he practically got a crowbar out to open that gap.
Yes.
So I don't know. The stewards will either be saying maybe drop a position, give the position back, or if not, possibly a penalty. Because I mean that was if I was Ercan right there, I'd be definitely feeling aggrieved for that.
Yes, Ercan certainly felt he had the lead sewn up and then got assaulted not once but twice there in the space of two corners. By the way, Nathan Howard has actually overcut Cal Listola here, I think, in this pit stop phase. So that is interesting, as again, Ercan has a little think about doing unto others what just happened to him, but then thinks better of it, and now they're about to be lapped, I think, or overtaken actually for position by, they are being lapped by Gran Carrera in the hypercar.
Yeah, and I think Listola on the live time is still in pit lane, but yeah, good run out of the infield section for Ercan on Horvath, but still that chicane to go. And Horvath's going to have a little bit of a slipstream here off of the LMH, and actually closes on the LMH through the bus stop section.
Yeah, sorry about that. I accidentally pressed the wrong thing there. I was trying to get the overlay, the refresh for Listola, because it's lagging ever so slightly. It sort of click it and it's already moved, and there we go, somebody pitting out the way there. So Ercan,
that was
back in the lead, I
pit
think.
lane. So
maybe he sped in the pit lane. I haven't been checking the steward chat, so
I'll have a quick look for you.
I didn't see a penalty come up on screen because I was
no, I didn't either. So
it might have been a mistake then from a Scuderia Moreira, but that is going to promote Zidzi to second, Arshad to third, Musadis into fourth, Howard into fifth, and Listola into sixth as well. Oh, and a penalty for Neto in the BMW. Wonder what that could be about. There he is, and he's immediately serving it, I think. That's a big shame. They were running second in XRL Esports and Elysia Neto for either track limits or for... They hadn't pitted yet, so it must have been for on-track, something that happened on track then, as we see the reading game pit in front of them.
Just moving through, I can't really see anything to suggest a penalty. So unless it was speeding in the pit lane, and we missed that. For the
it looked like an penalty XRL number 7 then.
That was for the Orica Scuderia Moreira team.
Oh dear, look at this. So Musadis once again on the back of Arshad there. A bit of flashing lights from Musadis. I think he was a bit annoyed by the full throttle car showing up when it did there. Here we go. Last at the close down the straight here. Come down to, as we see, is that stop happening up ahead as well. So I think, yeah, there we go. Zielski is pitting from seconds. That puts Hives back up to P2, but he is 27 seconds now behind Stanislas Bajard. As Mercedes once more tucks in behind Arshad, and it feels like everyone is trying to knock Arshad off of the podium here. He's just got back on it with the penalty for Bent Horvath, and it could even be for that contact potentially that Horvath got that drive-through penalty, sort of assaulting Arda Ercan. And Ercan has now got a big lead actually in between 19 seconds, and actually Mercedes gets a really good run here because Arshad just really struggled on exit there.
Indeed, and in the slipstream on that banking section, and that's Hives in the background stalking the pair of them as they come into the bus
Well, this
stop.
is not ideal for Hives, is it? Because he's going to have to back off, and indeed he does so before the bus stop. So that's going to make the gap to the lead at least 30 seconds now, almost. Yeah, and Hives did not get a good run either.
Yeah, but this means that Mercedes can attempt another penalty.
It gets worse for Horvath. So the penalty must have been for maybe the pit lane speed limit when they pit. He must have gone over it. And Horvath once more is going to have to come in for the contact. I think that might have been the stewards applying that penalty. But here comes Mercedes, who actually loses a bit of top end at the end of the straight. Slides in, goes as wide as possible, and is going to have to tuck in again in this battle for third. We do see Voice and Toff battling over fourth, about 4 tenths apart in GD3 as well. So because I always feel bad about neglecting the GD3 battles, so let's see if we can have a peek at that too. Yeah, the BMW, of course, trying to stay with the McLaren, down the straights. And Toff could well be a little bit vulnerable here. They have got the full throttle. They are coming through the lap in the next lap, I would assume, since it's within range. But yeah, you can see the BMW is struggling to stay in the slipstream, and it's not quite getting the ground I think they would ideally want. But he might be able to brake late enough to pull off a move here on the HHR as through goes. That looks like Guerrero to take third position off of Major, who's in the pits. Up the inside he comes. Ooh. And through, that was a good move from Hallam Voice there, from a long way back too.
And Paparonopoulos is just in the background. So not too far off of getting... Actually, he's within a second of Toff now as a result of that turn one overtake. So he's going to be getting a little bit of slipstream as they come onto the banking.
Looks like Hives and Major in the pit lane now. Hives has joined him, rather. So Zielski's going to go, I think, back up to third as a result of this. It'll be close, though.
Yeah. And still being stalked down a little bit of a lockup slightly into the first part of the infield section. So that's cost him a couple of attempts. Hives is in at pit lane as well. I don't know if you'd already just said that.
I think I did say that.
Yeah.
Unless you didn't hear me. But yeah, Mercedes continues to trail Arshad. And Arshad
looks like...
Arshad looking a bit more comfortable now, though.
Yeah.
Not quite as the... He doesn't... He was panicking a bit earlier, struggling with his exits onto the banking. And now he just looks a little bit more at ease, like he knows what to expect from Stavros Mercedes, having fought him quite a lot of this race. As Paparinopoulos getting very close to Toff, actually.
Yeah. I was just looking at that. It looks like that. Yeah, into turn one, but Toff covers that inside line into turn one, gets it stopped. Now, is he going to have a go? He's not quite close enough for a lunge into the turn 3, turn 4 area, and again close again coming into turn 1. Are they going to catch what looks to be one of the BMWs ahead?
Oh, and there's the racing zone of Hives,
Oh,
exiting
and-
the pits. Oh, and wide goes Arshad. And that means Stavros Mercedes is going to get back onto the podium then. And that must be Neto ahead of them, who is just getting ahead of the Hunter Birch car, who gets well out of the way, actually, of all of them, because I think he's not on the same lap of any of these cars, apart from maybe Neto, who had the penalty, of course.
Indeed. And that was what I was going to say earlier. So Hunter Birch changing to the Ferrari for this race then.
Well, the Aston Martin was woefully dreadful for like a lot of this. All the drivers were complaining. Like even Tom Dillon, who was like telling drivers, "Oh, you guys complain too much about the Aston Martin. It's not that bad." And he had to go and it's like, "I take it back. You guys are right." And it looks like Hives has jumped both Major and Szylski then in his pit stop. Good work from Racing Zone there.
Yeah, considering his progress was dwindling a bit in the opening stint, and was actually struggling for pace, but he's under pressure now, as we can see here. And Major's just gonna breeze past coming into the chicane, but Hives is going to try and tough it out, and he does tough it out. He still keeps that second position.
There we go. Sorry about the awkward camera work there. I was trying to remember which camera was what, but that was good defensive work from Zen, because I think it may have been his straight line speed that's been down at crash in the nose, and they repaired it at the pit, and that I think is why he's at a bit of a disadvantage compared to full throttle racing team and the optimal of Szylski.
Yeah, it definitely seems like
Oh, and the Hunter Birch getting out of the way.
It definitely seems like these two have got far superior straight line speed. Obviously, we know they've got a bit of a slipstream, but it seems that they catch hand over fist, and Hives is able to scamper away through this, through the more technical infield section. And then as soon as it comes onto this banking, we then see Major close back up on him.
Yeah, let's look at the lap times then of this trio. It's 1:59.5. Obviously, I mean just Dominic Major 1:33.7. Krzysztof Szylski 1:33.4. And Hives' in lap, I believe, was a was it a 32 or a 35? It's a bit hard to tell because I can't tell at the top or bottom of the timing which one's the most recent one. But there we go. He did 29 laps in that first stint though. Especially considering about 25, pretty much 25, 26 of them were with that horrible front nose damage, which he's continuing to put up with. So Hive's doing an impressive job here. And now the gap extends to 1.3.
Yeah, indeed, but you can see, I mean, not quite 100% sure how, I can't remember off the top of my head how the slipstream works on there. R-Factor 2, but you can still see that even with Major having not the best of exits through the
and now Arshad told them up as well.
Yeah, Major didn't have the best of exits out of the bus stop section, but as soon as they got onto the straight, it was still closing. You could see he probably pulled in about 1.5 to 2 tenths back on the straight.
The other thing is it may be the electrical energy in the hybrid hypercars that's being used there strategically by Hives to sort of make sure he's not under threat as Harvey Shepherd. It's like he's just fallen out of the race.
Yeah.
Not sure if that's a new development or not, but yeah, I just noticed he's fallen a couple of laps down. So he joins Joshua Bruce on the retirements list, which is bad news for Boyd Transport as Maxime Bouillot enters the pit lane.
Yeah, coming in from 7th position. And that's a slow car without a that's the Reading Game Studio car without a rear wing and is crabbing into pit lane there. So they obviously had some sort of incident.
Yeah, I was just thinking, they might be able to get into the top 7 with Bouillot in the pits, but no. Geordie has come somewhere and luckily avoided a code 80 as well, because that could have easily caused a yellow. I don't think I'm in TeamSpeak either, so I can't hear when the code 80... I should probably fix that so I can hear when the code 80s happen. But at the moment...
and that's Major gone round. in turn 1.
Oh dear. That's not helpful for him, and he was blocking the track as well for a moment. Things are starting to get chaotic. I'm going to try and get on TeamSpeak and I don't know when the code 80s are going to happen because it's something I hadn't thought through when I came on. I was more concerned with getting some food in, so I haven't eaten yet today before qualifying.
I mean, food's more important in my eyes, you know. But
yeah, especially in the long haul, right? It's Mumble, it's not TeamSpeak. No wonder I can't remember. Yeah, sorry, being an absolute idiot here because of course other. It used to be TeamSpeak and then they changed to Mumble.
I think it's been Mumble for about a season and a half now.
I know, but I do a lot of other championships like Formula Sim Racing where they do use TeamSpeak. So, right.
Slousy all over the back of Major now. Obviously, Major recovering from the half spin. The half spin possibly putting a little bit of excess heat into those tyres, so not going to be getting the optimal grip for the best part of a lap.
Look at this. Lapped car in the way. That's on the EP laps. And Suzuki has to back out, actually, in the optimal, but he's looking much more confident than Major. Now it's a 9-second gap to Hives as well, so this is really working Racing Zone's way. But look at the colossal gap to Pajoud as well, who might actually be extending this stint. As look at Major again getting really long into turn 4 to try and lap the car ahead of him, and now this gives Suzuki a run on him.
Indeed, and they've got they got what looks to be the Fringer Von.
It's the full throttle car, I think.
Full throttle car, the GT3 car to contend with. They got past that now. Sklowski almost having a look into the final section before coming onto the banking, and obviously we've seen a couple of attempts there that's ended in tears so far. They negotiate. Is that Erkan they just gone past then?
I think it might be Musaidis.
That's it, Musaidis, yes. But still okay to. I was going to say good to fight for another day, but that looks to be Major having a bit of a swapper coming out of the bus stop, and that's allowed Sklowski to get a run. He takes the high line on the banking, but that's kind of lost him a car length, actually. But he pops back into
the other EP lap car. Here we go. He might have the chance here. So Suzuki just timing himself. Kristov again goes right to the outside, goes all the way around the outside of the full throttle number 50, drifts it off, and that is unfortunately the position not going his way then.
Yeah, so now got to go back to the drawing board for that one, and he definitely has got the pace over Major. It seems Major's having a lot of rear end locking on the weight transfer into turn 1. That's possibly a sign of what happened a few laps ago when we cut to him in a half spin. Neto sets the fastest GT3 lap. Neto down in 7th at the moment. So I don't quite know.
Yeah, so Lucia Neto, 7th, 26 seconds. Computer's really struggling. So like, I'm talking, responding to you in real time, but you're not hearing me in real time. So it's just really annoying that my computer's just really struggling with trying to screen share with another computer so I can control the cameras and trying to do the broadcast as well. Anyway, good. Usually you would do the cameras, wouldn't you? So, right. I also got the other problem, which is, as we see Maxime Bouillot exit the pit lane, that if I want to control the cameras, the problem is eventually because resolution is so high that my crappy computer can't keep up with it, even with like I guess I could try and like window it and minimize it as much as possible, but The problem is that eventually it'll just sort of lag on me, and then I won't be seeing live pictures. So I've sort of also got to have the stream that's been doing on Discord. I've got to open that up. I'm trying to run 2 streams at the same time, and I'm trying to control the cameras. Obviously, Booley gets a penalty for speeding in the pit lane, I think. So not going well for Maxime Booley.
Yeah, I guess that would be a bit of an educated guess, seeing as he's just exited the pit lane. So yeah, that's not ideal, but still.
I would say it seems like a slam dunk, really.
Yeah, but still, 9 hours or just over 9 hours left to make that deficit back.
Yep, it's certainly not the end of the world, and he's not the only one who's got penalties in his first hour of the race as well. With Horvath, I think, can definitely relate. And here is Ben Horvath, 74 seconds down on Nathan Howard and trying to make up ground after his drive-through penalty.
Loving the delivery on that car. Although I can't help but think of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air when I see that come past. With the way that all the
graffiti, yeah.
Graffiti's done. But obviously, as we said, has had about 2 drive-through penalties as Horvath.
I think Scary Moreira is sort of going a bit interesting with the liveries because, of course, they used to be Team Iris, and their theme used to be sort of purple cars with usually a flower or something on, or some sort of cherry blossom. And now it's sort of, they've kind of expanded out with Scuderia Moreira to sort of just, oh, well, we might do a whole season with like a chicken nugget livery car. As you see Rad Notty getting it very wrong on the exit of turns 6 and 7 there.
Yeah, indeed, this time not assisted by Horvath off the track. But as we go to Nathan Howard in 6th position.
I think this is the closest battle on track then, between Listola and Howard.
Yeah, and, well, Listola's had to go through the pits, come back out, still having to hold off a charging Howard. There's been a bit of a stalemate between these two for the past handful of laps.
Good news for Listola is he's right behind Arshad, but by right behind I mean 13 seconds behind. He's only right behind in the order, so he's limiting the damage that Arshad can do to him in the championship, but ideally he needs to be ahead, and to the tune of gaining 19 points ahead. At this point, he'd be losing about 5 points to him.
So Neto is in the pits. So not quite sure what ever happened to Neto, because he was running quite comfortably in 2nd, wasn't he, in GT3? And now he was 7th. He was 7th before coming into the pits, and now is pitted. I thought for a moment that he had pitted, and that was why he was down in 7th, but it doesn't appear to be the case.
Yeah, there was definitely a drive-through penalty in there somewhere. Can have a look through Stuart's decision chat very, very quickly. Here we go. We did get confirmation then on the lap 23 incident between Sunset 84 and Scuderia Moreira 66 when they were fighting for the LMP2 lead. 10-second stop-and-go penalty for Scuderia Moreira 66 for causing collision plus dangerous driving. So no wonder Ben Horvath is so far behind, because he also got that speeding penalty, like you say. It all adds up, the stop-and-go.
Oh, the Stola getting it all locked up as they come into the loop. And that's just allowed Horvath to... Howard to close up as we've just completed our first hour.
There we go. We can pat ourselves on the back. Only 9 more to go, but I don't think you and me will be doing the whole one. I think I'm going to stop before dinner, and then not come back. Which I think more than enough, but there's certainly a lot of action to come before that point, and this is by far the closest battle on track, Howard versus Listola. It's certainly got some title permutations to boot for Cal Listola. He definitely needs to stay here and hope that something happens to Arshad ahead. Maybe some misfortune or a mistake from the EERC Racing team that could put Listola into the box seats. But at the moment, I did say a lie. It'd be only 2 points difference between, I think, 4th and 5th. 15 and 13 points, I believe.
It just seems like Howard he's not quite closed in on at all, really, on Listola. Although he gets it all done on the brakes, that's a lot of pulls in a lot of time on the brakes there on Listola. They've got one of the McLarens to deal with just up ahead.
Oh, and look how wide Listola goes there out of turn 4 as well. He's really under pressure. As you can see one of the planes taking off in the background. Because I think there is an airport in Florida right next to where Daytona is situated.
Yeah,
So,
it's what's it, Daytona International Airport, I think it is.
well, that would be it then, yeah. Full throttle 69 car that's been lapped quite a few times. The race gets well out of the way. And there is that the Finnevond or the sister car? It's very hard to tell the two apart because Finnevond and Full Throttle have got very, very similar liveries. I think the only way to tell apart is that the Finnevond has got the Dutch flag on the side now.
Yeah, so Finnevond, from one Finnevond to another Finnevond, as we still carry on following this battle for 5th position between Carl Listola and Nathan Howard. Howard, again, he's good on the brakes here is Howard. He seems to close in and make up most of his time on the brakes on Listola.
About only an hour in, and Howard in that XRL has already turned on the headlights to try and intimidate Listola. Here they come then, onto the main straight then for another lap. And Nathan Howard closes in as much as possible. He's going to dive up the inside. Oh, he thinks about it, but Listola sort of covers it off. And unfortunately, he can't get his car into that space quickly enough. And Howard has a little bit of a twitch on exit there as well. A good measure, but just about holds on to it.
A bit of a shame because that kind of killed his drive and momentum out of turn 1 because he was a demon on the brakes the previous lap into the first part of the loop. And yeah, now he's got to wait and see what happens coming into turn 1.
We're also seeing all the pit stops happen in GD3 at the moment. So Pamperinopoulos has stayed out. Schmidt and Bonhard pit for, I think, 1st and 3rd respectively. And we've got Schoenemann, who's in 4th, trying to close in on them. And then Zagrodnev, who started at the very back of the GD3 field, has gotten himself up to 5th, ahead of Voice, who's also pit. So I think Zagrodnev is a bit out of position there. And Santos has got the Hunter Birch Ferrari into the top 7 then. But I believe that the couple there, Pamperinopoulos, Zagrodnev, and Santos, who've stayed out, essentially. And Alan Voice gets out of the pits ahead of him.
Indeed, and gaps fallen out a little bit between these two. Just over half a second as they come back onto the final part of the banking.
Yep. As you say. Nathan Howard desperately keen to make an impression here. For XRL, who've not got too many big results this season as they go past, that looks like Schmid just coming out the pits then. And it's going to be a bit tight between himself and Bonhard. I believe Schmid may have actually jumped Bonhard in this pit stop phase, which is very impressive if so.
It does look that way as Schmid exits in P2. And I think that's probably because Bonhard's actually lost out to Schumann. Although has Schumann pitted yet?
I'm having a look. I think he did. Yep, 1 lap on these tyres then. So he's got the undercut there. The undercut must be quite powerful here as we continue to watch the Szylski as well. By the way, he's closed back within 7/10 of Major, so he's going to have another go at Dominic Major. Kuzisov Szylski. But let's see what Nathan Howard can do as he closes on the banking.
Yeah, it's strange because although he's closing, he's definitely closing. He's actually getting close enough to have a look into the bus stop, but Listola covers him off. But as we know, Howard's good onto the brakes into this bus stop section. Both are pretty much running the same line through the bus stop. So still, Howard not able to capitalize there, but he's still got a good drive as we look to battle for 3rd position overall.
Yeah, this is Szylski closing right on Major, who's just really been struggling the last couple laps as Neto sets another fastest lap of the race, and Pamperinopoulos pits from the lead in GD3, so that's going to hand it back over to Smid, I think, for the first time, their teammate in the 163. Look at this, Szylski much closer to the back. This time he's going to try and go around the outside, switches to the inside as they come towards the bus stop. Dominic Major, how late will he brake? He'll just turn in across, and Zielski has to have his wits about him there.
Oh, so close coming into the bus stop there. I thought there was going to be tears for a moment there, but with millimeter precision, Major just swoops over the nose of Zielski. But Zielski's going to have a look as we then cut to Listola and Howard. Howard's still all over the back of the fifth position, and now we're cutting back again to third place. Zielski having a look round the outside, but he's going to struggle unless he can get the overcut, but he's done it again.
He's done it again. Oh, just getting the braking completely wrong. The rear looped around on him, and you can tell a bit of frustration creeping in there because he'd hoped to be a bit further alongside, I think.
Well, the problem is with that corner going through turn one is that the further you run the car out wide, the camber actually starts to go away. So if you run it out too far, that will upset the car and it will want to spin on you.
Yes, exactly. So you've really just got to be careful because you do all the hard work to overtake as Pamperina Poulos, our world champion from the previous race, gets a penalty, I presume, for speeding in the pit lane because he literally just did his stop, doesn't he? I think he might still be just come back out on track then in 5th position. And there we go, confirmation then. Then whenever they pit, it really struggles, the timing screen, because it seems to think pit stops are infinite. Whoa! And that's Hallam Voice just hitting the back of Nathan Howard there. So Howard so caught up with the back of Listola there that he didn't see the BMW just steaming in at the back of him there. And that was a little bit clumsy from Hallam Voice, in my opinion. Was it Voice? Let's have a look.
I don't know if it was Voice. I think it was... No,
I think it might have been Neto.
So it would have been Neto, yeah. So Neto...
Yeah, here he is.
On the recovery from whatever issues, I wonder if Howard's going to have a bit of rear-end damage as a result of that now, because that was quite a hefty shunt going into turn one.
Doesn't seem to affect him too much. It's almost like he didn't notice it until he looked in the ring mirror, I don't think. But there we go. The straight line speed is certainly undiminished as they come to lap another GD3. It's like one of the... is that the 36 there, just getting out of the way, I think. So, that must be Joseph Toff, of course. But Howard actually gets a much better exit on this occasion. And now he's well and truly got the Finnevond in his sights. What can Listola do here? Is Arshad pits ahead of them? That is unusual. So is Arshad... how many laps has he done? He did about 20... it's about the right time. He's done 20 laps then.
Looks like
Here comes... Oh, he's coming in. Listola hit on the exact same lap in at the end of the first stint as well as Arshad. So that makes a lot of sense then.
But as we've seen, the undercut's actually been quite strong. So Howard's, although obviously this is an endurance race, so going the extra laps can help in the long run. But yeah, that's gonna potentially be advantage for Listola.
Yeah, certainly, and it looks like, is that Nick Westy getting on board the... it is Nick Westy getting on board the EFA Racing team, so he will be taking over then from Samir Arshad. Arshad only doing the first hour and 10 minutes then. We're going to start to see driver changes filter in, because the last thing you want is a fatigued driver making mistakes then, because that could just lose you loads and loads of time. But yeah, aggressive strategy then from EFA Racing then. This potentially, if they get stuck in traffic here, that could really help Listola and or the Finnevond team.
Indeed, and we just see Westy exiting pit lane now. That's Listola leaving pit lane.
And the leader is in as well. Looks like Erchan is pitting from the lead, which rounds it to Mercedes, of course.
Indeed. And you just realise, because obviously Horvath is only...
behind Horvath, hasn't he?
Yeah, and
Westy's just come out.
Westy's just come out, but then that kind of gives away how much of a difference, how much of a lead Ercan managed in that first stint.
Yeah, Howard also staying out as well, interestingly. Mercedes and Howard are hoping that they can get the benefit of the fresher tyres later on. Whereas looks like Erchan, Zidzi, Westy, Listola all going for the track position. Zidzi is out.
Yeah.
Oh, not sure what happened there. But Balin Zidzi may have been disconnected, may have come into some sort of issue going into the pits, maybe. But the 86, Scuderia Moreira, is out of the running.
Indeed, as we look to Westy, we cut away to Paparoniopole, who
Paparinopoulou. Yeah, it's sort of annoying because it cuts off his name because it's so long, the last name, yes.
Yeah. Obviously, both having to... Oh! And that's Westy getting it sideways and being T-boned!
And that's the Optimnal car that hit him there. So that's the Szylski, isn't it?
And it looks like he's got these I think he's maybe got some damage there. It's got, yeah, it looks like the front end suspension. Oh, actually, well, he's
Okay,
got a
code
little
80 in
bit
10
of...
seconds.
Oh, we got a code 80. It's about to be called then.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
And that looks like is that.
Code 80 button. There it is. Anything here? There we go. Right, there we go. And it. Is that Hives in trouble? Is that Pajal?
It's the 87.
Now trying to turn on the banking. Yeah, the 87's trying to turn on the banking here. That is unusual. That's big drama for the race lead. He's got a big gap, of course, so plenty of time to sort that out. But let's go back to that because there we go. Pajada's got himself facing the right way again. But I think he must have got caught out by the code 80 being called there.
Quite possibly.
It came out, I think, right as he was coming to a stop, and he must have spun.
Yeah, just trying to see like what's caused the code 80. As we see, that's the Erkan back in. Is that Erkan back in pit lane? Then we got
along with Hives.
And
Howard too. This is great for Howard actually because he'd stayed out, hadn't he, along with Musaidis. So this is going to allow Nathan Howard to potentially jump Listola.
Indeed, and where I'd said it was advantage Listola, we find a bit of a dice roll here. From Howard, they carried on another 2 laps, and luck's kind of come and helped them there by the code 80.
Yeah, certainly, and that's sort of what they're all hoping for in this endurance racing. But I've got the auto direct on, hoping to sort of try and catch whoever it is. It might have been whatever happened to Zidzi that maybe triggered that, but I think maybe it was for the first corner collision we saw between Westy and one of the Optimnal. I think it was the Optimnal LMP2, not the hypercar, wasn't it?
Yeah,
the Optimnal LMP2.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out who the Optimnal LMP2 is.
It did look like Westy had some steering damage when we went back on board.
It did, yes. Westy hasn't come into the pits though to repair it. We do see Dominic Major also pit from... So Dominic Major, it's currently showing, is up in second, but I think that might just be because he's ahead of Hives in the pit lane. As Szylski's also come in too. Zidzi is in. There is the Optimnal, of course, the hypercar.
Not an ideal...
No. It's a diagonal line there. Interesting. There's a lot of single-seater racing where people just drift into the pit lane as well.
So whilst this code 80 has been going, I have noticed that Zidzi has now gone from DNF to pit now.
Perhaps it was a disconnection then. The Scuderia Moreira not quite out of it yet, but that's a big setback for them. With Horvath now their best hope in the 66.
And it's Pankatai in the number 1 car now.
I'm trying to see. Well, so this has really mixed up the GT3 order in particular because it was still a bit out of sync. They were all waiting for their pit stops, weren't they?
Yeah,
so
Bonnard's now dropped down to 4th as a result of all this.
Yeah, so Schmid has been out on those hard tyres 4 laps. Peter Schumann has been on them 5 laps. Zagrodnev, 5 laps. Bonhard, 4 laps. He's been on here. Alan Voice has been on them 5 laps. Matthew Santos 15 laps he's actually been on the mediums. So Santos, I'm surprised he hasn't come in and pit under this code 80. But I assume Matthias knows what he's doing.
Indeed.
Back to green in 10 seconds.
And is that the 163 just going through first corner? Because we have got the
5,
code, the code 80 is about to
3,
end in a few seconds' time.
1, green flag.
Indeed.
There we go. We're back to racing then.
Yeah, and
Pascal is still in the pits after his spin. Westy is still in the pit, so I think it might have been waiting for Westy to get back because, like you said, his steering did look a bit damaged. Also fairly... Westy is going to fall all the way down behind Listola now, so... Is he going to fall 19 points behind, though? So let's see. How many points as we see everyone exiting the pits there? I'm going to do the championship calculations. So the gap, 19 points. Let's have a look at the rules to remind myself what the 10-hour point is. 32 for win per second, not third. You get 15 for fourth. So 90 points. He needs to finish third, doesn't he? With third or better. With if he finishes third, then EERC Racing have to score nothing. Basically, if he finishes 23, they've got to score less than 4 points. So like 9th. And if he wins, then minus 19 is 13. So if Calistola wins this, then EERC Racing need to be 13th or lower, essentially. No, not 13th, 5th or lower. Get 13 points for 5th. Anyway, there we go. Some maths done. Listola only 4th at the moment. And has he actually... No, he's not jumped Howard. In fact, Howard has leaped all the way into contention for victory here because he's only about 9 seconds behind Erchan and he's well ahead of Mercedes.
yeah, and I'm not quite sure if the...
Spin for
Hives.
Bence Pankatai.
Oh, it's Pankatai, yeah.
He's got on board the... It always seems when there's a new driver, they just immediately spin. We saw it with Nick Westy, and now we're seeing it with that's Radnotti, who's been struggling all race. He's gotten completely lost on the way to the pit lane, I think. Oh, no, that's just the first corner.
Yep, and in the background you just saw there, that is Bonhard, who's, seemed to be quite comfortably leading this race for the first hour, and then chaos ensued and he finds himself in
That
fourth.
code 80 really helped Schmid as well because he pit under it, and now he's come out 13 seconds out of Peter Schunemann. So Schunemann and Zagrodnev pit a lap earlier than Bonhard. Is how they were able to undercut him because the gap to them is only he's about 8 seconds behind Zagrodnev and 10 behind Schunemann. So Schunemann has really come alive in this phase of the race. It could be that he knows there's a battle with the 163 for second in the points, basically. With 20 points apart, I think.
And, well, as we said, Smith's really benefited from that code 80, nearly 15 seconds up the road in first position. And that looks to be...
it's the racing zone again. Oh dear, so it's all starting to fall apart for the champions, isn't it? They've obviously clearly put Bence Pankatai in and he's clearly not feeling all that confident. Maybe the damage is really catching him out as well.
The steering's off.
It perhaps has been that way for a while, and Zoltan Hives has just been a bit better at managing it.
I don't know, because
it
was a strange place to lose the car. That car definitely doesn't look
damage is certainly gotten worse.
Okay, code 80 in 10 seconds.
And we have a code 80 being called. So it
5,
could be they're trying to get
4,
that racing
3,
zone to the pits.
2, 1, code 80.
And this could benefit those who
The
didn't
racing
pit under
zone
the first
car,
code 80.
please make sure you pit to repair your damage.
Potentially, and that's...
Yeah, so the racing zone car is being ordered to pit in to repair its damage. So I think Nick Homer's been watching the same thing that we have.
Yeah, so they usually say cautions breed cautions out here in America.
It is a saying. That
First
they have
gear
here.
under code 80.
Yeah, they're being reminded to stay in first gear under Code. So Erchan is pitting under this. Looks like Horvath as well came in right as it was being called as well. So this has actually worked really well for Vince Horvath.
Yeah,
But now Nathan Howard surprisingly takes the lead in LMP2.
that's strange because didn't Ercan pit under the previous Code 80?
Well, he may as well come in again.
Yeah, I suppose they're possibly using this as an opportunity to. Yes, they're having a little bit of a top up on their fuel stint.
They barely got 2 laps in, basically, so it's not going to make a huge difference. But they think it's worth it with the gap to Mercedes, don't they?
Indeed, and obviously, it's a bit of a cheap pit stop under Code 80, and so if it means that they can go stretch their stint an extra couple of laps, if they believe it's going to help in the long run.
You'll see a driver change for the race leaders in Scuderia Moreira 87, so Chris Davis gets on board. Interesting what he can do, because it did look a bit like Stanislas Bajard that made a huge mistake before the Code 80 that lost them a fair bit of time, actually. So now they're only 30 seconds ahead of Dominic Major. So Hypercar is wide top 4, potentially top 5, because Guerrero is only about 40 seconds behind Pankatai now, isn't he?
I think I also noticed Horvath as well also pitted in for a top up on his fuel, because he also pitted, I believe, under the Code 80.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing here because it's telling me he's done 19 laps on his previous stint and he did the 2 and 3 laps because of the penalties, I believe. So it's a bit hard to keep track of.
But if he didn't change tyres, then I'm assuming it's still going to carry on saying that he's putting
yeah, of
for a
course.
set of tyres. Yeah.
So yeah, it's confusing here, but I think you might be right. But Horvath pitted in at least one of those Code 80s, possibly both, like you say. But Paparinopoulos in this battle for 8th behind Neto, so it's not really worked out well for the 162 because he pit, I think, just before the first Code 80 and had come out behind Neto.
Back to green in 10 seconds.
Looks like Racing Zone have made it out of the pits, so I think we're going back to green in 10 seconds. Less than 10 seconds, actually.
You could see the pair of them making a dive, what looked to be a dive for the pit lane, and as soon as it was, Code 80, he's up there like, no, abort mission.
Green flag.
We're back to green then, and there we go, Neto. As there we go, looks like the Racing Zone has made it, so Guerrero is going to move up to 4th. But big shame for Racing Zone. It must have been recent damage for that Racing Zone to damage the wheel enough to cause that Code 80. Neto getting right up towards the wall at turn 1 there.
Indeed, like I said, the car was out on the infield, and it was a very strange place to lose the car. So whether or not it was possibly a collision with another car, maybe, I'm not sure. But whatever happened, it resulted in the car having extensive damage.
Yeah, and that's it's giving the world champions a lot of work to do in the next 8.5 hours then. But Paparinopoulos, they're champions as well, and down in 9th, so if anything, they may not be as far behind time-wise, but they've got a lot of cars to pass if they want to win another race here. And it's actually their teammates that are on top of things at the moment.
Yeah, Well, effectively, the 2 cars that we'd expect to be seeing fighting for the lead of this race in GT3, currently not even on the scoreboard on the timing.
Well, not in the top 7, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, Neto doing quite well to keep the Ferrari at bay here because it should be much faster in a straight line. Look how much Neto is really pushing out the bus stop there, getting to the inside as soon as possible to force 162 of Paparinopoulos to go the long way around, but the group driver once again tucks into the slipstream. He's going to get a monster run on the straight here, Ryan.
Indeed, and obviously Neto hugging that inside line. So Paparinopoulos is going to have to go round the outside. Obviously a risky move and thinks better of it. Neto.
See how much more confident the BMW is on the brakes there in the hands of Neto there. So he's really set it up to try and defend.
Indeed. And a little bit squirrely on the exit of 1, but still, managed to keep a car length or 2 ahead of Paparinopoulos.
It's going to be a long stop for Racing Zone as well to repair that damage. But we're not going to see Pankatai out of the pits for a while yet, I fear.
Yep.
Other close battles going on. And only about 3.5 seconds behind Howard, of course, who they chose not to pit under either of the Code 80s, which was a surprising choice for XRL. I think he did pit just before them because he'd been out 5 laps, I think, on those medium tyres. Chan has only been on them 2 laps, and of course he pit under both Code 80s, like you said, Ryan. So 2.6 seconds the gap now showing, so we could probably cut to that fairly soon because that's going to be for the race lead, but I imagine Howard probably doesn't have the raw pace to really hold on for too long, but look at Neto here. He's absolutely trying to hold the middle of the road.
Indeed, making that BMW as wide as possible for the Ferrari of Paparinopol.
It's certainly taller than it, but not necessarily wider, I think.
Yeah, definitely scenes of previous years when everyone made that joke about the BMW being some big monster compared to the rest of the field. But still holding on and still looking confident into that turn 1 potentially for Nato. But Paparinopolov having a look into turn 1, but Nato on the brakes, just so much more confident as they have. Is that Major?
It's Davies. It's Chris Davies in the race
leader having a.
And he split them up there, so that was good for Neto, actually. And Neto, in fact, slows right down to let the hypercar through, almost, if anything. Doesn't take full advantage there, but still gets a decent run. And, Chris Davies, who had pulled a 34-second gap, is going to lose a little bit of time there. But not too much to Dominic Major. Of course, Major has been in since the start, so he's been driving for about 90 minutes, over 90 minutes, I think, at this phase. You see yellow in Sector 2, whereas Chris Davies has only just gotten in, so he's much fresher as a driver. So Chris Davies, despite making that spin at the beginning when he get in the car, I think he should be getting down to things and maintaining that lead because he is still in a very, very good position despite that mistake he made.
Indeed.
And Erchan is now right upon Nathan Howard, actually. Here they are.
Yeah, having to overtake some of the back markers there.
And Howard has got, like 4 lap older tyres, I think. And as well as the fact that his pace has just not been particularly stellar. And Erchan has got the inside then as they come towards bus stop. They've got the full throttle car ahead of them. Howard isn't going to try and risk it around the outside, but he hits the back. There's Erchan of the full throttle car. Or is that the Finnevond? It is the Finnevond, I'm sorry. That's Peter Schumann in second in the GT3 class. And there we go. Now, is that Samir Arshad?
That's Westy on the back. And then behind that...
trying to unlap himself.
He was looking to unlap himself, but on the back of that also, there looks to be... Is that Horvath behind them as well?
I think so as well.
Going up the inside of Westy and then...
Yes, these two are in their own battle for 5th. And it's sort of being lapped by the leaders in the same time in LMP2.
Well, Westy's actually a lap down on these guys. Obviously had to...
He's trying to unlap Nathan Howard as well.
Yes.
That shows you his pace is sort of... He's a bit out of position here, isn't he?
Indeed. And it's settled down again. We can breathe a little bit for I don't know how much more time, but cut to Toff. So Toff's back in the car, or Toff has gone into that number 1
in the car for the first time. Yes, because it was Hives in earlier, wasn't it? And then Bence Pankatai, who really struggled. Or is it Pankatai Bence? I can never tell.
Well, Pankatai didn't even manage a full stint. He only managed because he
laps, wasn't it?
Yeah, I can't remember if he got in at the first Code 80 or got in just before the first Code 80.
I think it was just before because he seemed to cause the second Code 80.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's refresh because it's showing Toff still in the pits when we know from just then that he isn't. So, and now it's only showing the top 5. Let's fix that.
Is Bulio
Oh,
that
no,
would
it's refusing to show the top 7, which is going to be annoying for the people in 6th and 7th. There we go. That's more like it.
so this is
Well, interesting fight with Schumann being held up there. He's now only a second ahead of Zagrodnev, who is one of the people who's launched himself up the order. Here he is.
he is trying to stay within that second of the Fring of On car ahead. He's got
He's got the racing zone. Oh, so eager to lap him there as early as possible. And Zagrodnev, thankfully, doesn't get held up too much there.
So we've got 2 toughs on the track at the moment.
The guy in the...
Yeah, I suddenly I started confusing myself because I then saw Toff at the bottom of GT3. I'm like, hang on a minute, have I gone wrong somewhere?
Yeah, HHR, that's Joseph Toff, and Zoltan Toff is in the racing zone. Yes. I don't believe they have relation. I think it's a very common surname in Hungary. Zagrodnev now within 9 tenths, so Peter Schumann, his charge seems to be a little bit halted, and the Cyberlinks, who they have actually impressed us a fair bit this season, weren't they up there in Mugello and Suzuka as well for a long while in the top 3? I seem to remember us talking about Cyberlinks before in commentary in Mugello.
Yeah.
So yeah, they've certainly had their moments this season, but they're not really anywhere near the title fight, sadly. But Cyberlinks could well be setting themselves up for a title shot next season. So Zagrodnev especially has been one of the standouts. And now Peter Schumann is really going to be under pressure in this stint then. Apart from closing the gap to Schmid, he's found himself just under attack from behind. And it's by far the closest fight on track at the moment.
Indeed, and Zarganev now in the slipstream of Schumann, although not really making too many inroads on the on that previous lap. I think he's possibly taken about a 10th out of Schumann on that last lap.
Yeah, it certainly has. Yeah, kind of finger at Ryan. I haven't really eaten any lunch yet, so I think I might take a very, very short break now for about 15 minutes to get some food in, and then come back if that's okay.
Is that all the talk of the 2 Hungarians made you feel hungry?
Possibly. Peter Schumann, though, he's Dutch, so nothing about that made me hungry. So, but I think Peter, it might actually be after his stint coming in to help with the commentary, if I'm not mistaken. But I might be getting mixed up with someone else. But yeah, always great to hear Peter's thoughts on the race. And in fact, is that Bonhard only about 2 seconds behind this? So I think this fight for second in GD3 is very much not over. But in fact, for 15 minutes, I could leave us on Zagrodnev then while I go and eat. Or do you want auto director in case something happens elsewhere?
Just keep it on the auto director, I guess.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. So it immediately cuts to Dominic Major, who's about 49 seconds behind Davis. So Davis has pulled a big, big gap. So before I head off, a brief reminder of your 3 leaders in your 3 classes is Chris Davis in Scuderia Mirror 87, leading Hypercar by 49 seconds over Dominic Major in the Full Throttle Racing number 50. And is Arda Erchan leading Nathan Howard by 7 seconds and increasing as we see Major actually get penalty in second place. So actually that will hand second to Szylski. Then in GD3, it is Schmid leading Schumann by 8.7 seconds.
I'd say keep it on Zarganev, yeah.
Okay, right. I'll turn off auto director. Right, anyway, I'll be back very shortly. And I'm sorry to leave you on your own, Ryan, but I'll try and make it as least painful as I can. Okay, see you soon.
All right, okay. So, yellow flag just briefly coming out in Sector 2 as Ed goes off to get some munch. And Zarganev closing in again. The gap is now down to 6 tenths between himself and Schumann. And in the meantime, Bonhard's actually taken about half a second out the pair of them whilst this has been going on. As you can see, all 3 of them are in the same camera shot. That's second, third, and fourth in GT3. Zarganev really clambering over the curbs. The Ferrari quite likes to ride the curbs. It's one of the advantages of the Ferrari. Not all cars like going over the curbs, but the Ferrari seems to. They come onto the back straight down to the bus stop. Gap is actually gone up slightly between Zaganov and Schumann, but he's going to hopefully get a good exit out of the bus stop chicane onto the final part of the bankings through turns, what would be 3 and 4, I believe, of the banking section. And that is definitely a decent slipstream from Zaganov, but still not really closing up that much on the McLaren. Gap as they come into the braking zone of turn 1 is down to actually half a second now, actually 4 tenths, but Zaganov's going a bit deep into turn 1, trying to make up as much time on the brakes. Obviously, that must be the area where he finds that he needs to make the most of the Ferrari, as it seems that McLaren does have a decent straight line speed. But in the whole meantime of all of this, Bonhardt's now down to 8 tenths on the back of Zaganov. I just saw a flash of an LMH in the background, trying to lap them. As we see a penalty for Zidi. And through goes, I believe that's Davies. In the LMH, and what that has allowed actually, that's put Zaganov into the claws of Bonhardt, so Bonhardt's going to have a good run, and well, Zaganov's really lost out here against Schumann. He's now dropped to nearly a second on Schumann. And Bonhardt's having a look, but it's no real... It's not a genuine look, it's just more of a fade to try and psych Zaganov out into the bus stop. But as they come out of the bus stop once again, Zaganov's managed to pull the 10th back on Schumann, but at the meantime, Bonhardt's really closing on the Ferrari. Zaganov's going to have to hold that line, but he doesn't. He pulls to the middle of the line, which means Bonhardt's going to go up the inside. He's got the inside as they come through across the line. Bonhardt's managed to take 3rd position. Zaganov tries to hold on, fight off, but obviously the outer line of that turn 1 is not the ideal place to be. As we see what I think is I think that's Horvath just going through there. Yeah, so Zaganov's gone from thinking about 2nd position to being stuck in 4th now, as they being lapped has allowed Bonhardt to close right up on Schumann. So all 3 of them are back together pretty much now, as they round out of the interior section, infield section, onto the banking, and it looks like Bonhardt's got another good run out onto the back straight into the bus stop. Apologies that we're not able to see what's going on ahead. Bonhardt's doing it again. He's having a bit of a cheeky fade through the bus stop section. Again, he looks like he's possibly got a good run on Schumann for the lead. Now, hopefully we might get a shot where we can see him. Zaganov's still within slipstream of the pair of them as they come down. This time, as you can see, Schumann's hugging that inside line. So Bonhardt's going to have to go the long way around into turn 1. And it looks like Schumann's managed to hold on. So, and as you can see there, it's now meant that Zaganov, that effectively failed attempt into turn 1 from Bonhardt has allowed Zaganov to catch right back up on these two. Now, what can Schumann do to keep Bonhardt behind? Because it seems like a matter of when, not if, in terms of Bonhardt getting past Schumann. And you can see that the Mercedes can just turn, hug that inside line, but it looks like the McLaren got the punch out the corner now, manages to pull a car length or 2 as they come back onto the banking. Zarganev just doesn't quite seem to have the pace. He seems to be just about holding on to these two here. As they come back down the back straight. I don't see Bonhard making a move here. No, he's still there though, right on the gearbox of the McLaren. It's another good run from Bonhard out of the bus stop. As we see one of the LMP2s coming round now. Let's see, what can Schumann do? Bonhard's much closer already. Bonhard's going around the outside, but he's got one of the LMP2s to come around the outside, and they're going 3 wide, and they definitely look to be a touch as they come along the start-finish straight. But still, Schumann managed to hold on to second position. He runs a little bit wide out of turn 1, but he still manages to hold on. That's allowed Zarganev to close in once again on the pair of them. And what can the Fringavon driver do to keep Bonhard behind? Obviously, we saw Schumann go a little bit deep, but he manages to hold on to that apex through loop this time round, but not quite got the drive out this time. And so that means Schumann's getting a bit frustrated. He's starting to swerve around, make that Mercedes look as large as possible, but he gets it all wrong on the outside of the corner, and he's completely lost it. That means Zarganev's managed to go around the outside, take that third position. What's Bonhard going to manage to do here? And is that an opportunity for Schumann to get away? I mean, he's only got 7 tenths over Zarganev now. But as we can see, that Ferrari just doesn't seem to have the straight line speed compared to the other 2 cars around him. Now, has Zarganev learnt from his mistake last time, and is he going to hug that inside curb to fend off Bonhard? No, he's going to try and run Bonhard out wide, and actually he does manage to, he's done a quite good job of that actually, because he didn't leave enough room for Bonhard, but Bonhard's going to have to go around the outside. He's having to go around the outside. Is he going to hold on? He's there. Bonhard manages to swoop, and he's done it, has he? Great move from Bonhard into turn 1. He managed to get around the outside and managed to hold onto the car around the outside, and obviously managing to get the power down and keep that position. Meanwhile, they've got the number 1 car lapping the pair of them. That's Toff, who's recovering from 2 laps down from the lead. And also manages to get up the inside of Schumann. So Schumann's lost out a little bit now, and now he looks in his rearview mirror and sees again that pesky Mercedes. Oh, and off. Toff has gone off. Don't know what has happened there, but Toff has gone off on the infield, and that means Bonhard's gone around the outside. Bonhard is trying around the outside of Schumann, but it does mean that he's going to be in a compromised position if he doesn't get the move done coming into the bus stop. Bonhard's pulled half a car ahead, but is Schumann going to give up into the bus stop? It looks like he has for the time being. He's relinquished that second position, but he's going to hope to try and get the run out of the bus stop and into the slipstream of Bonhard. Zarganev's now back in at play for third position here. As the Optimal Esports car, LMH car, comes round to lap the 3 of them. And Schumann not managing to close in as much as we'd think on Bonhard, although he gets quite a lot of the job done on the brakes, which means that Zarganev's got nothing to answer for. It looked like he had a good run, and then you've got the you got the sister Fringavond car of Listola coming through, the LMP2, who's just managed to nerf Zarganev out the way. Goes through on the sister car now. Can he do anything to upset Bonhard ahead to help the sister GT3 car, as we got the leader of EERC also threading his way through. And that's managed to put Bonhard out wide, and so that means Schumann's got a good run out onto this banking again. As we pan out, and we can see Schumann in the slipstream. They've got another car to deal with at the LMP2s. But Bonhard holds on to that second position for now. Again, as they come onto this banking section, Zarganev just losing touch a little bit with these two. As we see a yellow out in sector 1. But as we go along up to the start-finish line one more time, as the leaders have actually completed 65 laps. Again, the Mercedes just seems to have the grunt on the straights compared to the McLaren, and actually in the braking, Zarganev's actually closed quite a lot there on the pair of them. Back through the infield once again, just looking through, it's still this is still the closest battle on the track. And it's still Davies leading the LMH and EERC leading LMP2. And some 10 seconds up the road from these three is Schmidt. Zarganev asking for too much power. And actually, while we were not quite looking at him, Bonhard's managed to open a gap to a second to Schumann now, so Schumann's going to be struggling even more because he's just tailing off the back end of that slipstream on Bonhard. So that's going to put him a little bit more in the firing line from the chasing Zarganev. Still a yellow going out in sector 1. And once again, that's our leader coming through to lap these three. Just gives you the sheer pace of the LMH cars compared to the GT3, because it was only a few laps ago we saw him lapping them. So, and that second place of Howard of LMP2 just also pulling its way through. Really starting to be harassed by, and that's, can't quite catch who exactly that is, just trying to loop around the outside. Actually, that might be Howard as well. And then you have Westy also making his way in LMP2, a lap down on the rest of the field in LMP2. Now, don't forget, Westy, the car number 46, is the car leading the championship at the moment in LMP2. That's not all sewn up at the moment. Let me see, 8th place, the Optimal Esports car. The gaps as a result of all that has opened up a fair amount. Zarganev is still within a second of Schumann. Bonhard as a result of all the lapping, has broken that toe from Schoonman. We're just having to have another one of the LMP2s, I think, negotiate round. But he's pretty much clear of these two now. So Schumann won't be getting any slipstream assistance off the back of Bonhard now. Zarganev now 7/10 off the back of Schumann. As we see the LMP2 pit stop cycle begin once again as Listola pits from 5th position. Now, as a result, Erkan, who I believe was also on the same pit strategy, because they pitted for a second time under that second Code 80, is going to be able to go on for another 2 laps until they have to stop for service. But still, I say stuck watching Zarganev, but this is still actually the closest battle on the track. And it just seems you can really see the difference in what having a slipstream does and what not having a slipstream does, because it seems Zarganev is seems much more comfortable managing to stay with the McLaren ahead. Now that the McLaren no longer has a car in front to get a bit of a toe off of. Santos also pitting in the Hunter simulation car, so he relinquishes 7th place. Howard pits from 2nd position in LMP2. But still, Zarganev not able to get close enough to mount a challenge on Schoonman. Meanwhile, Bonhardt's managed to get 2.5 seconds up the road now. You can just about see there. And a penalty for Neto. What, another penalty for Neto. So, having been fighting for the lead effectively in GT3, not been the best days for Neto. I think that has got to be his 3rd penalty now. In the meantime, the XLR Esports 117 car has been given a 10-second stop-go penalty for dangerous driving and causing a collision with the Racing Zone Team 1 car. So that is the Zoltan Toff car. So that possibly explains why we ended up having to go to that second code 80, and why we saw damage. So I did say it looked like it was a bit of a weird incident to have lost the car where it was, and that possibly gives us some insight as to what actually happened. And Sawski is pitting in from second position, so that gives Major second place. We had a brief yellow flag out. And as we can see, Erkan in pit lane from the lead now. Mercedes, Horvath and Westy all in the pits as well for LMP2. Once again, Zarganev in the slipstream of Schumann into turn 1, not quite close enough, but makes up so much time on the brakes now. Just about going to make it out ahead of the Exton traffic of pit lane, and actually Zarganev's a lot closer than he has been in a while to Schumann as they exit the first hairpin of the infield section. But again, corner exit, and McLaren just has that edge, but the Ferrari is so much better on the brakes. And it just seems like Zarganev is having to really push on the brakes, which is why you saw a slight lock up there from Zarganev. And then you see, although Zarganev is in the slipstream, not making much inroads on the McLaren. As that is one of the LMP2s having to thread its way through the pair of them, and that's actually meant Schumann's had to run over the curb, and he's not happy about that. There, it looked like it was the Reading Game Studios car that's just gone past, but that means Zarganev's got a brilliant run out of the bus stop. He's going to have to go around the outside. Now he's out of the slipstream. Now we're going to see the speed difference between the McLaren and the Ferrari, and as we already see, it looks like Zarganev's going to have to pop back into the slipstream here, and indeed he does. So the McLaren definitely has the straight line speed, but let's see what Zarganev can do on the brakes. He's going to be forced out wide here. And Schumann doesn't allow him to see the inside of the corner. Meanwhile, in the background, there it is. Oh, and we've actually changed cameras, so...
Yeah, that's because I'm back.
Yeah.
Sorry. Just want to see the second place in LMP2 pit. So Howard back in the lead. He seems to really be extending his stints, isn't he?
Well, this is a strange one, actually, because that was the car driven by Erkan. So they had a driver change in the pits, and they've come back in again for a pit stop.
Yeah, it could be that maybe he's not quite happy with something there. There we go. Hour 2 is complete. So good point for me to come back, because I think on my scheduled commentary, this is the final hour that I said I would do. But Zagrodnev continues then. In fact, it's been a great fight. So Bonhard has got by the both of them. But these two have been squabbling with each other. As there he goes. That looks like the Racing Zone going all the way around the outside of the Scuderia Moreira car there. Mercedes now takes second in LMP2. And we also see Dominic Major is right behind Guerrero in that battle for second then. So it's really been those 4 cars, second through to 5th in a hypercar, have just been all over each other really, and Toff still trying to get back on the lead lap desperately.
Indeed, he's managed to pull, by the looks of things, 1 lap back, or at least, actually no, that Davis is a lap ahead of Guerrero, apparently, according to the...
Yeah, so he's 2 laps ahead then of his probably his closest rival in terms of pace.
Yeah. So I don't really know what's going on there, because they came in for a pit stop. Unless there's a penalty somewhere that I've missed. Erkan came in for a pit stop a couple of laps actually before he came back, and it seems like they've either done the driver change. The only thing I can think of is that they've done the driver change, but then forgot to tick the boxes for the fuel and tyres. Maybe.
Yeah, unless there was some damage we didn't see to the steering or that needed to be repaired. It does seem very odd, but it's certainly going to put Nick Westley back into 5th, which puts pressure back on the Stoller, I guess, because now he's not even going to gain 5 or 6 points. It's going to be only 2 points gained. But yeah, long gap behind them though. Looks also like Hunter Burt Simulation done the driver change. They put Lucas Bud in the car. So Matheus Santos had a very good stint to get back into the top 6, but I know we're not really going to be in this podium fight. As there we go, that looks like the optimal car. The 420 going around the outside of this battle for 3rd in GD3.
Just receiving information from Nick Homewood that apparently the Sunset car crashed at the bus stop.
Ah, that would explain why he came in again then. And again, looks like Peter Schumann just able to control the pace of the car behind by braking as late as he likes into turn 1 and somehow making the corner.
Well, yeah, it just seems like the Ferrari just doesn't have the pace in a straight line over the McLaren, which is what's really saving the McLaren's bacon, because
look at this. This is a bit awkward. That looks like Guerrero trying to lap both of them and getting stuck behind Schumann in a straight line. So that's how quick the McLaren is. And in fact, there's a little tap on exit there, and that could allow Zagrodnev to dive up the inside. Peter Schumann not happy about that at all.
No, and
Zagrodnev on the grass.
And Schumann's not really had the best reception from some of the lapping cars. I think it was just before you joined us, the Reading Games studio really made a Horlicks of the pair of them going into the bus stop chicane, which Schumann quite rightly wasn't particularly happy about, considering both of them were scrapping for position. But still, it doesn't matter what happens to Schumann, it seems. That McLaren in a straight line is head and shoulders over the Ferrari. As we saw earlier, because of that, the Ferrari got a good run coming out the bus stop because Schumann was affected by the lapping Reading Games car. And as soon as the Ferrari came out of the slipstream, the McLaren started pulling away.
I should point out as well that the Reading Game, Jordi Laris, is last a lap down on the next car, which is the last of the GD3, or Mark Verardi. As there we go, Zagrodnev gets lapped by the 139 of Listola. Just going around his teammate there, Peter Schumann. And this could allow Zagrodnev to take advantage, actually, in all the confusion here. This is that Precker coming out the pits in the full throttle number 50, or somebody coming out the pits, certainly. In the LMP2, I think, and it's getting very hectic behind. That's Neto in the middle of a swarm of prototypes here.
And Neto once again has had another drive-through penalty whilst you've been gone.
Oh dear. Poor Elisio. He's in so much of a setup work this year. Zagrodnev now trying to go around the outside, and there we go. Oh, that looks like Nathan.
That's
Howard
Westy with Howard, yeah.
Trying to lap Westy. He's trying to lap him.
I think that's the other way around, actually.
Oh, up the inside then. Defends. Peter Schumann pushes Zagrodnev out wide. That was a little bit naughty there from Peter Schumann. And contact made. And is that Eliseo Neto going around then?
Yeah, that was Neto just trying to go for a gap that was ever diminishing. I don't quite understand the fact that he's already a couple of laps down. Why he's trying to mess about with this battle for third.
Yeah, Perez is desperately trying to unlap himself as we see Davis pit from the overall lead. And he has got those a pretty big gap to Guerrero, who's also coming in, so should be comfortably ahead still for the Scuderia Morea number 87. But meanwhile, Zagrodnev very much eager to get back onto the podium here. And Peter Schumann, the only thing standing in his way at the present moment of that ambition, as round the outside goes the hypercar and nearly hit the side of Schumann there. Schumann made a little late move to get back on the racing line and almost was collected there.
Just look how much ground Zarganov makes up on the brakes in turn one. We've got a yellow out and
that's the car that just went by them. He
Yeah.
just spun off in the background, the hypercar. That must be it's not Guerrero, he's in the pits. I think it might have been Norbert Brecker, yes. Here he is. Going to lap them again then. Or try to, at least. Oh, that's the long way around Norbert in the full throttle car. It feels like all these hypercars in second, third, fourth, and fifth made so many mistakes. It's Brecken out, goes up the inside of Zagardinev. And now Schunemann is his next target around the outside. And it's that battle resolved then. And so we can refocus then on that third place fight, which is comfortably the closest. I felt like we'd sort of been neglecting the GT3s for the first hour and a half or so. And then we've basically just watched Zagardinev fight with Schunemann and Bonhard for like the last 20 minutes or so.
And it has been fairly interesting. When it was the three of them, it was definitely an interesting battle. And Zarganev just wasn't able to keep with the pair of them as long as Schumann had slipstream, or one of them had slipstream over the other. They just had the pace to drop Zarganev on the straights. But now Schumann hasn't got that luxury of a toe. We're seeing that Zarganev's he's able to get close, but I think the frustration for him is as soon as they get on a straight, that there's just no slipstream. What slipstream?
Yeah, it's interesting how it works, isn't it? With these, because you would think these cars would be quite evenly matched, the McLaren and the Ferrari at this circuit with the straights, because both of them are pretty good at acceleration and straight line speed, whereas the BMW is probably better in the more technical, sort of twistier sections, which this circuit doesn't have too many of, and that's why you saw Neto really quick in qualifying and then struggling to keep cars behind in the race, because the BMW just doesn't have the sheer top speed at the top end to really it just gets closed in very quickly by these Ferraris and McLarens. But Hallam Voice doing very, very well in the Boyd Transport 306 BMW to keep convincingly ahead of Paparinopoulos and Lucas Bud in their Ferraris. So it's not impossible to get a BMW into the top 5 here. It's just very, very difficult.
And interestingly, I don't know if you saw, but we saw the XRL esports car getting a 10-second penalty, I believe, was for causing an incident with the Racing Zone car, which I think was the incident that caused the second Code 80 that we saw earlier.
Was that Howard then who did that? Oh, and they're both coming into the pits. This is interesting.
This is going to be a race on pit lane. In theory, where Zarganev has been benefiting from a slipstream, that's going to mean that he's possibly used less fuel, so he could have a slightly quicker stop here.
Yeah, so it was 35 laps in the first stint for Peter Schumann, 33 in this stint. And Zagardinev, 35, 33, so it's identical strategies then. No wonder they're coming in together. And it'd be interesting to see if either of the teams goes for a driver change here as well. Oh, it's a bit tight. Geordie just unlapping himself from, that looks like a Horvath. Is it? Oh, it was one of the, it might be Zidzi actually, yeah, in the Scuderia Marrera car. And Gutierrez, I think, has gotten on board the Speedo Racing team, and I think we've really got to hand it to Speedo Racing team because they were so far down at the end of the first lap, and they've really recovered well and kept their heads while all the other hypercars, apart from the 87, seem to have lost theirs.
Schumann is Zarganev still in the pit box as well?
It would appear so.
Yeah.
It's a shuffle over.
And
There we go, and Zagarnev gets going first.
So, as I expected, spending almost an entire stint in the slipstream has potentially saved Zarganev a bit of fuel, which has allowed him to jump Schumann in the pit stop.
Yeah, so the Finneron having to take on more fuel and losing track position crucially. Where are they going to emerge out? They're probably going to be ahead of Lucas Bud then. Let's see, where... Let's see. Bud is about 54 seconds behind the pair of them. So yeah, Bulio, after his incident... that was Bulio in the LMP2 Optimnal, of course. I keep forgetting that it's him. And Paparinopoulos a bit further. Yeah, so Bud has really lost touch with the 162, which, to be fair, is not that surprising because Santos put in a really, really good first stint, and it was always going to be a bit tricky for Bud to live up to that. As Hallam Voice now pits from third in the 306, which is going to hand a final podium position to the 162. But Bonhard has been slowly chipping away at Schmid's lead, so we could have a fight between Trax VR and EP Lab for the overall win here.
Yeah, indeed, and obviously Bonhard being released from the battle that was Schumann and Zarganev, he's taken 5 seconds out of the lead since dispatching of those two.
Yeah, it really shows how much being stuck behind a pair of drivers can really cost you, even with the slipstream that you get. And Bonhard, is he going to go for an undercut here? No, he's going to pick the exact same lap that Schmid is ahead of him.
Indeed, and this is kind of what we saw in Mugello. We saw Mugello at Bonhard in Mercedes having a bit of a tough stint, and actually, hang on a minute, is he getting? He is getting serviced. I was going to say he seems to be quite a bit far forward in his pit box, and for a moment then I thought, does that mean the BMW is actually occupying the same pit box? But no.
Yeah, Zoltan Toff in for a service as well in the racing zone. But yeah, Bonhard, yeah, the rear tyres definitely on the jacks. And it'll be interesting to see if Bonhard can close the gap, because it's close if he's saved a bit more fuel, like we saw
Zarganev
Vokin do. Zarganev. I think they've actually, have they changed drivers, because it's Daniel Shivoshkin back on board the Ferrari. So interesting, they got out ahead despite the driver change as well, if they were able to put that in, unless I missed that or something. But yeah, it looks like Simon Kingsbury is now aboard the Boyd Transport 306. You go out, look on board with Bonhard, gets a beautiful view of the evening sun at the main straightaway. Everyone crossing the line on the right. And this means Paparinopoulos will, of course, take the lead, as he does so now in the 162. I'm staying out a bit longer because I think that's due to the Code 80, essentially. You sort of figure this out then. So Paparinopoulos, 31 laps on this side. He did 40 in the first stint on the hards. Is there. Bentz, Bacchi and Avari gets out then. And it's been a driver change, but they still have closed. So it looks like it's Sarakas getting aboard the 163 then. Stavros Sarakas. Interestingly then, so Bonhard is going to come out right, Bacchi Navari, so he's going to come out right behind then in that Trax VR number 11. So we've got Mercedes versus Ferrari, but what could be the race lead then once Paparinopoulos pits. See, briefly yellow in the first sector, but that clears fairly quickly. So 1.5 seconds the gap for Bankinavari to close. We've got a 16-second gap to Shivokin behind in the Cyberlinks. Then it's Schunemann, who's 14 seconds back. Kingsbury another 10 seconds back, and Lucas Budd 31 seconds back. Also got the battle for second between Gutierrez and Winderia, which is about 5 seconds. But I think Trax VR versus EP Lab is got to be the main fight then for the next phase of the race. And look at the lights already on that Mercedes Ryan.
The sun does appear to be setting at this point in time, and the lights already on the Mercedes. I guess running them now so you don't forget to. It's one less thing to think about when it does get dark. And yes, the Mercedes hunting down the Ferrari. And if what we saw from Zarganev is anything to go by, that Ferrari isn't particularly slippery in a straight line. So I can see this being easy taking as the car's going wide.
Yeah, that's going to make it even easier if Sarakas keeps doing that. But he just get the braking point wrong for turn 1. So easy to do. And is Bankinavari going to pounce here up the inside at turn 4? He is, because once again the EP Lab goes wide, but it still gets a decent exit here. So the Mercedes will have to tuck in and then focus on the next couple of corners ahead of the banking.
Indeed, and although the EP Lab car did run wide, it meant they actually had a better run out of the corner, so pulled out a car length or two on the Trax VR car.
Of course, the other thing about this is that Sarakas, if he holds up Bankinavari, he's actually helping out his teammate Paprinopoulos as well, if his alternate strategy.
Indeed. So that car's Paprinopoulos is about 41 seconds up the road.
It's true, he has been lapping pretty competitively. Now he's got some clean air, the world champion. 143 last time around. Oh, and that's a bit tight with, that looks like, is that Scuderia Moreira? Oh, and pushing Sarakas out of the way and allowing Bankinavari to pounce up the inside as they go towards the banking. Now the Ferrari's got to tuck in and hope that it gets the slipstream it needs.
Indeed, and the Ferrari's generally good on the brakes, but it seems like Sarakas has been struggling to get that car stopped in the heavy braking zone, so it'll be interesting to see how it goes in turn 1. Just lifting off a little bit early and trying to look for that inside line, but
he's focusing on his exit here, isn't he?
Bankinavari.
That looks like Eliseo Neto's car coming out the pits.
Covering the inside line.
Who's on board that car now? Looks like I believe it might be William Novak who's gotten on board now. So then, lap 86 with 2 hours 20 minutes elapsed, and Davis in the Scuderia Moreira 87 still leads Gutierrez by a lap, but Gutierrez has been closed in by Winderia over the last couple of laps. The Optim, the Lee Sports car, has been setting some great pace, and there we go. Gutierrez is being actually held up by Toff in the racing zone. He seems to be trying to unlap himself. So now the gap just 7 tenths between the two hypercars in that battle for second. So Nathan Winderia has been really fighting to get back into this fight and nearly hits the wall there as he tries to position himself up the inside of the EP Lab. That must be Paprinopoulos, the 83 class leader. And now there they are, right together on track, first and second.
I also think the number 1 car driven by Toff at the moment is actually now 3 laps down from the leader.
Oh, look at this. Gutierrez really struggling, and he's going to appear. There we go, in the rear mirror. Had to time that one well. But that's a great move then by Winderia just to take advantage of where Gutierrez was really struggling in this stint. Yeah, that's Optimnal back onto the second step of the podium then. But unfortunately, they are a lap behind Davis. So And Davis still lapping very competitively, 1:34.0 last time around.
Gutierrez is running the purple marked tyre. Is that the hard?
Is the hard, yes. So,
Yeah.
and how long has he been on them? Let's have a look. He's been on them 8 laps. Windira has been on the mediums 14, yes. So I think Isa and Gutierrez is really just struggling for tyre preservation there.
Well, I wouldn't say so. That early in and being on the harder compound tyres, I think it is just generally, well, a pace difference, but also you will expect the medium compound tyre to yield a little bit more pace than the harder compound tyre. You're going to see a bit more longevity, though, from the hard compound tyre.
It did look like the hard just had no grip, though, in the infield, because he was just easy to, like, slide up the inside, and he was just stranded on the outside there with Gutierrez. But anyway, the battles still rage on. Is Listola still holding on to 4th ahead of Westy by nearly 100 seconds, actually. So he's done well to build that gap, but unfortunately, Listola's in sort of no man's land in not just the race, but the championship as well. Currently, Nick Westy doing enough for EFA Racing to hold on. As Listola, just about holds onto that slide there. Dramatic.
As Paparina Pinafol as
Paparina Pineapple.
No, that's not quite what I said, but it might have came out like that. I'm not sure. Pitting from the lead of GT3.
You can just call him Antoni if you're struggling. There we go. It's Horvath then in the 66, and after all those early penalties, Horvath has really gotten himself back into contention in 3rd on merit.
Stopped
Partly
car
through
at turn
pitting.
1.
Oh, we have a stopped car at
If you
turn
can't
1.
get the car going again, Ryan, please escape to pits.
It's Ryan Mazumda, by the sounds of things, who's gotten on board the reading game. See if I can find him in the order. Here he is. Oh, that's not good. Not sure how Mazumda's managed that.
I'm guessing that's he's just
Lost the rear, yeah.
Yeah, lost the rear. I think potentially done a downshift a bit too quickly and locked the rear diff, and it's just had a bit of a slide off into turn 1. However, it
Ryan, if you can't restart the engine, escape the garage, please.
There, you've got flashing lights which
He's
suggest
been told to escape to the garage because he can't restart the engine. No race
yeah.
direction there. And there we go. So Nikombe getting a little annoyed with Ryan Mazumda's attempts to continue there. But that's big. That's a real disappointment for Tom Dillon because he wouldn't have wanted reading games A to end. And now their hopes rest with Lucas Budd and the team of the 485 Hunterbird Simulation reading game car, which is down in 7th, 29 seconds behind Kingsbury. So turn 1 is now clear, so there'll be no need for a code 80.
And so far, how would you assess the change from the Aston Martin to the Ferrari so far?
I think the feedback from the drivers, even though it's a few different drivers than usual, most of them seem to think it just handles a bit better, especially at this circuit, which is mainly straights. The Ferrari's just a more comfortable car to be on board, essentially. With the Aston Martin at Suzuka, everyone was complaining that basically it was extremely tentative. And the Ferrari, I think the Aston Martin can still be quick if you set it up well, but unfortunately, despite the best efforts of Eliezer Neto to sort of help us out, he was driving for us over the season as well, it's not quite worked out. And I think Elieze's setups were also very twitchy at the back end in places as well, that he'd sort of set them up for qualifying and then just sort of hold on through the race. So I think a lot of our drivers struggle a little bit with that. But anyway, but I think I told them beforehand, because one of my drivers was like, oh, I'm really not quick here. And I was like, well, you don't have to be quick. You sort of just have to get to the end without making too many mistakes. And it's better to have 4 drivers where all of them are, rested and, able to get into the car and do a decent job. Ooh.
I couldn't tell if that was shadows or some lockup going into turn 1 for someone ahead.
It might be the reading game, which actually has got back in. Looks like. So actually, it's not the end for Ryan Mazumda. He's been able to get back to the pits, and the engine was just about alive, I think. So Ryan is still in the race. a long way down on the next car, 5 laps to the next car. So it's going to be a difficult afternoon for reading game as somebody behind in the hypercar almost goes well off track. And indeed does
Go
so.
off track, yeah.
That's not Norbert Brecker, is it? It is Norbert Brecker. Sorry, Norbert. Norbert's usually a very, very good driver. These hypercars catch out even the best of them, as we've seen with Toff and the World Championship winning car down at 2 laps down after having so many difficulties early on.
Actually, well, 3 laps down now, because if you think Winraya is 1 lap off of Davis by the looks of things, and then Toff's a further 2 laps down than that, then potentially 3 laps down from the lead.
So actually even further behind than the intervals make it seem. But yeah, there's Simon Kingsbury. Extended the gap a little bit to Lucas Bud, 31 seconds. Only 2 behind Paparinopoulos, who of course has pit a bit later, so the 162 has got slightly fresher tyres. So effectively the 306 has been overcut here.
The BMW new for this season. It's definitely showed its strengths, but definitely got a few weaknesses around this Daytona circuit.
Certainly a lot of poles for the BMW this season, but not a lot of race wins because the 160 and the Ferrari have been doing so well. It looks like I've negotiated to do an extra stint, as we see. That looks like Ben's Horvath going a little wide, and then having... Oh, that looks like the 87 just going around the outside of both of them, I think. So Horvath in a bit of a tricky situation there, as Listola pits from 4th. This is interesting.
Yeah, so we must be at the next round of the LMP2 pit stops, because Listola is, I think if I remember correctly, Listola's always been the first to pit out of the LMP2.
Well, him and Westy, him and the 46 were, weren't they? And they've had issues with that. That's why they're so far behind in the 46 with their penalty. Was it a penalty? Yeah. There was something that went wrong for the 46.
Yeah, they did get a... Oh no, it was when they had the half spin and getting T-boned on turn 1 from the...
That was it, yes.
Optimal car.
Optimal did get the penalty for that, I think. So.
I think it was more of a racing incident, that one. Obviously.
Oh, they did, yeah. Yeah, it was a racing incident.
I saw... I think it was Freeman and Westy. That one was looked into a moment ago, and I think the Freeman 139 has been given a warning. I think that was for contact that we saw between the pair of them going through the loop earlier on lap 73.
Anyone interested in Toff's progress? He's been lapping 2 seconds a lap faster than Gutierrez and Preca consistently.
And spins.
Oh, he did. Oh, well, it was going well, Norbert, Zoltan, sorry, to catch Norbert. But now he's very much facing the wrong way, and he has to wait for everyone to come through. Reverses out quickly, and now he's exactly where Ron Mazumda was a few laps ago. And all that hard work pretty much undone. Now he's about to be lapped by Gutierrez again, I think.
It looks that way. It's not been the best of days for the championship winners. Today's just I think going to be a day.
It's one of those situations, isn't it, where they lost so much ground early on that Toff is now in this position where he has to take crazy risks to try and catch back up, like lapping 2 seconds a lap faster than third and fourth. And it's not really worked out for him. They're the beneficiaries. Chris Davies not ended up with a big fight with Racing Zone, sadly, across the whole distance, as he now comes in for another... Oh no, that's the first corner. Somebody had just come out of the pits. That's, of course, the 139 of Thomas Abascal, who's obviously swapped with Cal Listola. Abascal's now 34 seconds down on Westy. And both teams have had the driver change, although the 46 changed drivers much earlier in the race. It was a very aggressive strategy by EFA Racing. but I believe once the pit stops filter out, the 139 should still be ahead.
Yes. Obviously, they got affected by the incident earlier on in the wet race, and so that means I think we should expect to see Westian in the next couple of laps. Howard is pitting
Howard
from
in
the
from the lead. That's going to hand it to Mercedes for a while.
Indeed.
But it's an interesting strategy from XRL because they've just kept doing these 22, 21 lap stints on the mediums.
Oh,
And they're not bothered with any of the Code 80s. Oh, and is that Mazunda's lost his rear wing again?
Yep, looks that way.
That's not encouraging for a reading game then. The story, it doesn't get any better, sadly. But Howard and Mercedes in. And Zoltan Toff, oh, is that him recovering from a spin there in the infield?
I'm not sure. He
slow
definitely seemed to be taking quite a wider than usual line into the loop.
He did set a 47-second first sector there compared to it's usually 40 or 39 seconds with the hypercars. The last lap as well, 147, but I think Toff may have just come out the pits as well on another set of soft tyres. Could explain why they're wearing at the end of stints and he was spinning. But yeah, all the LMP2 starting to populate the pit lane now. Mercedes, Horvath, Howard, Ziddy. So Westy might actually get back on the lead lap now, depending on the strategy here. In fact, he does. There we go. He's probably a little bit too far behind to get ahead of Howard, but he might catch Horvath, depending on how this stint works out. As Mercedes now, it looks like Mercedes might have actually come out in the lead then, as a penalty for Mercedes, as seems to be the running theme of this race, people speeding in the pit lane and getting penalties. But there we go, Mercedes who just come out in the lead ahead of Howard by 9 seconds. Now that's all undone, because he has to go in and serve that penalty.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a lot of drivers this race getting done for speeding in the pit lane. I don't know if that's from not getting it slowed down quick enough on entry, or if some of them are getting a bit too trigger happy on taking the pit lane off when at pit exit maybe.
Yeah, looks also like Westy's pulled a nearly 50-second gap. It was about 30 seconds when Abascal came out the pits, and it looks like Thomas Abascal has started to lose touch a bit with EFA Racing, which is not good for their championship, because it could mean once the EFA 46 pits, it could come out quite close, a bit closer to it than would be comfortable for Thomas Abascal. They are still pretty much looking good for fourth at the moment in Avant, but there's still more work to do if they want to snatch away that championship. I really think realistically first or second with a poor result for EFA Racing. They need them outside. They need to win with EFA Racing 5th or worse, or finish second with them 9th or worse. And considering I think 9th place is Brian Mazumda, who's quite a way down. In fact, in the pit lane at the moment. So I'm pretty sure it would be difficult for if they finish. They really have to win. Essentially, it's a sort of win or bust situation for Finavant here.
Yeah, unless something really bad happens to Westy and the 46 car, EFA Racing.
Yeah. So just a reminder of the points. So if EFA Racing, if some tragedy befell them, then if I just try and find the rules, yeah, it would be 19 points for third that they would need, but that will put them equal. I'm not sure how it will go in terms of wins, because neither of them won any races this season, so it would come down to second places, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Have a look. Just in case that unlikely slips up, as we look at Lucas Budd in the Hunter Birch car, which we've not seen a whole lot of, but he's been lapping fairly consistently, keeping the gap to Kingsborough fairly stable. no need for the Kingsbury rules to be in effect because there's no battle. I guess, to use a crappy pun. So let's have a look. EFA Racing Team have got 2 second places from Hockenheim and Le Mans, and they've got a 3rd place from Suzuka. Finovond 139 have got 3 3rd places and no 2nd places. So yeah, if it's a draw, it would still be in favour of EFA Racing 46 then. So 3rd, if they retired, would not be enough for Finovond 139. They have to finish 2nd or 1st. And there's no bonus points for fastest lap or anything come to mind. So. Oh, Novak gets a penalty. That's not good for the XRL BMW, which is still lapping at the very back of the field, I think, ahead of Ryan Mazumda, who's still in the pit lane.
Baskel's been given a penalty.
Oh, that's not good for Finovond. I wonder if that's for track limits or something.
I was gonna say, because he's long come out of pit lane, so I wouldn't have thought he'd be speeding. I'll just have a quick look at the...
Oh, there he is. He's missing his rear wing. But
Oh.
that's an even bigger setback for Thomas Baskel.
So a penalty and damage. I'm guessing...
He may have had to cut the bus stop, maybe. Oh, no, he's coming up to it now. He'll have to cut it anyway, but he'll go through the...
But then does that mean he's got a service penalty? Oh,
and he's stuck.
Stuck. That's...
Oh.
Yeah, I think...
Oh, there we go.
LMP2 cars and bus stop chicane tyre barriers, not a go. Is he going to have to come in and do his penalty before he comes in and gets damage
No,
repair?
I think he'll repair first.
Oh!
If he can even get there, this is going to be a bit of a wild ride, and this surely is going to hand 4th place to the 46, and potentially could be the end of, realistically, Finovond's title hopes here.
Yeah,
I'm surprised they've not called a code 80 for this. At least not that I've heard.
yeah, I think because he's kept himself in a safe position off the main circuit on the infield apron.
Yeah. A Williams Esports line, as they called it.
Yes, that was further on round the track. That was.
Or it was, yeah. I thought this is near the pit lane entry, though. There we go.
There we go.
One of my drivers was saying that he'd never driven Daytona before and he couldn't find the pit entry, which was quite worrying. So I'm hoping he has found it. I said it's after the last corner, it's on the left. I think he's saying he couldn't find the line for the pit entry. It's a bit of a weird one at Daytona, to be fair.
It's a few. Well, after a few drive-through penalties, they might realise.
Yeah, exactly. Probably going to be in the pits at some point. I'm amazed our car hasn't spin in the pits yet. There we go. Baskel gets on the jacks then. Anything else going on? I think Musadis may have actually used his pit. That's allowed Howard back into the lead then, hasn't it?
Yep, Howard back in the lead.
Yeah, it's been a bit nip and tuck really in terms of the strategy between XRL 21. Is it XRL that are 21? Yes, it is. And Nathan Howard, who's also XRL in the 148.
Yeah, and
So there's a bit of inter-team control of this race. It looked like Scuderia and Moreira had things in hand, and now Orgax is catching both of them. So it's an interesting scenario for the duo to be in, isn't it?
yeah, and everything changed around strategy-wise as a result of the 2 Code 80s that we had. Some people obviously taking a couple of splash and dashes in those Code 80s just to kind of top up and go a bit further on the stint. And that
Interesting. Shivokin has actually started to catch Sarakas for second in GD3. 145.7 last lap for Shivokin in the Cyberlinks, and Sarakas in the EP lap is set at 46.2. So half a second gain on that lap alone. So that 7-second gap is going to continue to come down. And I think this man, Stavros Saragas, could be in trouble in a few minutes' time. He's just lost touch with Banky Nivari since the pit stop, where he came out ahead, let's not forget.
Yeah, you can see relying quite a lot on the traction control through those two corners that we saw, and yeah, just coming along the banking.
Yeah, it looks like Lucas Burda's pit and come out behind Zoltan Kovacs by a second. That's actually the closest battle on track, I think. We'll take a look at that, see how that develops. The Ferrari versus the HHR McLaren, I believe. Have a look, see if we can see it on the top of that green nose. Oh, a little bit deep from Lucas into turn one. But Kovacs very much in sight. 0.6 seconds the gap now. And it should be a case that Lucas Buda's got the fresher tyres then. We're on to lap 100, by the way. Yep, so Kovacs has done 25 laps. Lucas Buda's done just the one. We should have a big advantage here. As you see, a Pascal continuing to be fixed in the pit lane and plummeting down the LMP2 order. So anyone who was hoping for a dramatic sting in the tail in the LMP2 Championship, unfortunately, is going to be a little bit disappointed then with 7 hours to go, unless something truly spectacular. Yeah, still plenty of time, but you think EERC Racing, they've been in this sort of situation before and managed it very well to hold on to second place. They might not even need a win to seal the championship, which would be very unusual.
Just looking at, I was just I amazed you didn't go for a Coles microphone on the side of that livery. The microphone of commentators.
Ah, is it? It's sort of a condenser microphone.
Yeah.
I think it's more a generic clip-art, essentially, we found. And Nick Cohen would kindly put the livery together, because part of the reason why we couldn't use a different car for Suzuka is because we hadn't got a livery ready in time. So Nick sort of helped put this together, and it definitely does the job, and does it in quite some fashion as well. So got the good old green.
Definitely stands out. On there. Different, well, a lighter shade of green, isn't it, compared to the
to the usual
Aston Martin, yeah.
And certainly it's unusual to see a green Ferrari in anything, really. Yeah. So Shavokian has got the gap to 5 seconds to Sarakas. As it looks like Lucas Buda is starting to lose a little bit of touch with Kovacs, so maybe he's just not really got the raw pace to challenge at this phase. Or maybe he's just playing the long game, waiting for Kovacs to pit in front of him, because he is 26 laps into this stint now. The GT3s tend to go about 30 laps, don't they, on the mediums before pitting?
Yeah.
In fact, Wood did about 27 before pitting on his previous stint. As there's Nick Westy.
Yeah, and obviously with Baskel still apparently getting pit service, there we go. This definitely takes the pressure off of the EERC Racing team. Obviously, we kind of saw a few mistakes and errors creeping in from the EERC Racing team in the first part of the race, but the pressure is pretty much off, and they just got to get the car to the end now. Now that effectively the closest rivals are a couple laps down from them now.
Yeah, I believe Harvey Shepherd's out of the race, so Boy Transport number 40 officially out of even mathematical contention. And then it's Sunset 84 who are sixth on the road. And it's showing us still in the pit lane, but I'm pretty sure they're out on track somewhere. Yeah, they're about 5 seconds behind Zidzi, actually. So there could be a good battle going on there between Altuntas, sorry.
Zidzi is a lap down on Westy.
Yeah, Westy recovered really well from that incident earlier with the optimal bumping into him. spinning. We haven't looked at the YouTube chat the whole race, have we? We should see what people are saying. Probably not a whole lot. With 7 hours still to go then. There we go. 10 hours. I have to scroll all the way down to my subscription folder to find it on YouTube. Yeah, 27 people watching at the moment. Nico says Vamos Speedo Racing. James Howe says we was 1 km/h over on pit entry. So yeah, that's how tight it is. It's people getting the entry wrong. We also have support for Nathan Winderia in the chat. With the mirror below, Mafioso says, "Come on, optimal mirror blow." So Winderia is 87 seconds behind Preca and Gutierrez then after the pit stops. But here he is then, desperately trying to. I think he's on a different pit strategy too. Then. Somebody, Nick Newcomb says, "Turn sound off on Discord," which unfortunately I don't think I can do. I actually have to turn sound off on the screen sharing, otherwise I just hear myself twice. It's a bit of a nightmare, and everyone else as well. But, have a look. We've got Gutierrez, who's done 25 laps on the hard tyre. Preca, then 27 laps on the soft tyre, I think, which is the blue one. And Winderia on the mediums has done 8 laps. So yeah, he's definitely should be able to at least get back past Preca, but Gutierrez might be a tougher nut to crack. Seems to calm down quite a lot around, so I guess this is now the phase where things have stopped happening. We can just talk about whatever rooms.
Yeah, and I think we've had all the excitement from 2 hours, and some drivers starting to get a bit tired into the race, and a few mistakes starting to appear. So it's stagnated things a little bit, but as we tend to find, there's always a bit of a lull, and then it's straight back at it again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also doesn't help is that this is the same as a Grand Prix sprint weekend, so pretty much every day. Like, people weren't practicing last night because they were watching qualifying. People are sort of not wanting to do the stint that collides with the sprint race today as well. Or sprint qualifying as well. And there's Dan Hayek, sorry, in the Optimal Esports entry. And Hayek, of course, a very experienced Formula Sprint 2 driver. He's been got, I think, 10 points finishes this season in Formula Sprint 2 GPVWC, of course. And in fact, he's one of the drivers that we're in talks with for Hunter Birch Simulation's entry into Formula Sprint 2 to get on the Grand Prix virtual ladder. It'd be interesting to see what happens there. We're really excited about that team entry. We've also got Fahid Ahmed, who is going to be in action in the Hunter Birch car later on. He's going to be in that. We also got Caroline Harvig, who is the sister of Matthias Harvig, who was narrowly finished third and narrowly lost out on second, actually, in FSR Academy this season, which I was also commentating on with Jessica Ball. Remember, he also helped out at Le Mans. Commentary there. There was a great run to the line where Istvan Single basically was just held on to second by, I think it was 33 thousandths of a second, as we see Preca pit. And because of that, Istvan Single held on to second from Matthias Harvig in the Drivers' Championship by a point, essentially. It was very, very close. And yeah, Matthias Harvig, in fact, I think Caroline Harvey said they were doing the GPVWC Academy race here at Daytona, actually. And Caroline Harvey said her monitor failed, so basically Matthias let borrow his really expensive rig to race, and Caroline had no idea how to use it. So she really struggled a bit, but she's a very, very good defensive driver, so I think she'll come very much in handy in reverse grid races if she gets the call up, because the Pioneers have her as the reserve driver, ahead as the second driver, and hopefully Dan Hadjic is the lead driver, or indeed somebody else that we're in talking with, in case Dan wants to stay at the reading game team who are already in FS2, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I'm really, really excited about that, because we are looking good to win British Touring Cars with Mike Bell. I think it'd be great to sort of expand as we see Chris Davis lap Banky Nivari. So the two class leaders are overlapping briefly on track. Banky Nivari just about lets the Scuderia Moreira hypercar through. And there's Preca, who I believe has just pit and come out only 2 seconds ahead of Winderia. So actually, this has not worked out as well as I think Optimna would have hoped there. Because Winderia finds himself with a bit of a deficit and work to do here, because Preca now on fresh tyres is right ahead on track.
Well held, that man.
I looked in the background like Winderia went a little bit wide into turn 1 as well, just really pushing to try and close that 2-second gap. So it was pretty similar between the two. 1:31.9. Oh dear, as we see Davis pit again.
Looked to be an LMP2 car that was off.
Altuntus is now only 3.5 seconds then behind Zidzi on that battle for 5th. So Sunset looking to get back into the top 5 here. And Toff in the wall. So the problems strike again for Racing Zone.
At the bus stop again as well.
Exactly, he's just gone straight on there. It's a rerun of what happened to Hives early in the race, isn't it? And that's seriously damaged the steering. Let's have a look as he goes on the banking and gets onto the.
I think there's a bit of steering damage there.
There is a bit, and the car just looks a little bit hobbled. So Zoltan is really gonna have to pit and repair the damage and lose yet another lap to the rest of the hypercar field as Davis comes in and knows, well, that's the only man who could beat him on pace, potentially, or the only team, rather, that could beat them on pace, is once again in difficulties. But to be fair, Gutierrez now back on the lead lap, as this is an oddly, slightly lengthy lap for Davis, actually. Lengthy stop, sorry.
Yeah, it could be a driver change, maybe.
We also see Sarakas is now 8 tenths then behind Peter Schoenman. There's a rerun, 163 versus 444. I think the 163 is pit quite recently, hasn't it?
Yeah, possibly. Schumann, who's been in the car since the start.
Oh, he's done 21 laps, actually, Sarakas, in this stint.
Yeah, so it was like...
he's done 23.
Sarakas was in second at one point.
He was in second, and it feels like he's even made a mistake or something, because Shvokin and Schumann have got through. So this could get very, very tasty indeed if Sarakas is eager to get back through. There is Gutierrez lapping them. Gutierrez is now only going to be about 43 seconds then behind the lead in hypercar, now that Pajoud exits the pit lane. Winderia still 3 seconds behind Preca then. So, yeah, the 87 can't feel too comfortable then, because Speedo have really been impressing and really like lapping consistently, not particularly... actually, Gutierrez set 1:33.8, which was faster than Preca and Winderia last lap as well. So Gutierrez, he's been keeping the pressure high, and Pajoud has really got to have his wits about him to make sure he doesn't... Because if there's a mistake that puts him in the wall, there's Sarakas, just gets out of the way of... that looks like the 66, isn't it? It's Forgax then. He's only 24 seconds by Musadis. See, I think top 3 in LMP2 is very, very close indeed. But I'll tell you one thing that's closer. 4th, 5th and 6th then. Let's see if we can get back to Ziddy and Emir Altuntus. Yeah, and Ziddy's trying to lap the traffic, isn't he? So no wonder he's being held up a bit here.
And that, yeah. So obviously this car was leading at one point quite comfortably. And the Sunset car, as we were informed, had its incident out at the bus stop chicane, which brought them back into pit lane for repairs. So this is a recovery.
Yeah, if that had not happened, they'd probably be leading or fighting for the lead with Howard right now, wouldn't they?
Well, yeah, they would have been leading because they pitted from the lead and they were quite comfortably ahead of Howard.
Yeah. And it's interesting because I feel like Mercedes is probably a bit faster than Howard, but Howard has just stayed out of the pits for longer. And that's sort of enabled his strategy to work here. The 148 strategy, we haven't seen their teammates in action just yet, of course. .6 seconds now is the gap between Altuntas and Alan Zidzi. Or Zidi. I struggle with that now. It's one of those Hungarian names with lots of harsh consonants and Zs in there. Zs I always struggle with in Hungarian names for some reason. It's an Anglo problem, I think, for me. I'm trying to anglicize everyone's name.
I mean, I can't. I think, admittedly, I struggle with most names, so I can't really say too much.
Okay, Ryan. Well, in fact, before you're about to say, I struggle with your name. What's your name? Eduardo Hunter? Okay. Yeah, it looks like Sarakas still 2 seconds behind Schoenemann. So Schoenemann actually has fought back a little bit against the 163, keeping his hopes of holding on to that try and challenge for a second in the team's championship alive. But at the moment, he would only be gaining 2 points. He needs to gain 20. So he needs something bad to happen to that 163. But it does feel like the 162 slowly marching its way through the GD3 order could well be a big threat later on for the podium places. And Trax VR built up a 27-second gap now to Shvokin and the Cyberlinks car. So the Mercedes, probably one of the stronger GD3 cars at this track, and the Trax VR have taken full advantage of it here. Also looks like Lucas Bird is pitting in the Hunter Birch. So that's their attempt to try and undercut and gain ground on the 306 then. Interested to see if that works. Also got a big gap to Delhi in the HHR, who's about over 60, under 70 seconds behind them. As Altuntas is really hanging it all out here to try and catch the Scuderia Moreira 66 of Balin Zidi.
Yeah, both of them pretty much made the same mistake in turn one there. It seemed Altuntas followed Zidi in there.
Yeah, we also got the battle between Precker and Winderia caught up again, because Winderia has got the gap down to 9/10 of a second, and it was 3 seconds, and suddenly Precker's tyres are starting to drop off a cliff here. And there we go, he laps the LMP2 just before the bus stop as well, which will be much to the annoyance of Winderia. They'll allow him to build the gap just over a second again, but meanwhile, Altuntas, he hasn't given up either. That's 5th place, just beckons to him. And City is going to be really under pressure in a few moments' time.
Indeed, and actually, Zidi's managed to pull out a couple of car lengths on this lap so far.
Traffic ahead as well. They're going to have to hope they can negotiate it on the banking here. They're going to catch the GD3, but there's a prototype ahead of them as well, and another GD3. This looks like one of the EP lab cars, and Zidi has to wait before tucking out to the right there. Now it's Altuntas' turn. Needs to clear this EP lab before turn 1. 7/10 of a second the gap. Can't afford to let that grow any bigger. Round the outside, he sweeps into turn 1. This time he gets the braking dead on. And now, with hour 3 completed, only 7 remain in the EERC 10 hours of Daytona. Ooh, look at that. That's the full throttle car. No, it's the Finnavon. Yes, it looks like Peter Schoenemann is only 2 seconds ahead of Sarakas now. The GD3 is having to get out of the way of the prototypes really allows Schumann to sort of help build the gap back up again, but he's being slowly caught by Sarakas despite that. Oh, and Precker now within 8/10 because Windiria's got ahead. There we go, and around the outside of the LMP2, looks like Forgax. He's just a lap there. There we go. He must have made it through at the bus stop then while we were watching the other battle. And Precker has got to hope his straight line speed will save him here, but I believe Windiria, let's look at the tyre difference here. Precker on the softs, of course.
Big slide from Precker there.
And Windiria on the
medium. And he's lost it!
Oh, round he goes. Oh, and Forgax almost follows him there. But that's not the first time we've seen Precker lose it at the infield. And that's going to be a big sigh of relief for Optindon because that's going to really help them pull away in third position in this race and now close that 20-second gap to Gutierrez then, who's got to be the main target. There we go. Annoyingly for Altuntus, he's got a hypercar in the way here. That's the racing zone. That's Pankatai who's got back on board. Unfortunately for Pankatai, he's in an even worse situation than when he was last on board. 4 laps down on the next car, so it's going to be a lonely race with the world champions.
Well, I guess that they've saved all their mistakes for the last race where...
it doesn't matter too much.
It doesn't matter too much.
So, what's happened to Hunter Birch then? They've come out 13 seconds behind Skazboltzer Delhi in the HHR Hungarian Hobby Racers 36. And there they are. Zidi goes around the outside of the banking, and Altuntus, I think, is getting ready to do the same here. Oh no, he's going to run out of banking, so we'll have to do it into bus stop. And there we go, the Birch just pulls to the left without losing any time, so it's actually a minimal distraction there. As he just drifts in, and Hunter Birch goes around, so that's that looks like Lucas Bird completely losing it there. We'll try and find him. There he is. Yeah, just cutting across and going back, so maybe Lucas Bird's tyres are done for, which is surprising because he had just pit not too long ago, hadn't he? So,
yeah, and I think...
Yeah, only a lap ago as well, actually, so that is pretty disappointing for him. So this is a bigger issue.
With that, I'm gonna have to sign off for today. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I certainly enjoyed commentating with you, Ryan, this season, and we hope to have you back again for more EERC adventures next year. But also, if you want to commentate on anything else, let me know. I can probably put in a good word for you. As there we go, Zidi being held up there by the cyberlinks of Shivokin. And that allows Altuntus to close right back in again. But Altuntus just dips a wheel on the grass, and actually the Scuderia Mirror starts to escape again. So anyway, and speaking of escaping, I think it's your chance to escape now, right?
I'm just going to escape, and then hopefully it won't be too long, and then you'll be able to escape as well.
Yeah, 50 minutes I think until Tom is going to show up, but I might stay on another half hour before dinner because I haven't got much else on, apart from video editing, of course. I'll see how I feel. I'm certainly feeling a lot better than I did during qualifying, where I'd just woken up and I felt awful. But to be fair, I had a lot of cheese last night. It was a Cub Scout leader planning meeting, essentially, at the pub. And I just ordered the cheese board because I'd eaten before I got there, so probably ate a little too much.
Does that mean you had some funny dreams last night?
No comment. Cheese-related dreams may or may not have happened. I don't remember, if I'm being completely honest.
Anyway, it's been a fun season.
Altuntus. Look at Altuntus, just really breaking as late as he can into turn 1. But yeah, it has been a fun season, Ryan. I've really enjoyed it. But
and I'll see you guys next season.
Yeah, take care, Ryan, and best of luck in Downforce. Is it? Oh, F1 Couriers. We see somebody completely losing it in the LMP2. I think it's one of the optimal cars, just completely spinning at the exit turn 4. I keep trying to let you go, Ryan, and things keep happening.
I'm pressing the button.
There we go. Right, so Ryan Ferris exits the commentary box. We've still got 6 hours, 54 minutes to go. I'm going to be only on for another 49 minutes, to be honest, before Tom comes over to take over. Tom Dillon, of course. With, speaking of reading game, Ryan Mazunda still going 5 laps down on Mark Verardi, but Ryan, to his credit, still pushing as hard as he can. And he probably would have been in the Ferrari if Ryan had been a bit more upfront about his availability, but I guess going to uni was all a bit up in the air. And at least he's driving one of the reading game related cars, as Altuntas continues his pursuit of Ziddy for 5th position. Let's have a look at the comments in the chat then. By the way, we are also open to doing interviews for anyone who is interested. There's people watching in the chat. Pretty much all of them competitors, I'm sure. Vamos Izan. This is Alejandro, IRB. The Speedo racing fans all out in force. And the Gutierrez still holding that 20-second gap to Winderia. Now Altuntas looking closer than he has for a while to the back of Ziddy. So Balin Ziddy is going to be really on his toes here, trying to defend that 5th position in class. Be seeing too much of him depending on when he gets in. But no pressure. Of course, as Mercedes and Forgax visit the pit lane. I wonder if Ziddy or Altuntas will be following him in. Here we go, the gap's still 9/10 of a second. And are they coming in? Nope, they're going to carry on. So potentially this puts Westy back onto the lead lap of that podium fight. Howard, of course, is going to run long. Sarakas now back to 3 seconds behind Peter Schumann. So Schumann has fought back here to hold on to that 3rd place. Altuntas briefly drops to a 2nd behind then. The Wildcats logo on the side of that Sunset Motorsport car. The 84 eager to get in the fight here. Mercedes has got out first, by the way, in the 21, ahead of Forgax. Looks like I'm being joined by Chris Tompkins and Nick Homewood then in the commentary box. Hello, guys.
You sound lonely.
Don't I always? But anyway, Altuntas then, he's not lonely. He's got Balin Ziddy in the Scuderia Mura 66 car for company. And Sunset 84, who have won races before, of course, looking to get themselves back into the top 5 and back in that victory conversation. But they will have another lap to make up to Nick Westy. And it looks like, is Ziddy going into the... He is, there we go. So Altuntas is on his own again, but he is now in the top 5 and now going to try and overcut Ziddy in this stint as Howard now finally comes in from the lead, which is going to hand it potentially to Mercedes. Howard has lost a lot of time, hasn't he?
According to the 21 car, Mercedes has used the same tyres from the start of the race, apparently.
Ah,
2 hours,
he's not
10
changed tyres at all.
It's quite
That
impressive.
is impressive. Those hard tyres, he's not been putting a lot of pressure through them, has he? And Mercedes, he's not. I have to be honest. When I see Mercedes driving over categories, he hasn't struck me as someone who's particularly big on tyre preservation. He just uses the tyres. His Forgax is going to come through as well. So Howard is going to emerge from this, and perhaps this is the consequence of not pitting under the code 80. So he's finally going to be shuffled back to third then.
There's an awful lot of strategies going on. It's not the same races we usually have, but I think because there's so little tyre wear, you can get away with it here. Some people will want to keep stopping every lap and get the pace.
Driver change as well. Marcus Crawford gets on board then, because of course Nathan Howard had been driving since the beginning. He's weaving just to make sure the steering still works. Yeah, it's always a good idea. Precker now is very, very close to the back of Winderia, so he's starting to fight back here. So this is bad news for Optimal and good news for Full Throttle. But the EP lap gets right in the way there at the worst possible moment. And the gap now back up to 2 seconds. So this has been a really interesting fight for second in Hypercar, isn't it? Because Gutierrez has just stayed out of trouble and got back up to second, whereas Winderia, Precker, and especially the #1 Racing Zone car have sort of ended up tripping over each other.
Well, Gutierrez, I think he had lag at the start of the race and was a lap down after one lap. He's still a lap down, but he's ahead of everyone else.
Yes, exactly. So it really shows that even if you lose the lap at the start, there's no reason to give up. As we see Louis Hesketh get on board the 86 Scuderia Marrera car, which is interesting because Louis Hesketh, of course, got a top 9, didn't he, in the EERC British Touring Cars for Scuderia Marrera at Brands Hatch, which he was very proud of in the post-race interview.
Very happy.
So Louis, yeah, good to see Louis going onwards and upwards in his journey through sim racing. Schwokin now pits from second, which is going to hand it to Peter Schumann very briefly, unless Schumann's coming in as well, which he is.
I would guess that's a driver change as well.
They already had one driver change, so it's probably we're coming into the second driver changes, aren't we? I know one of my drivers who was hoping to get in is stuck in traffic at the moment, so he can't get into the car. It's Boratovsky, I think. He's actually sent a picture in the Hunter Birch Discord of just the traffic in front of him, so might be that Fahid Ahmed has to get in a bit earlier.
It's good practice, isn't it? I mean, maybe you should start weaving through the traffic to try.
Oh, a penalty for Dan Hayek in the Optinal LMP2. That's probably for pit lane speeding. Yeah. It's the entry that they're struggling with because they have to slow down from quite a high speed, don't they?
Yep. And if you haven't practiced, then the exit as well, because you think it's where the line is to end the oval pit lane, but you have to go all the way round past turn 1, 2, and 3, and then you turn off the limiter.
Indeed, it sort of plays with their patience, I guess, as Precker gets well over the curb in an attempt to try and close the gap to Winderia. It seems to work though. Within half a second now, he's got car of the Optimal in his sights. The sun going down there. Oh, that's is that Winderia coming in? It is, I think.
Winderia, yeah, he's in the pits.
That was lucky. I went to the back-facing camera accidentally and saw him going into the pits there. As Precker really slides out and slides a lot and right into the wall there. He brushed it there. He's probably going to get away with that one.
Yeah.
Look at the steering as he comes out of turn 4. He is really pushing. Yeah, another slide on. The steering is mostly straight, entirely straight then. But Precker certainly pushing. He's certainly under pressure, isn't he, to try and jump Winderia, who he knows is now going to try and undercut him. Dan Hyatt comes in to serve that penalty. But not speed again.
To the 87, the Marrera car, then they're still all in the hunt. Except the Racing Zone car. They need a bit of a miracle. But, yeah. There's still 7 hours left to go, so a lot can happen.
Yeah. I should apologise, by the way, to both of you, because in the British Touring Cars chat, I think Maxime Bouliot described you as like, oh, the commentator said that turn 1 was clean and it wasn't. And I said, well, I think you're being very generous describing them as commentators because it's not their day job.
That is.
That was a little bit harsh.
Completely true. Completely out of my depth.
We're so out of our comfort zone.
I don't know how you.
I don't mean to be insulting, Chris, but saying stuff like what was it? Is this like you were saying? Oh, we got strolled there, or oh, that's or sort of this. It's sort of like you the way I picture it, especially for endurance, you've got to think of it like a radio commentary, where you've got to imagine that people can't see anything. Oh, as Norbert Precker spins at turn 1, which is not going to help him catch Winderia whatsoever. So the rear tyre's well and truly going off on the full throttle car. And is that somebody coming out? That's Winderia coming out of the pits, I think, actually, in the background.
Yep, so there's a lap apart now, but I assume Precker needs to pit soon.
But it'd be mainly Chris would just react to things like, oh, a bit close there. Oh, that was a bit questionable. Oh. They'd sort of be like, okay, but what are you talking about? As Nick Westy, just getting as close to the inside wall as he dares.
Yeah, the brain's not really programmed to do commentary. I'm watching everything that's going
true.
on, trying to race
yeah,
direct,
you're more of a driver / race director. As a Baskel immediately copies what Norbert Precker just did at turn 1.
I wonder if
I get a message 5 minutes before the race is due to start. Can you commentate me? Okay.
Having never watched any of the races before, probably.
No.
That's true.
Yeah.
What is a touring car? It's a car and it tours.
Wow. Tours the gravel traps.
I thought the Vauxhall was a Toyota for like most of the races.
Yeah, that's true. Their Kings Racing used a Toyota Corolla last season, I think. So,
that was a really good looking car.
It was, yeah. And now Lou Mitchell drives my car, which Nick designed a livery.
And Scott Mitchell and Jack Nichols drive the Smurf.
Yep. It wasn't supposed to look that blue, I imagine.
It was definitely not meant to look that blue. It was a nice kind of metallic-y blue.
To be fair, we had a funny moment before I got past Hiccup where the auto director was following someone in the pit lane. It was stuck on the garage, so it just showed blue for one of the cars.
Yeah,
like the whole screen went blue, and I started trying to sing Eiffel 65's the hit 90s hit I'm Blue, and I got interrupted midway through because it just went back to the on-track action.
Copyright claimed.
Oh, that's true. Banky Navari pits in the Tracks VR from the lead in GD3. So he had built up a pretty commanding lead as well, as we look to Simon Kingsbury, who's sort of again in no man's land.
In the breeding game, has got no rear wing. Banking.
Oh dear. You should have a look at him.
Back.
Here he is. So Thomas in
there he
trouble.
is.
I bet a lot of these guys are wishing they'd pick the Ferrari rather than the LMP2. But to be fair, they would still be outside the top 7 either way.
Yeah, and they're not the best race, are they?
Yeah, well, to be fair, they're all still getting the grips of the Ferrari, and Wood, I imagine, is trying to extend so that Bortowski has time to get home.
Do they
from his
prefer
traffic
it to
jam.
the Aston Martin?
By the sounds of things, yes, 'cause I've not heard any complaints. Especially around here, I think. It would be probably a bit of a nightmare trying to get any speed out of the Aston. It might be good for one lap, but over the whole race distance, you probably want the Ferrari rather than the Aston
This
Martin.
doesn't seem like it's probably the Ferrari strongest track. You've got all the cars, you've got the Mercedes and the...
Please don't tell me this is an Aston Martin track and we ditch the Aston for one
I
track.
think the Aston would actually be quite good around here.
Well, now you tell me. Well, I don't know. I think after Suzuka, where Tom Dillon basically said it was absolutely woeful to drive, I thought, well, let's focus on next season and try out the Ferrari at the very least.
I think it got the Aston Martin got nerfed the most in the balance of performance because it was a really good car last season when was it the Dream Team?
Yeah, when it won the championship. It wasn't Dream Team. It was it the Belgian squad? It was Team Imperium, wasn't it?
Team Imperium, yeah, they won by miles and they rose up there, but then the R-Factor changed to the BOP, and I think the Aston got hit and the McLaren got hit pretty hard in that as well. But the Mercedes and the Ferrari got the biggest bump. And they've changed it again, and it all seems quite well balanced now. I'd say maybe the Mercedes is still a bit, especially in a straight line, the Mercedes seemed really quick.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably why we didn't go for the Mercedes, because we thought it would be a bit overkill.
I think. Should have taken the Radical.
That would have been fun, but we probably wouldn't have lasted too long.
No, it's got a much smaller fuel tank as well, so you'd be in the pits.
Oh, that's true.
But you'd have fun doing it.
Somebody did try that Le Mans one year, didn't they?
I think we've had 2 Radicals. We had Mugen tried it once, and someone else did.
Yeah, that was interesting. But Shivokin then, 1.9 behind Banky Navari, who's just pit, so I think Bakhtiari is probably going to pull away, especially down the straights here. There's the Mercedes, and there's the Ferrari and the Cyberlinks.
Yep.
It's actually pretty even down the straights between the pair.
It is, yeah,
So I don't
especially though we had the battle between what's the other guy in there? Alexei Zagorodnev and Schunemann. They were battling for ages. But the slipstream in the GT3 cars is not, there's not much of a slipstream at all.
Oh, very wide from Shavokin. He completely missed the apex there. And that's going to hurt him down the straight here.
Catching up to Baki
Navari. Yeah.
Navari.
The Trax VR driver, yes, in number 11. As Thomas Abascal goes into the pits again in the 139. So, Abascal is really struggling since missing the rear wing, because it's a shame because they were ahead of Nick Westy at that point and hoping to capitalise on any issues. But the 46 have really recovered well from a difficult sort of first hour they had.
Yeah, I mean, unless a disaster befalls them, I think they've pretty much got the championship wrapped up now. Obviously, I don't want to jinx it, but they need to DNF from the race and the sunset, because the Boyd car's out. The 40 ran out of fuel. They were out of contention. The 139 is 7 laps down, and they need to be finishing second or third. And the sunset car,
I think third, if you do the maths, they would get 90. They're 19 points behind. They get 19 points for third, but that wouldn't be enough because basically they haven't finished second all season, the 139, whereas the 46 have done it, I think, 3 times.
So he's finished top 2, and I don't see that
exactly.
All Ethan needs to do is make it to the 75% distance, so they're registered for points, and at that point, I think they are. Because there's only, 8 LMP2 cars worth running. At that point, I don't think they can lose it.
It's true. I think is Ryan still going? Thomas rather down in 9th.
Oh yeah, but he's a long way down, isn't he?
It's a bit of a tricky one, unfortunately. It's a shame because that car's finished on the podium at Hockenheim as well. And to be fair, we finished on the podium with the Aston Martin in the opening round at Istanbul, but that was a bit of a mirage, unfortunately, because from then on, it just got harder. There's just 4 jacks.
A long time ago.
It did. Well, it probably was. Back in January, isn't it? Or maybe March, yeah. I can't remember. We certainly weren't commentating because the stream died for reasons that we won't relitigate. But
25th
yeah,
of March.
That was it then. Yeah, I put that on the my team's application to Formula Sprint 2. We finished third in the 6 hours of Istanbul in the GD3 class.
And you're about to be double BTCC champions.
Oh, that's true. We might
twice.
Well, it depends. I think. Well, Scott Sovic could potentially, if he has an amazing line, beat us. If Mike gets flipped over twice again. It is Willow Springs as well. And Willow Springs, the fun fact, is the track. Not only does it feature in Le Mans 66, Ford versus Ferrari, the movie about Ford and Le Mans in 1966 and Ken Miles, but it was also designed by Ken Miles in the early 50s after he moved from Britain to the United States and became a naturalized American citizen.
So it's basically a British track.
If you think about it that way, because I guess it did take. Did he move there in, was it 1950 or 51? And then he helped design the track in like 52. And then I think he got naturalized in like the mid 50s or so. Or it might have actually been the 60s that he had to wait until he got naturalized as an American citizen. I can't remember the timeline on that. But certainly Willow Springs was designed in like early 50s, like 52 or something like that. Ken Miles certainly had a big hand.
Stretch the definition of British and carry on. I don't know how we'll swing Long Beach as British, but
British Drivers won there a few times.
Yeah, there's the cruise ship.
John Watson, who's Irish, of course, but won at Long Beach, didn't he?
Which cruise ship's there at Long Beach?
Oh yeah, I think it's the Queen Mary. Or it might have a different name. Was it?
can't remember. But it's a British ship, so
That's true, yeah. That's sort of got permanent residence in the harbour. So, yeah,
Yeah.
squatters' rights.
yeah, the Queen Mary.
Yeah, you're right. It was definitely Queen Mary. I was trying to think, oh, is it Victoria? No, it's definitely Mary. Yeah, not a whole lot going on track, sadly, at the moment.
The gaps have stretched, haven't they?
It tends to happen in endurance racing, but still
fair.
23 cars still running.
Svokoshin was getting quite close to Bakonivari.
Back in Ivari pit, that's why. And he
Oh,
came
okay.
out from the lead. He's come out 30 seconds behind Paparinopoulos. So basically, the 162 is on an alternate strategy. As Preka misses the chicane and goes straight towards the tyre barrier, just as when we were complaining it was getting boring. So he's got bus stop completely wrong there. Now has to go through the really narrow chicane. They all struggle with that.
Hit the wall.
Abaska was trying to
It
do
is
it
the
without the rear wing. Oh, let's have a look then. Preka gets on the banking. How's the steering look? Okay. But that's certainly all but going to ensure that Windiri is going to jump him when he pits.
He hit
Eyes
the
as
wall
if
on the
starting to win.
entry. But it always used to be the old R-Factor mod never used to have any bails there, so if you screwed it up, you could just go straight across.
So the honours system, yeah.
Yeah. Don't have that anymore. You've now got the tyres.
Oh, and Preka goes very deep and onto the grass at turn 1. Oh, as Altuntus hits the wall. He's got it wrong coming out of the bus stop there. He's done exactly what, almost what we saw the number 1's Zoltan Hives car do early in the race. And he was fighting, of course, with all that 5th position with the 66, which pit.
As Paparinopoulos is in the pit.
Paparinopoulos, yes.
I always want to call it Paparinopoulos because it just rolls off the tongue a bit more.
I think at one point Ryan called him Paparina Pineapple or something like that, which is incredibly racist. I'm sure not intentional. Well, I think I heard him say that. And he said, well, that might be what you heard me say. But I was trying to say it right.
Paparinopoulos.
But anyway, Shvokin is going to go up to 2nd place now as a result of that. And Schumann up to 3rd. Taukas has dropped a long way behind Schumann now. Is that because he's had to make another stop then?
The EP Lab cars aren't as fast this weekend as they have been for the rest of the season. Usually they're streaking ahead.
Maybe it's because, like you say, this isn't necessarily a Ferrari OP track.
Yeah, I think
We were hoping it will be.
case.
Yeah, Lucas Budd has actually dropped to 54 seconds behind Odeli in the McLaren. So, that really shows you how much he's fatiguing a bit, I think. I might as well send a message to her.
That's a long stop, I think.
Yeah,
Oh, it's Fuentes.
Boratowski says he won't be available until 8, I think. If I heard.
Still nothing going on by way of report. It's a very quiet race for EERC standards.
Actually, early on. As Preka, as you say, comes in. New set of tyres and fuel, and that's going to allow Nathan Windiri to get back up into 3rd position and focus on chasing down Izan Gutierrez. The Jowl, meanwhile, you've got to say the 87, apart from one code 80 where they end up facing the wrong way on the banking, other than that, they've not really put a foot wrong in this race.
That was a very weird incident. It looked like when he slowed down too much for the code 80 and then had to accelerate again. But when
Has
he
have
accelerated,
Scuderia Moreno won a race this season? I can't remember. I'm not sure they have.
I don't think they have an LMH.
Certainly not in Hypercar. I'm trying to remember if they have in LMP2 as well.
Scuderia Maria. They won Le Mans in LMP2.
They did. Yeah, so I remember that.
And they won, Watkins Glen in LMH.
This would certainly be their certainly be a quick win for people. They can do it by over a lap.
Yep.
And it's important not to slip up and let Gutierrez close, because Gutierrez has, just by staying out of trouble, been occasionally able to get back within like 40 seconds when Pajard and the 87 crew have had to stop and change drivers. So they can't afford to slack off too much here. But as long as they lap consistently, they should be okay. Last lap was 3 seconds, almost over 3 seconds faster than Gutierrez actually. He was stayed out on those purple soft tyres, the purple of the hard, sorry. He stayed out on the hards for quite a while. He did 30 laps in his previous stunt. He's done 22 in this one, so he's not far off.
As Crawford.
Another pit stop.
DNS from P3. Looks like a disconnect.
Oh, that was the 148 that was fighting for the lead. So all of a sudden, Musadis and Forgax, it's just one XRL versus the Scuderia Marrera entry.
And that brings the Ether 46 back into P3 as well.
It certainly could do. But let's see if they can get back out in time. But they're almost certainly going to lose a lap, possibly two, even if they get right back in. Certainly big dramatic things happening, but I think I'm only going to be around for another 20 minutes then.
I think Tom is due, isn't he?
Yep, we'll see.
Although he's not online, he's probably asleep.
Possibly. Or probably just not to watch the race because he knows his car isn't doing very well. Our car, I should say.
Oh, the LMP2 is only called.
Oh, and there's Hajek finding the wall at, that looks like the infield. That's turn 6. He's facing the wrong way completely. He's going to try and reverse onto the track. That's not clever, Dan. Oh, there we go. He's found a little gap and he's got going again to there. Nick Westy takes third position from Crawford. Let's see if Hajek. There we go. He has got going again behind the reading game, funnily enough, although he is a few laps ahead of it.
And he got damaged. That car doesn't look too stable.
Yeah, on the banking, he seems okay.
Just been dirty tyres.
Yeah. It was only a side-on brush with the wall. The wheel looks mostly straight. Let's see how it handles under braking. He's being a bit tentative. Oh, but not over that curb or that one. Looks like Crawford is getting back into the race, so he's probably going to come out behind Altuntus.
Yep.
So Sunset get back into the top 4, but Louis Heskev, sadly, is a little bit too far behind, perhaps, to take advantage.
Factor, when he does his first lap, our Factor will take off another lap automatically.
Well, it'll be interesting to see where he filters out then. He might actually be on the same lap as Louis Heskev then.
Yeah, I think it was 20 seconds ahead of Altuntus. So yeah, I think he'll be behind Heskev.
Yeah, not by a whole lot, though. And Louis is going to have quite a job holding him off. Alright, it's getting dark in my room now. I'm going to turn on the lights so I can actually see things around my room rather than just the screen burning into my eyelids.
It's unhealthy, all this sim racing.
Yeah, but somebody's got to do the commentary. So, we are nearly at the end of hour 4. 25 minutes to go. We're on lap 133. Stanislas Pajard leads by almost 2 laps over Gutierrez. So he's on the sort of bubble there of lapping him again. And then in LMP2, Musadis leads Forgax in the sole remaining XRL by 7 seconds. So that's quite close. Forgax really recovering well from issues that the 66 ran into early on. There he is. He's got to lap Ziddy ahead of him. Or it might be whoever is in the Scuderia Marrero at this point. Must be the sister car. It would be Hesketh, of course, in the 86. Then
G6 has done really well to get back up there.
It has. GD3 Bakinivari leads Shavokian by 15 seconds then. After his pit stop, he's just continued to break away, control this race. But the interesting thing is there is still about a 4-second in GD3 between the 444 and the 163. At the moment, the 444 is a whole... I believe, Nick, they are 20 points down on the 163. So I think third, being only one place ahead, it will cut the gap certainly, and I'm sure Finnevond will be very happy to be third in the GD3 Championship in the top three once more.
Behind, because the Trucks VR car is only 3 points behind. They're currently in the lead.
Oh, that's very true. That's probably the bigger battle then, to stay in third.
And I've still got to drive, so there's no guarantee.
Okay, well, best of luck. Now you've won 2 races before. One of them was in the United States, wasn't it? Road America?
It was, yeah.
One was Mugello, of course. And the most dramatic circumstances possible with the Dream Team is Nick Westy throws up a bit of dust there.
I don't think I've ever got over Mugello. That last lap was the most tense thing I've ever experienced.
Yeah, it's certainly going in the CV, isn't it? It's certainly good commentary from me and Josh as well. Josh especially during that moment.
Iconic.
And let's see. I think we should probably start focusing on that LMP2 lead battle, shouldn't we? The final 17 minutes or so that I'm going to be around. We've got videos to edit and stuff, so yeah. I could in theory stay until 6:30 probably, but I think or UK time anyway.
How's your new computer?
It hasn't arrived yet. It takes 2 weeks to arrive. We only ordered
it?
it yesterday, and I've been putting. It's a Mac Studio, so it should be, and it's an M2 Max, I think, chip. So it's not the M2 Ultra, which is the most expensive one, but I think it's still really, really good and better than like the Mac Studio Mini.
Certainly do.
I thought it will last us a long time as well, because I've been able to get this MacBook somehow to last. What was it? I got it in September 2014, so yeah, it would be nearly 10 years next year.
Yeah.
So I think it's done well to last as long as it has. And usually their shelf life is about like 5 or 6 years.
Their shelf life is usually when Apple decides it's time for a new one.
That's very true. Built-in obsolescence.
When Apple decides it's not going to get the latest software updates, it's usually when it's...
Exactly.
And that can be whenever they feel like it.
You bought it last week? Yeah, that's long enough for us.
There we go. So it looks like Forgax has lapped Louis Hesketh, his teammate, again. Crawford is only 8 seconds behind Altuntas, so actually he did come out ahead of Louis Hesketh by 30 seconds there, didn't he?
Yeah,
it's actually Altuntas who's in trouble. Oh, and Winderia is retiring, so there must be a disconnection for the 420. That's a huge shame for them, because they were looking good for third there, and that's a big boom to Norbert Brecker, but I know the fans in the chat are going to be really disappointed with that. Anyway, let's go back to this battle then. Forgax continues to close the gap to Stavros Musadis. Musadis has been in since the beginning, by the way, nearly 3 hours. Nearly 4 hours now he's been in that car, so surely they're going to have to change at some point.
Oh, you can do just under 8 hours of the race and still be within the rules.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
be very,
about that. It was
very
65%,
brave.
wasn't it? You will be exhausted by the end of it continuously. At least you have some very long breaks at the pit stops. But Winderia in an enforced break here, and that's going to let Precker is about to come through to retake that third place. Might be interesting with the Racing Zone car. So the 420 of Winderia can get, or they can get a different driver in to take over. They might be able to hold on to fourth here. The second, their chance of second is gone.
Biggest storm cloud I've seen in my life.
Yeah, it's a big storm cloud from outside of me as well. It's going really dark.
25 degrees track temperature in Daytona. Still bright and, well, dimming slightly because the sun's going down, but no sign of storm clouds anywhere here in Florida.
Temperature going up because of the weird time sync difference between the live weather and what we have it set to in game.
Yeah, so apparently I think Lucas Budd is going to have to extend longer than thought because Borotowski is not going to get back until, I think, 8 CEST, which is 7 our time. So yeah, that's another away, isn't it? There's Pajald and Pankatai pit. So Winderia is showing us DNF then along with Crawford. So it looks like we're not going to see either of them back in the race, which is a big shame. Particularly for XRL, the 1-5 had been leading quite a lot this race with its alternate Jax now in the Scuderia Moreira 66, closing rapidly on Stavros Muzeidis. Can see him just in the distance, get closer and closer towards him. And the French Moreira squad, their pulse is going to start to run here because they know there's a chance to retake that lead that they lost so long ago and potentially hold on to it for the next 6 hours. XRL are definitely in trouble as Pankatai gets another penalty to add insult to injury, so another setback for Racing Zone after their pit stop. You wouldn't think they'd be world champions, would you? How this race has gone for them, but they've certainly had some sort of issue because early in the race, Solon Hives just went straight on at the chicane, and then it happened to one of the other drivers later on as well. And they were being disconnected in the middle of qualifying as well, which really disrupted them and limited the amount of laps they could do. So anyway, we continue to watch Akos Forgax close upon Stavros Muzeidis. And his lap times, he's 2 seconds a lap faster, and Muzeidis is in, and Forgax follows him. So that's interesting in that lead fight. Muzeidis will be further down the pit lane. He'll get to his pit box first. It'll be interesting to see who has the shorter stop then. And there we go, the Moreira pit box is right at the other end of the pit lane there, so you can see the distance between them. This might be where the 21 does its driver change, come to think of it. What do you guys think? Muzeidis is probably knackered at this point.
One second, I'd imagine they probably do the driver change now.
Yeah, he's second, literally because he's at the top of this frame in the pit lane there, as in comes Gutierrez. Giving him a wide berth, I think.
So it looks like the other XRL is DNF'd.
Yeah, Crawford is out, but Winderia has actually got back into the server and onto the track. He's trying to get out of the exit of the pit lane at the moment. So he's 45 seconds ahead of Pankatai, but he's probably going to re-emerge behind him, I would assume. As there we go. Looks like they've done a driver change at the 21, and it looks like it's Howell getting on board. So that's James Howell. And he's come out right at just ahead of Forgax then. So Forgax is no then for the LMP2 class lead, and they're going to come out over 50 seconds ahead of Nick Westy.
I mean, either is still hanging on, to be fair. Like, I had an incredible start, and it seems to have all just gone downhill, but yet somehow they're still in third. How long it will last, who knows?
Their consistency's been their big strength this season as well. I remember that amazing battle with the 139 in the closing laps at Le Mans comes to mind, where they were able to basically outsmart them because the 139 used up way more fuel and they had to make an extra stop, I think. Also helped that Lee J was really quick in a straight line in that race.
It is here as well, it just doesn't seem to be manifesting as much as I guess people expected.
Here we go then. This could be the big opportunity for Akos Forgax. Look at the Fresh Prince front bonnet here with its graffiti and rainbow colours. The Scuderia Marrera. And there's the EP lab car. Oh, this could be risky. And he's able to go around the outside. So 162 gives plenty of space. They've got Hypercar coming to lap all of them as well. That looks like Winderia who's made it out of the pits then. So he's on screen showing as a second ahead of Pankatai, but I believe when he crosses the start-finish line, he might be a lap down. James Howe flashing his lights then. He's anticipating a battle here. XRL versus the Scuderia Marrera squad as Nick Westy comes into pit and Forgax has the rear tyres drift out on him. Is he still not changed tyres? Is that why he's so close?
I think there might be a bit of a bug going on there. There's no way he ain't changed tyres. At this point, they would have been at 0%, and they would have been sliding off the track.
Mediums. Actually, no, he is on a new set of mediums. I apologise. Whereas Howe is on another set of soft tyres. I think they're the blue ones. Yes. So Howe is basically trying to escape in this stint, have a shorter stint, but build up a bit of a gap. And Forgax is very determined not to let that happen. And the 420s had to come in again as we get briefly blinded by the setting sun there. Dare I say the Sunset Motorsport as we see Altuntes is about to overtake the EFA Racing team, at least on track, if not in the pit strategy. They have come out quite close together actually. There, 4 seconds separate the two, I think. Not quite as close as this lead battle, of course. As we see Pankatai now up to 4th in Hypercar. The Racing Zone is going to try and lap the two LMP2 leaders. He goes up the inside. Oh no, he goes into the pit lane, so he won't be a factor here. But where do you think Forgax's best chance here of getting through is? Because James Howe is going to really use up the grip of those soft tyres here, trying to pull away. And if he can't pull away, then that's where Forgax may strike. Is he going to bide his time, or is he just going to go for it if there's a back marker and an opportunity that presents itself? Don't all jump in at once, guys.
My microphone had come unplugged and I hadn't noticed.
Well, you don't have to speak too much, so yeah. Professional commentators, ladies and gents. No, I'm just kidding.
Most of the overtaking come on the banking. So I think you just hold behind and get as close as you can in the infield and then...
Yeah, he's putting James under pressure here, isn't he? As we see Pankatai now coming out of the pits. And he's going to be a lap ahead then of Soppinen. The Juho Soppinen is a pretty quick driver, so it'll be interesting to see what lap times the 420 can set here. But look at that gap to Preka, 3 laps now. So we see a Baskel finally get into 6th position. And Hesketh coming into the pits in the 86. Oh, did Crawford get back in?
Crawford.
I didn't notice. I thought he'd been consistent.
Disconnected, reconnected. Now he's disconnected.
So he's been trying, yeah. Oh dear. That's a real shame for XRL because I think Crawford was in the shadow of the podium there before that happened. But now, the 21 has got to fight all on its own as James Howe.
There's not much overspeed.
Question is, how is he going to get out of this one? You see, that looks like the 86 just exiting the pit lane of Louis Hesketh. Yeah, sorry. It is getting late. I'm getting to the end. I've got about 5 minutes left to go. So.
Yeah, Tom's on his way in.
The light's well and truly on then. So, sun is... we've seen the last of the sun, I think. And the next 6 hours are going to be pretty dark. And not just for...
Be, disqualified this time.
Oh, is that a reference to the tyre choice, me getting it wrong in British touring cars?
No, but sure.
We don't mention that again.
Okay.
Neither people forget to turn on their headlights and then it becomes mandatory and they get disqualified.
Oh, right, that, yes.
Or people flash the headlights and then forget to switch them as on instead of leaving them off and get disqualified.
Use the button
here we
that flashes
go.
them for you.
Borgak's going to the outside then at the bus stop, and Hal just goes right to the middle of the road to defend. And the good thing about that is it doesn't compromise your exit too much. And in fact, it's always a little bit more tricky for the car behind to sort of stick with you in that scenario. To be fair, Forgax gets a good run onto the banking, so the slipstream might save him a little bit here, but he's going to be coming from too far back. And look at the back of that XRL sparking away in front of him, trying to intimidate him. Here comes one of the hypercars. That looks like, is that the 420 or is that Precker coming through? It's Precker, and he's going to lap Borgax before he gets to Howe, and then slides out of the way, so not the cleanest lapping attempt for Norbert Precker.
Oh, yep, definitely not.
Yeah, Precker's sort of... He's kind of lucky that the 420 had that issue, because I think he was almost certainly going to lose third place if that had not happened. But he's, to his credit though, still within a lap of Gutierrez. 62 seconds, I believe, the gap. We've certainly got the pace on Gutierrez, but at this present moment in time, but the consistency maybe not necessarily there.
As Crawford disconnects again.
Becoming a bit painful, isn't it, for XRL?
Yep.
Stop, he's already dead.
Thankfully, there are other cars in the lead, so that should make up for it.
Well, he is at the moment. And now
Okay,
here
he's about to go
comes
from
Precker
back to
again. They separate the two, give a bit of buffer for James Howe. And he's going to have to back off once again into the bus stop, which again will annoy Forgax ever so slightly. Yellow in the first sector, but that clears briefly. There's a... We might need to refresh the overlay. We had to do it for every pit stop now because it was showing Chan with the driver changes still being in the pits. He's a lap down on Arshad, who's got back on board the 46 EFA car. Oh, that's a bit risky from ACOS. But the was that? Oh, and he wasn't happy with that. Was the full throttle car? And it sounds like we've been joined at just on 6 o'clock by Reading Game team principal and fellow commentator Tom Dillon. Tom, how are you?
Hello, Ed. There you go. My computer just crashed there for a moment, so it wouldn't let me press on mute. But there you go. What a good start. Thank you, Ed. I'm here, happy and ready to go. 2 hours as well, because Alex Folks has just told me he's going to be back for his stint. So that means I'm released to watch the rugby at 8 o'clock tonight, which is probably not going to be fun, but you know, it'll be entertaining, I'm sure. Thank you for 4 hours as well.
I did have a break for about 20 minutes to eat lunch at one point, but other than that, yes, I've been beautifully at my post.
Yes, I mean, how could you have a break for 20 minutes? That's disrespectful, frankly.
Well, I did leave Ryan in the comment. It wasn't like I left it completely unattended. Ryan Ferris did a good job, actually. But
yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, as darkness falls, we're at the end of the first 4 hours. Still 6 to go, so best of luck, I guess. You want me to stick around and do the cameras while you commentate? Because I'm my voice probably needs a rest even at this point.
I've got the cameras for you. Don't
All right, yeah. Well, I'll leave it then on the ACOS Forgax James Howe fight for the lead in LMP2, which has been hotting up. And do you want to do a summary of some of the stuff you've missed, or?
I've been watching the entire race, so actually I am quite happy with where we are.
You're probably going to keep track of it better than I have then. Okay.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Ed. We'll speak to you soon.
Yeah, and I believe if you're taking over, that might be my final EERC endurance commentary for the season. So it's been great working with you guys, and I'll see you the next season, I guess. And of course, hopefully, I might even make a cameo at the end of the touring cars to react to whatever happens at Willow Springs, I guess.
Either laughing or crying.
Possibly. Hopefully, I think... hopefully on the positive laughing, or maybe happy crying. Happy crying. I'll put on the waterworks.
Disastrously wrong.
Yeah. Sorry, Mike Bell's very lucky. He'll be fine. And he's also quite quick, works quite hard. Likes the touring cars as well. Yeah. Anyway. I think we're still in the race. I think Lucas Bird is having to extend his stint because Andrew Bortowski's in traffic, so he's about an hour away from getting in the car at the moment. So look forward to that. But it's a race against time in the in the Slovakian traffic. But anyway, a reminder of your free leaders. It is Scuderia Murat 87 that lead by 2 laps in Le Mans Hypercar. LMP2 is led by James Howe by just 0.6 of a second over Akos Forgax, and it is Aki Nivari for Trax VR who leads Shivokin in the Cyberlinks 241 by 29 seconds at the present moment. So I've been Aidan Hunter. Thank you much for joining me for EERC Endurance this season, and I'll hand over to Tom, Nick and Chris.
Thank you very much, Ed. We'll press on then with 6 hours to go. Nick and Chris, are you sticking around for a little bit, or are you heading back to your hole in race control? How's that stacking up?
There's not much going on today.
It's quite quiet.
Suspiciously quiet. That's why we're here.
Too
Oh,
quiet.
fantastic. I mean, I've heard my drivers have said, oh, we're just going to report everyone now because we're so far down. And it's like, I don't think that's a particularly helpful thing to do, but you know.
Only 15 laps. No, wait, 18 laps off the LMP2 lead. So it's still on.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if we get a few more black flags or something, it'll happen. What is also still on, actually, is the championship battle in LMP2. 46 holds 3rd position at the moment, which is enough theoretically for the championship. However, 84, just a lap down on our leaders at the moment, means that potentially, if they were 2 laps down the leaders, I should say, actually the number 84, but a lap down from 46. If there was going to be an issue between those guys at the top of the order, potentially they could get themselves back into this championship fight. They need to win here, basically. Well, they have to win here in order to get themselves a championship victory, but it's not over.
It's not over, but it's definitely getting towards that way. I was talking to Ed about it, and I think if the car passes the 75% threshold, it's pretty much done and done. If they score any kind of points and the sunset car, even if they win, then it's not really quite enough, is it?
Well, if they finish 10th, then I believe it's 10th. If they finish there, they'll be just
I've
about...
only got 9 LMP2s running still.
Well, yeah, there you go. Okay, so that is potentially difficult for the 84 then, but I mean, it depends as well, because of course, if you do the 75%, but then you get disqualified, then you don't score points. So it depends, unless I'm making up that rule. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. If you get disqualified, you don't get any points. But
Correct.
yeah, so not completely over. However, definitely last rights for the 84. I've got that battle for the lead though, and Akos Forgas has caught up quite a lot to James Howe in that number 21 as they go down into the Le Mans chicane. Then, as it's often reminded here at Daytona, that this is now called the Le Mans chicane. Of course, Daytona chicane at Le Mans. Looks like he's going to get a good run out of the bus stop at the Le Mans chicane and get himself a chance to go down the inside into turn 1. We'll wait and see how this stacks up then. Coming to the box at the perfect time, it appears. Here's the 66, gaining a lot of time and should, with not a lot of GT3 traffic ahead, should be able to make this move this time by. It'll be 21 defending the inside line. 66 going to have to go the long way around, all the way around the outside. She'll get himself a better run out of turn 1 and 2. They are side by side, neck and neck, and it looks like 21 is just about going to hold on to that position. However, the Ferrari just ahead is going to play a factor in this battle, and by the looks of things, both of them going to get through relatively cleanly, but 66 certainly had a look there.
Yeah, I think if there was a GT on the exit of I call it the bus stop, the Le Mans chicane, if that wasn't there, I don't think Forgax would have got such a good run. Howe got held up a bit.
Yeah, potentially so, and as this track is, they've gone through the infield now, so we'll have a second stab at it here. Akos, as we go through the Le Mans chicane, can't really gain a lot of time through there. The lights have come on as well, with 6 hours remaining in the race. The sun just disappeared behind the trees there, and I have to say the DLC version of this track, I haven't actually done any commentaries or driven it at all around here, and it looks fantastic. It really does. They've done a good job with the lighting. I've heard the optimization not too bad either, but anyway, see if the 66 can get a better run this time. And by the looks of things, he's gone a little bit deep into the Le Mans chicane, and that has lost him just enough time, I believe, here to lose touch. He falls almost behind by a second.
Hal's got a slipstream as well from these GT cars. Should allow him to get away a little bit. Overtaking on the apron's a bit brave.
Yeah, stays within the yellow line though, so we'll get away with it. And those two GT cars battling, I don't think they are. I think that's a lapping manoeuvre being made on the BMW, and that BMW potentially the 162 in sixth position. It's Nick, I believe. I'm trying to now find on my timing screen. It says Nick Fuentes in sixth position, and then he's not there on the. Oh, it's because it's not Nick. It is Juanma Fuentes. I don't know where I got Nick from, but there you go. It's not him anyway. It's one of the cars behind the BMW. Where is our BMW here on the track? It's not William?
I think 5.
Oh yeah, there you go. So he hasn't been lapped actually. So I'm not really sure what was going on there, or at least he hasn't officially been lapped on the screen.
I think he's a lap down on the leader, but all the cards on relative.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. No, that's slightly confusing me, but anyway, there we go. You can see leader goes on number 11, Bence Buckenvarnia. Of course, championship in the GT3 already decided, as I'm sure Ed has mentioned earlier on in the broadcast. It's only the LMP2s that we're really keeping an eye on at the moment. 65 seconds as well, the closest gap in your hypercars. That's between Preca and Gutierrez, and well, maybe they're going to be battling a little bit later on in the day. But right now, this man holds the lead inside of your LMP2s. It's James Howell. Won't mean much for the championship. They're well out of it, both of these two cars, the 66 and the number 21. But the 21's got a bit of breathing space, Nick, for the first time in a while.
Yeah, I think he put on new tyres at the start of the stint, and I'm not sure that Flores did. So maybe Flores' car is just starting to suffer a little bit more tyre wear more than Howell. Also, Howell has only just got into the car, so it can sometimes take a little bit of time to fully get into the swing of things and get into the rhythm. Saying that though, he's just dropped half a second.
He has, and there's traffic ahead, which might be a bit of a factor as we get towards into the turn 5 Western Horseshoe. Gets ahead of that Ferrari reasonably well, and well, hopefully the 66 can follow him through. Looks like the 66 can't follow him through, so that'll lose him even more time. Goes deep, almost hits the wall, and driver's right there. So that gives now James 1.1 seconds in hand, 1.2 seconds in hand when the throttle is applied. So your race leader gets, well, even more breathing room. That is frustrating for the number 66 because there wasn't really much they could do about it there.
Yeah, obviously the Ferrari had no obligation to let him through. He just got it at a bad time. But I'm sure he'll be back on the bumper fairly quickly. There's more traffic coming up as well from what I can see on my screen up ahead.
Yeah, and I suppose one of the problems as well is that you have new tyres on your car. That suddenly, that goes away very quickly. You've got a penalty. And considering you've been talking to us, Nick, I don't think you've applied that. That's for Bence Pankatai in the number 1. Yes, so track limits, I assume? Or
yeah, it looks like
speeding in the pit lane? Oh, and here he is, straight into the pit lane to get that one served. So that's a drive-through penalty. Frustrating for the number 1. Lose touch with the third place car, but he'd already effectively lost touch anyway, 3 laps behind, but further loses touch, and that will be really, really frustrating for him. It's trying to tell me, or tell you, how many stops all of these guys have done, and actually, I believe that's correct information. That's interesting. I didn't know RFX 2 had that feature. But
ish. Saracas has done 0 apparently. So
oh yeah. Well,
maybe that's per driver. It must be per driver. Drivers that have just got in. No, because it's saying that Howell's done 5.
yeah, okay, well, we'll not show that graphic again. It will cycle up in a moment. There we go. Back to the battle for the LMP2 lead, because looks like 66 has caught up again, 8 tenths per second. He's definitely faster. He's looking a lot faster. I can tell you lap times as well. Within 2 the third, well, obviously last lap that was the incident, so 37.0 on the previous lap. But in terms of best lap time, though, they're almost a second faster, about 0.8 of a second in between the two of them in terms of best lap time throughout the course of the day.
Your car again.
Yes, well, thank you for that that knowledge. So I'm really happy to know that. Looks like all the LMP2s are on softs, which I don't believe, to be honest with you, as my car gets out of the way. Really not been a fantastic day. Medium tyres, I think, for both of them. So again, the tyre name graphic will ignore that and in fact just take off our cycling altogether because it's clearly utterly useless in regard to the LMP2s. There you go, my car will get out of the way then. Hopefully, Thomas gets to the right-hand side. He'll be joining us in commentary when he jumps out of the car in the next stint. Probably the worst season we've ever had in ERC, actually, this year. It has been absolutely dire.
Yeah, look on the bright side. It's over.
Well, yeah, I've been praying for it,
Wow,
praying for that since June. To be honest with you, it was awful this
Chris
year.
took that personally.
Yeah, sorry, Chris. In terms of my car, obviously, he's about to tell me that I could, of course, just withdraw the entry, but that would be no fun. Anyway, 1.0 seconds, so not really going to plan for Akos at the moment. He's not catching up with the speed he would have liked. Previous lap time, he was 3 tenths of a second faster, so he is, as we said, faster than the car ahead. Oh, yellow flags briefly flashed there for a moment up into the Le Mans chicane. Didn't see who went off.
No, there's an arrow there that flashes when a car approaches to remind you to take the chicane.
Well, that is very silly.
It is a bit, isn't it? In case you've forgotten.
So Ed says that Andrzej Brotowski has got is still 50 minutes away. Lucas has got to catch a train, and we don't have anyone else available to take over. So I'm afraid that's basically curtains for us. We're disappointing again to the season of the 485. They were quite far down the order though, so I don't think that they'll be particularly disappointed with that. He says not enough time to ask anyone to take over last minute. I mean, I didn't get a message, but anyway, not saying that I. Yeah, well, I don't have the track, so you know that would be difficult. Well, I knew I wasn't going to race it, so there's no point buying it, was there? So I do like Daytona though. Daytona is probably the favourite track on the calendar this year. I'm trying to remember what tracks are on our calendar this year, but yes. Anyway, that's that for the moment for Ed Hunter's crew, and trying to desperately find someone that can get in there. Looks like Lucas can do 10-20 more laps. So actually, this is a call to action. If anyone is in chat and needs to go help Ed, go help Ed. Message him, and you might be driving at this wonderful racetrack in about 20 minutes' time, depending on their pace. But yeah, Lucas.
Fluorescent green Ferrari. Looks like a high visibility vest.
It's fluorescent green. Are you criticising a livery that you made, Nick?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Yeah, well, take it down a couple of notches next time. I could have sworn they were in a BMW, to be honest with you, the way they were talking. Well, no, they've gone for the Ferrari. It's actually quite a nice livery. One of your better ones, barring the fact it's a high-vis vest. It's quite nice.
I spend at least 10 minutes on all of them.
Yeah, well, you see, our livery gets changed every year. However, it's more me editing a PNG that Jan Santon sent me 4 years ago to keep it.
Can you get rid of the green that like blends into the background, please?
The camouflage.
Yeah, well, okay, that's another funny story because that was meant to be changed. It was meant to be a one-off livery, and then I basically forgot to resubmit it. And
that was like our special Le Mans McLaren livery, which we run for every race since Le Mans except this one.
Yes, exactly like your McLaren livery. It's Lucas into the pits, so he'll be starting another stint. I am sure. And well, we can switch over to Bence Barkinieri, who is in the lead of the race by quite a comfortable way, but we're going to switch straight away from him because we've got a battle for your LMP2 lead. I believe this is before the bus stop chicane or the Le Mans chicane, as it is. It is. So there's going to be one more application of the brakes before we get a proper run. Is the number 66, though, going to have a look around the outside this time round? There's a McLaren just ahead. There's a bit of contact between the two of them into that chicane, turn 10 and turn 11, and in the end, it is going to be in the favour of the 21. The question is whether 66 gets a run out of the chicane. He has to stay high to avoid that McLaren on the inside line. Ducks down low as soon as possible. 0.4 of a second, though, at this point in the race is possibly going to be a little bit too much for him.
Yeah, with these new curbs and with the track cuts here, it's very difficult to go side by side through the bus stop. You're either going to launch yourself or you're going to get a track limits penalty.
Yes, and I'm actually just having a discussion with Luca because I'm seriously thinking about buying this track and helping them out, but we'll wait. Oh, he needs to go now. Okay, never mind. So talk about 10-20 laps. That's not going to happen apparently. So it looks like it is the end of the road for the 485. So
Pulls into the pits.
Yeah, into the pits. I said the end of the road. In theory, he could come back later on, couldn't he, and take the checker flag.
Yep, he's taking service though. He's not waiting to escape, as that's a Ferrari driving past with no rear wing. Is that Saracas? Yeah, Saracas has lost his rear wing.
I'll find him on. He did just get a penalty, didn't he? Actually, Saracas, and now is into the pits. And I imagine, yeah. Oh, no guesses what the penalty's for. Then, possibly leaving the track. His battle is back on then through the Le Mans chicane. Didn't realise they painted the curbing there to be in Le Mans colours. So isn't that very nice?
He's lost it before the bus stop.
We'll see these two. Unfortunately, no replays on the stream. I have wanted to try it, but I don't think it would end particularly well. We'll see what Akos can do then as we go down into turn 1. He's just not getting the run he wants out of the bus stop, I don't think, here, Nick. And that's cost him the last 2-3 laps or so, and continues to cost him here.
Saracas was a very weird accident. He lost it at turn 1, hit the inside wall on the inside of the pits, and ended up cutting off the entire infield section, and ended up on the other side of the banking, which is why he's obviously got that track limits penalty, because he missed 50% of the track.
How big is the penalty? I'm going to come back to that actually quickly, because we have got side-by-side action for the LMP2 lead. It's a dive for the 66, getting creative this time. Decided turn 1's not working. He'll try it. Down out to the Western Horseshoe, down into turn 6 and 7 instead. He's on the outside line. Will be difficult for him. Crosses the line over a little bit, almost comes into contact with the number 21 that holds the lead of the race. And on the inside line, now just going to be a straight drag race up to the Le Mans chicane. Ducks back down low. Does the 66. We'll see if he's able to get himself back alongside as we go through into the Le Mans chicane. It's going to have to be a brave move for sure. Probably better served sticking in and trying to make sure he can get through down into turn 1. But he's going to give it a go around the outside. Now the Le Mans chicane didn't work for him last time. There's contact again between the two of them, and that should do that battle for now, especially with GT3 traffic just ahead.
Great defending, isn't it? Hal knows what he's doing.
Yeah, definitely knows what he's doing. But well, back to our conversation then, which I've completely forgotten what it was about. Oh yeah, what was the track limit penalty? I wonder.
It must be. It's got to be a 60-second stop go or something like that. If you cut half the track off. I've never.
The only way to find out is to remove the penalty and see what comes up.
Because if it was, if Chris could find out for us, that'd be fantastic. Because I'm thinking if it was a drive-through, I've got a little idea. Because there's no way that would gain you.
It's an official track, so you would have thought they'd have thought of that. What would the gain be by not taking the infield? About 30 seconds?
Yeah, about 30 seconds, about 30-40 seconds, yeah.
So minimum, it must be a 30-second stop.
Who was it again?
Actually, no, we can see when he pits, the timer appears on the side of the card, isn't it? He's still pitting for damage, though, so it could be Saracas.
Saracas, because it's not in, like, order. It's Saracas.
Well, we'll let Chris work on that, because once again, battle for the LMP2 lead. This is fantastic stuff between the two of them. Still got 6 hours to go. This is still an average race length in EERC with 6 hours to go. We'll see if 66 is more fruitful this time by as they go down into the Le Mans chicane. He's going to be a little bit more sensible. They've got a hypercar traffic that's about to overtake them as well. Can he get the run that he wants this time by? Do you know, seriously, if I was number 66 at this point, I'm thinking of doing a little bit of a cheeky cut across the curb as you go into the entrance to the Le Mans chicane. Take 0.25 track limit penalty and just get yourself ahead. Is it really? Yeah. Is that
really
aggressive?
Yeah, if you just about go all 4 wheels over, at least in practice it went, usually you expect it to go yellow, maybe green on the little indicator, but now it goes straight to orange. So I think, I haven't driven in the race yet, but I think it's at least 1, if not more points for each offence.
That's very aggressive. Yeah,
But it's annoying because the old curbs you used to just eat up as much as you could. You can't do that anymore, so you've got to entirely relearn that corner essentially.
Yeah, you used to be able to get away with it as well. You would in real life as well if you were to do that, take more curbs, slightly track extend. It wouldn't penalise you for it, so it's a bit unrealistic actually in that respect. Of course, is going to give it a go once again as we go down into turn 6 and turn 7. Gets the better run once more. This is the problem. He's faster out of turn 7, which means that he's alongside for the Le Mans chicane, formerly the bus stop chicane, and that means that he doesn't get the run out of the Le Mans chicane, and then we just basically go into that cycle. That hypercar should have passed them by now, hasn't. This will be interesting with the traffic. That's going to give the 66 the line. Will he get through though? GTE does very well, GT3 rather does very well to keep out of the way, and that will give the number 66 the run, I'm almost certain here, but there's slipstream ahead in terms of the hypercar as well, so we'll see who has got the less downforce on their car and the greater straight line speed package. And right now looking like it's the 66, because of course the hypercar will be down the road by now. Look at that, way out of slipstream range of these two. Going to give the 66 an opportunity to go around the outside once again. He knows he might need to muscle his way to the inside line at some point here. Looks to the outside line, gets fantastic braking performance as well. They rub and rub and rub and stay side by side out of turn 2, but it looks like the number 21 just about gets the better exit, and now we'll see around the outside again the number 66 into the first of the 2 horseshoes, the international horseshoe this time, and it's the 21 who gets the better run once again. Now through into the kink they go of turn 4, the dogleg apparently the official name for this corner. To the outside goes the 66, eyeing up a switchback here, I'm sure. Down into 6 and 7, not the best move to go for really down there, and well, he's going to try it anyway. Here he goes back around the outside, traffic ahead of them. Looks like we're exactly where we were, this contact, and that will give the 66 a much worse run.
Very clean and respectful racing. A little bit of rubbing, but nothing too bad, I say.
Yeah, I don't think anything particularly bad there, unless there was damage. Then there was the debate in real life IMSA last week, if anyone was watching, about do you penalise the result, or do you penalise the consequence, or do you penalise the action? And well, I wonder, would you penalise that if there was damage versus if there wasn't?
I think if you do something and nothing comes of it, then there's a bit silly to penalise it, isn't it? There's incident-wise. So if you do something stupid, like I don't know, speed under code 80. Oh, as Forgax picks.
Oh, there we go. So that'll be interesting. That's probably the only way they're going to get ahead as well with at this stage. We've been battling for about 45 minutes now. Yeah, so basically it was the big 3-car crash down into the chicane at Atlanta. And the debate was, because that car got 120 seconds worth of stop and go penalties. And the question was, well, he's actually only cut across the line on 1 car, and then it just happens that there was a concertina that he's taking out 3. Would you penalise him the same with 120 seconds if he'd only taken out 1 car through the same action?
You'd think not, but that's where it's so difficult with stewarding, because it's not. Although there are regulations, obviously if you cause a crash and you take out 5 cars, you deserve a bigger penalty than if you just took out 1 car. But
yeah, I'd agree with that. I think you have to.
Yeah.
You have to penalise the consequence at some point, don't you?
Like if you, outbrake yourself at a chicane and you go bumping across, same on to turn 1. If Max Verstappen did what he did to Lewis Hamilton, and Lewis Hamilton wasn't there, no consequence. Well, because he was there, consequence, and he got the penalty, didn't he? If there were 3 other cars there that he also took out, then you'd expect a bigger consequence because he's had a bigger effect on the outcome of the race. As Forgak's got a pit lane speeding penalty.
Oh, he does. So
And now Hal pits.
that's going to be interesting. So we'll see where Hal re-emerges. If he is indeed going to get jumped, it's almost an entire lap behind, or an entire lap that you lose almost just by being in pit lane. So we'll see. We'll see, won't we, how that stacks up. I forgot I had it auto-directed there, which is why it cut away. I apologise about that. Oh, well, 55 seconds. We'll see if that is enough to get ahead of Hal, as it looks like someone has taken over from me. Is that Chris meddling with my cameras? It's gone quiet now.
We can drive through.
Oh, there you go. Thank you very much. Meddling with my
Drive
cameras
through
and help.
For
You'd be happy.
really? Okay.
Can we just double check that? I'm just going to look at the penalty if it does come back up with like 10 seconds off it.
I suppose here a drive-through is so long. That is basically a 30 or 40-second penalty, isn't it?
Yes, pretty much. We'll see then, as here he comes in to serve it, as Hal is just out of the pits. So there we go. He would have jumped him had it not been for that, I believe.
Yes, I think you're right. Or it would have been very close.
Yeah, well, penalties make you race. Ed's saying from now on 10 drivers for every race. It's almost a football team. You know, you laugh, but I'm supposedly possibly racing the British 24 Hours next year, the kart race, and we're going to have 10 drivers in our team. Goodness knows why, but there you go. I was invited along by someone, and they said, "Oh yeah, there'll be 10 in the team." I was like, "Really?
I
Wow."
suppose that's the best way to share the cost around, isn't it? But
Yeah, well, it's actually really cheap, but
you don't get too much driving time. What, you get just over 2 hours each?
90 minutes actually, and then apparently the stints work
No,
out
it
so
doesn't have a penalty at all now, okay.
he just served it for Gex, if that's who you're talking about.
No, it's not recast, there's no penalty on it.
No, I'm sure I saw him get a penalty, or unless I'm being stupid.
Not having one removed, so...
Yeah, okay then. Maybe I saw it wrong. Yeah, I mean it seemed to me a little bit weird.
Still in
Maybe.
the pits. 680 seconds so far of repairs.
Naming a full starting 11 football style for your race, but
What formation?
yes, 4-4-2 out on the track.
Or where's the other one?
Yeah, and here's Sarkis then still in the pits. Is he?
11 and a half minutes. Well, that's some parking in the background.
Well, it doesn't feel like we've been talking for 11 and a half minutes either, which is interesting. But as he makes his way out of the pits,
He's
That's
on
Him
7 laps.
registers it once he leaves the pits.
he must have crashed hard.
He really did. The inside wall, the concrete wall, not the one he's going past now, but on the inside of the track, just a bit further back. He lost it on the brakes and hit that, going probably nearly full speed.
And you said you saw him skip
Yeah.
half of the track.
Well, as his car bounced off the wall, it skidded across onto the wrong part of the track.
No, there's no penalty.
And, well, here's what I'm thinking, potentially. Sometimes I think R Factor 2 lets you serve a penalty and take service.
Yep, I think
Sometimes.
you're right.
So I think maybe...
You do both.
Oh, that's interesting with the Optiminal car, Dan Hayek going off of the circuit. But yeah, there you go. He'll get back going. Yeah, no, he does a spin around as well. But yeah, he's on green wall tyres. That's hard, I believe. I thought it was intermediate for a moment. No, it's hard tyres. So yeah, maybe he served that penalty, and that's why it was 11 minutes, because it was a 5-minute penalty or something absurd.
Yeah, it does
How
seem,
quick it was.
It was in the pits for 700 seconds in the end, which is longer than any service I've ever seen in R Factor, so I guess he must have had maybe a 60-second stop go at the same time that he served.
Yeah, I can go with that. I don't see how physically you can have an 11 minutes worth of repair in this game. Although it's something as silly as it sounds, I'd quite like to see. I feel like if you hit I'd quite like more realistic repairs. I've been saying this for years now. If you hit the wall really hard, you actually have to like get pushed back into the garage or something. You'll see it
Yeah, like
in.
an hour-long repair or something.
Yeah, but the thing
Yeah.
is, that happens in iRacing. It just drives people nuts.
It's a good
Yeah, but
compromise.
I think it's better that way. I think people being driven nuts is a good way to go, generally
But then
speaking.
that's a good incentive to drive carefully. If you're going to have to
Exactly.
spend an hour in the pits.
And we want it to be realistic as well. I know there's always the whole, well, how far do you go? Oh, dearie me, Dan Hayek. He's into the pits. And almost teleported across the track. If he drives like this, he'll be battling us soon. But we'll wait and see. I think we're going to be battling the sister car, the HVS car soon. Only just overtaken them after they've had to pull into the pits to retire. But yeah, I mean, obviously, how realistic do you want it to be versus how punishing do you want the game to be?
Yeah, it depends on the difficulty level. If you're going for a real-life event like the virtual Le Mans that Max Verstappen... What was that? It was virtual Le Mans, wasn't it?
Yes, the famous one now.
Yeah, if you're going for that, then why not have the full repairs? You've got professional drivers doing it. You know, they're not going to get angry by... Well, they shouldn't do anyway. For having to take an hour's repair, because they know they're there for the realism, know what to expect. For something that's a bit more entry level, like here, it's, you know, if I was to crash in a 6-hour race and have an hour's worth of damage, like, I'm just thinking, right, I'm not giving up the rest of my day for this.
But on the same hand, maybe those drivers doing it for a bit of fun and don't actually want to, you know, if. But I suppose if going to the park and having a kick around is a footballer's pastime, you know, sim racing, it's like
Yeah,
have their kick around.
If you're having a nice football match in the park with your friend, and then someone runs in and starts dishing out red cards and
Just pull out the reverse card like Max Foster did at
Yeah.
the Sidemen game.
We all had that. We all had that one friend though who like was the referee. And to be honest with you, it used to be me back in first school. I remember putting a Twitter comment I got once. I was only about 13, and this guy replied to me, it was about school football, and he said, he was like, "I bet you were the bent referee," and I thought, do you know what? I did actually used to be the referee in our school football. I thought that was a very nice thing to say to me. Anyway, yeah, 80 seconds in between Louis Hesketh and Arda Erchkan. Arda Erchkan into the pits though, so it looks like Louis might get himself back ahead.
in the what was that? Sheila's Wheels. Do you remember that? Chris probably not. Maybe too old for me to.
Too old.
These wheels.
The car endurance advert where they just all drove these obnoxiously pink vehicles.
Okay, didn't Sheila's Wheels basically cause like entire reform in the UK insurance sector because it used to be insuring women only, and they said no, you can't do that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right. And the horrendous TV adverts.
I regret to inform you that the worst qualifying started for the F1 as well.
I've also just been informed that I'm supposed to be commentating in 25 minutes' time, which I didn't agree to. So I've got to sort that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's news to me. Well, isn't that interesting?
Just gonna reply with, "Oh, cool, but nobody asked."
Yeah. Well, when I don't turn up.
We're now 2 hours, nearly since the last incident report.
It's too quiet, man.
It is, isn't it? We've still got.
It's far too quiet.
Oh, my R factor's frozen.
My iPhone crashed about an hour or so ago, so
Are you in now?
I am, yes. Even we get the absolute. We're not immune from our factor moments.
Regretfully.
yeah, you've got a counter going up for how many R-Factor crashes you've had over the course of the year?
One.
Let's go that high.
1 or 2, to be fair.
Above the
Seems to
32
be the
bit
only
inch.
person with a relatively stable R factor installed.
I actually have a relatively stable R-Factor install because I usually uninstall R-Factor 2 up until the point that I am I'm doing a race, which means that I always have a nice fresh install for the race.
It's usually why things are normally broken for you then. I
But
install R factor when I get a new computer or a new instance and then just touch it. Don't touch it. And outside of the odd moment, it's okay.
My R factor install was getting so big I bought it its own hard drive. I have a hard drive just for R factor. And it's nearly full.
Oh dear. What do you have?
I had like 3 years worth of replays that well,
Why?
because I don't know. Oh, do you remember when I was wondering why my hard drive was full and the Sebring mod for R-Factor 2 has duplicated itself nearly 200 times? And I had about
We remember that.
200 gigs of Sebring on my hard drive.
Listen, you just really like Zebra.
That's all I want to drive. 200 different versions of it.
Well, that track better never have crashed for you if there was 200 backups to there.
Oh, I don't know. It would have found a way.
Yeah, because your hard drive would be full of all the different copies of Sebring.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's interesting. William Novak says that LMP2 battle is the best battle we've had in EERC history, and it ends in the most
I wouldn't go that
EERC. Sorry, season. He said EERC season. I'd agree with that, but yeah, it also ends probably in the most EERC way ever, in that someone gets speed in the pit lane penalty.
No one pole vaulted over a fence, so.
Oh yeah, well,
Yeah, neither of them are upside down, so I can't say it really ended in a very ERC way.
no, the fact that an actual IMSA champion tweeted that GIF is still the greatest thing.
My God.
Greatest thing in our history. Let's take stock then. 5 hours and 27 minutes to go. And it is Chris Davis in the number 87 that has the lead at the moment. Scuderia Maria, also known as Team Iris, to Normies.
He went there.
Oh dear, there's a car off in the background as well. I believe that was Bent's Pankensai.
You're taking the interesting line through the bus stop.
Not the worst line around the track we've seen today. Although to be fair, to credit our GT3 friend, he did take the fastest line around the circuit. You can't argue with him for that.
No, sorry, I was reacting to something very late then.
Richard Lahoven exiting the pits in the number 139. I mean, Nick, you're a Final Von guy, I believe. How's the season gone for Final Von? I know I've been doing the standings, but I haven't actually been reading them a lot. So how's it going?
Do you want a rundown or?
Well, I mean, just sort of a summary.
Well, the 139, the LMP2 here is second in the championship, and mathematically there, but realistically not. 444, we've had a bit of a well, beyond the nightmare really. We have had some apocalyptically bad luck, including the incident at Suzuka, which I won't speak about anymore, and just bad races, damage, disconnects, all that kind of stuff. Then there was the hypercar, which, like most of the hypercars, didn't last the season, and the 140, which I think only did a couple of races. So for the cars that have done the whole championship, in the standings it's fine, but the races haven't gone well at all. We should definitely have a lot more points than we do, but such is life.
That is something that I've noticed about ERC. You have an awful season where it seems like you're DNFing every single race. You know, if you're not DNFing, you're finishing 8 laps down. and you still find yourself ninth in the standings at the end of it all, purely because you've done those. Oh, speaking of, there's my car facing the wrong way in apt time. But yeah, we have one of those horrible years we've ever had. We're still ninth, I think it is.
Yep.
Finished, I think, 3 of the races.
But then for the Triple Four, at least for me, this season has been awful. And at the minute, we're still P3 in the championship. Last season, we had a pretty good season, and we were P3 in the championship. I think that, especially in GT3, the competition hasn't been... There's been less cars that have done the whole season. You can see the championship winning, I can't remember if it's the 162 or 163. They have been there up. They've pretty much been the only car that's been up the front in GT3 every round and haven't really had any major troubles. Everyone else, you look at the Trax VR car, the other EP Lab car, they've all had difficult races. Whereas last season, most of the front-running team in the championship were always up there around about the podium, so the points totals were a lot higher than they were this season.
And I think that is what's affected us. I mean, I'm a driver who, when I've been starting racing, I think actually most of the races we finished highly in are the ones that I've started. Not to sound arrogant, but for example, our third, I believe I started that race. And I'm someone who keeps out of trouble enough. I mean, I had a pretty difficult start at Suzuka because she refused to remove my penalty, Nick, but a stupid penalty as well, because the car rolled forward when it shouldn't have done. Anyway, that's by the by. But yeah, I mean, in the LMP2, I tend to keep out of trouble relatively well. You can have awful pace and you just watch the car jump on, and all of a sudden you find yourself 5th. So literally staying out of the pits, even if you're 2 seconds lap slower than the leaders, or maybe you're 8 seconds slower than the leaders, you just haven't quite got their pace, you actually still find yourself finishing very, very highly. And when we did finish 3rd, I believe it was at Silverstone, it was a run where we were literally just there and thereabouts, and got a bit lucky. Don't get me wrong, if that race had restarted, I don't fancy us finishing in 3rd. But yeah, I mean, keep out of trouble, you'll find yourself finishing highly, and I think that's also partly what people like Aether have done. They've gone the extension of that, where they've kept out of trouble and they've been fast. And they've not had every race where they've been as fast as the leaders, but they've been fast enough to finish in the top 5, and it's just worked perfectly for them.
And I think when they're as Hesketh goes for a spin there. The really quick guys, I will say, Sunset, XRL, the Maria 86, is it? 66. And I'm trying to forget a few, but they haven't turned up to every race. Like Sunset, who joined halfway through the season. I'm sure if they joined at the start of the season, they'd have won the championship by now. It's just that for an endurance racing season, you need that consistency over and over and over again. Turn up to every race, be there at the start, be there at the end, keep going no matter what happens, and just keep raking in the points. But I think not a lot of people in sim racing have that mentality. They're just there for a sort of race by race. We want to win this race, and we don't think about the championship. We're just going to enter this one race.
And as well, I think there's also a degree where people get taken out and they think, oh, it's not my fault, our luck stinks. When actually, if you watch their on board, I mean, there's certain drivers who appear to get... I mean, it's a really random link this, but I was doing an F1 co-op with my friend, and every single race he finds some bad luck where he gets spun into. And, I just thought, but over the course of like a 10-race season, I'm not getting spun out by the AI magically. I'm not being taken out magically. So part of the blame, surely, then over the course of the season has to go on some of the drivers who are actually putting themselves in the position where they're getting spun out consistently.
Yeah, and we have had specific drivers, and we name names, but we've had specific drivers this season, every season, who they get in the car and you sort of grit your teeth a little bit and wait for something to happen. But I think this season has been better for that. I think the full-time entries, as we said, have been high-quality entries. It's just that those full-time entries were lacking a bit in numbers compared to previous seasons. And you got the quality over quantity argument. I think the races this season have all been pretty good. I don't remember a race that completely broke apart and just caused civil war.
Oh, our Civil War used to be fun.
But yeah, it's a bit of a. I don't know how to feel about this season really, from a personal level and from just looking at how the season's gone in general. It started off rough because we started hosting our own servers. We had problems and R-Factor bugs and server issues and stream issues. And then you get to the end of the season and like this, me and Chris were talking earlier, you look at like the liveries on the grid, with the exception of the pink mobile. I'd say it's a very good looking grid. There's a lot
I don't see your problems with the pink mobile, to be honest with you. I think the second incarnation. Let me get a better camera on this. The second incarnation of the cat car. I don't see the problem with it, to be honest with you. I think
it just brings the average down a little, you know.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I did like our British Racing Green for a while, but to be honest with you, the novelty of it is wearing off very quickly. I know you mentioned this. We just switched to our car, but yeah, novelty is wearing off on that. I'm not a fan of that livery.
Seems to be a bit of a bogey for you as well. Hasn't brought you much success, has it?
No, but you know, then again, we're a team that have been talking about how we want to finish in the top 3 for the last 4 years, and you know, nothing's brought us much success, to be honest with you. So, I mean, part of it, to be fair, is completely my fault. You know, cobbling together entries and such. But yeah, whatever.
Would I get slaughtered calling you the Alpine of EERC?
I think it's exactly the reason. I think it's exactly the right analogy. I mean, perfectly respectable team, just rubbish.
Just need that, you know, sports person money to come in.
Yeah, maybe that's what I go out and do.
Well, I'm sure we can get Taylor Swift's boyfriend involved with Reading Game.
Yes, possibly. Maybe I'll go give him a message. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, William Story follows me on Twitter, so maybe don't give him. He does. Yeah, he still does. That's the best thing. He follows a lot of people back, but he followed me back as well. And yeah, I tell this story like every single commentary. It's amazing. But,
he is the modern day Tim Coronel.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, Tim Coronel.
I ended up blocking him.
I think I got him blocked as well.
He unfollowed me and followed me about 5 times in the same day.
I think he followed me and I didn't even know who the hell he was. And he followed me anyway.
Was it him or his brother that got fined
both
for
of them.
doing a Snapchat story?
Tom, wasn't it? At the
Yeah, it was
Nürburgring.
Tom.
Got pole at the Nürburgring or something and got his phone out in the car.
To be fair, I remember Sophia Flörsch at Le Mans in 2021. Or it's 2020 when they were the #1 Richard Mille car. It might be 21. I don't know. Anyway, she crashed, had that massive crash, and then was just on the phone to her race engineer. Not even on the radio. She got her phone out. It was just on the phone.
Do they allow phones in the car for that specific reason?
I always, as stupid as it sounds, I always assumed it was for music. 'Cause the drivers, I believe, are allowed to listen to music in their endurance stints.
I imagine what a pain it would be if your Spotify paused for and you couldn't hit the button to restart it.
Just don't put Apple Music in lossless mode.
You come back and find your roaming data bill is about 500 quid.
Never mind roaming data, Bill. The way data is nowadays, they either chuck it at you or charge you through the nose for it. There's no in between.
Very
Yeah,
true.
in a LMH car and wonder why your hybrid batteries in the morning is going to charge your phone.
But,
Car.
but no, now you say it, that's actually much more of a reasonable excuse for them to have their phones in the car in case they have to park up and call the engineer.
Yeah, it makes sense. But I
yeah,
just
that
it
makes more
seems-
sense.
There must be some way to secure the phone that the FIA have approved. So you look at this brand new shiny, I don't know, the Alpine hypercar. Somewhere in there, they've had to build in a phone pocket.
I don't know, because I'm pretty sure. I mean, you know,
Why not just use an iPod?
I'm sure race suits. I mean, my race suit doesn't have. It's only a karting suit. It doesn't have. Well, it has pockets, but not zip pockets. I'm sure
there's
the
gotta be a
professional
wrist.
suits have got zip pockets.
if the car catches on fire, you don't want a lithium-ion battery strapped to your chest, do you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, you have a massive accident, you're upside down, there's carbon fibre flying everywhere.
Yeah,
This could pierce my phone at any point and cause a ginormous explosion.
I think the thing is, it's a case of risk. The risk of those events very specifically happening are so low that it's almost like not worth the risk. I mean, you think about it, you know, we don't tell people they can't have their phones in their road car because of that. You know,
If you're in a road car, you're doing a lot less speed. Unless
yes,
you're in Germany.
but arguably the risk of if you crash on the motorway, it's gonna at 70, it's gonna look a lot nastier than if a race car crashes at 120.
Because race cars are built to
crash.
aren't they?
Yeah.
They build the car around being safe to crash.
So
road cars.
road cars.
Yeah, but you need to build in certain practicalities for a road car.
Like a roll cage, you don't have a roll cage.
Yeah,
you know,
which
you wouldn't add because it'd be stupid.
You build a racing car with safety elements in it because you know it is going to crash, and like you must build the car around this. Although saying that, why is there not some kind of rudimentary roll cage in road cars?
I don't understand why at this point with the materials that we have, the decent manufacturers, you know, Toyota, the Germans,
Volvo.
even Tesla, couldn't figure out how to build some form of roll cage into a car, like into the roof where you can see it.
I guess it's going to add weight, isn't it? But
I think the argument would be, again, when it comes to practicality, the fact that practically the rollover risk is so low that, you know, it's
I don't know. Say that to
worth
any
thinking
SUV that crashes into a small hatchback and tell me that the rollover risk is low.
But then, in motorsport, the risk of, you know, another Jules Bianchi happening, unfortunately, yes, very low. But they every time that happens, they take steps to mitigate it from happening again. They don't do that in road cars. Like if a Tesla bursts into flames, they don't say, right, that's it, we're banning battery cars, and we've got to encase the batteries in 5 inches of titanium to make sure that they, you know, that doesn't happen.
I think part of that. Sorry, Nick, carry on.
You know, people like do die in road cars from things that happen fairly often, but could be made from the design of cars entirely preventable.
I think part of that
But
though is
it doesn't happen.
I think part of that though is that racing is far more likely to get banned if the governing bodies weren't seen to be taking active steps to keep it safe. Whereas you're not going to ban a road car, you know. So the regulators have to be much more on it for racing.
And I think if car manufacturers need to be held to account a bit more. So if you crash your, I don't know, Citroen C1 into a brick wall, and you know there's a serious flaw with the car that means you're injured way more than you should have been, the car manufacturers should have to look at that and say, right, this is what's happened, this is what we can do to prevent that again.
Yeah, well, a doctor gives you the wrong medicine, the doctor goes to prison. Why, if the car crashes and fails, does the car manufacturer not?
And all the time there's safety recalls, you know, it's not, it's, they go back and change things, but it's usually minor things, isn't it? Like my old car had an airbag recall.
Yeah,
That's great.
My old car had an airbag recall, they just replaced them all.
Yeah, that's great.
It was something like, you know, I could have had a BMW badge stenciled into my forehead if it went off because it wasn't splitting properly.
So why don't racing cars have airbags?
Well, because they don't need them.
Yeah.
Because they've got, well, I suppose the tyre barriers are the airbags, aren't they? Or the safer barriers, whatever it is.
The hands devices there.
Yes,
The point of the airbag is to stop your neck going all over the place, and
well, another element of it is that you've got a 6-point harness, so you're not moving anyway.
Yeah, the best one of a little triangle seatbelt ain't going to keep it that safe compared to a big harness and a hand device.
Oh, Thomas is joining us in about 5 minutes' time, and he's just told us the airbags will explode under braking. So actually, that's also a very good reason.
Imagine that.
I hit the brakes. Oh no, my steering wheel's blown
Coming
off.
down into turn 1 at Monza and get a face full of airbag.
On it just pops off.
But then again, if we compare cars versus race cars versus road cars, why don't road cars have fire extinguishers like a race car does?
Do you know, that's actually a very good point, and I don't know why. And also, this brings me on to the point, did you hear the story, it was on BBC News the other day, about the guy who's an electric car?
Oh, the MG, I saw that. He got stuck with its throttle open or something, didn't it?
Stuck with its throttle open, and it would not let him go slower than 30 mile an hour.
Yeah, I saw
And
that.
he had to go on the phone
He
to the
couldn't
police,
even
calling
turn
them
it
to say,
off. That's
yeah,
what I don't
exactly.
get. He couldn't even turn it off.
And he was basically trying to ring the police, saying, "Look, I'm driving like an idiot, but I promise you, my car will not let me stop." So yeah, had to he was apparently he was taking like roundabouts, straight through and stuff.
They pulled a police van in front of him and slammed on the brakes to slow
Yeah,
him down.
they had to pit maneuver him or something. It was crazy.
They matched the speed with the police van, and then that allowed them to slow it down.
And I bet you can't even prosecute him for that. You just have to assume he's telling the truth. There's all it. Norbert Precker off the road in the number 50, and away
To
is
be
off
fair,
the road
it was
as
very
well.
clear when he was telling the truth when they plugged the computer in and the car said it was doing 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But yeah, you just got to. I mean, how do you explain that one away? Like, look, I'm sorry. I don't know what to say to you.
But then if something like that happens, there is a chance it can happen again. So you should say, like,
I'd
these
imagine
MG
the
cars, they should
ZS
not
will
be
get a
driven.
recall.
Yeah, all
Yeah,
these
right.
cars. But a recall doesn't mean you can't drive it. It means we're going to bring it into the garage at some point and fix this issue. That could happen 2, 3, 4 more times to 4 more people.
The problem
before
is
the
that
recall.
you can say you can't drive it, people aren't going to pay attention.
No. But then you
I
also
love how. Can
remotely
we just,
disable
in the
it.
commentary chat right now, they're going on about why aren't airbags in race cars, that Thomas's first reason as to why they're not in is because it would irritate the driver.
Yeah, it would irritate me, to be honest with you. I still love how in go-karts, genuinely, just the safety standard is,
Verstappen
if
has
you
had
cra-
it.
if you crash hard, we just want you out of it. We want you thrown out of it rather than like to stay in it. So it's like we don't have seatbelts, not because obviously first of all you have to put an ugly roll hoop on it. But also we just think you'll be better off out of it anyway. So
But again, with go-karts, there's no reason there couldn't be a roll hoop. I know there is on like kiddie karts, isn't there?
yeah, and in
Wait,
America as well, it depends on
It's
the
the
safety.
end of the day.
Well, that as well.
Even the ones for like championships and all that, they probably don't have any more than 10, 15 horsepower. You put 50, 60 kilo of roll cage on it, you're gonna raise the
Well, it's just a little bit.
You're gonna
just
raise the rate so high.
And as well, I think most people agree that they don't want it there. They'll just take the risk because it looks stupid.
I also think we're completely ignoring the biggest safety risk, but also probably one of the most rewarding things: motorbikes.
Yes.
What
Well,
the hell have you got between you and the tree you're gonna hit on a motorbike?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
how many people die at the Isle of Man TT every year? 2 or 3 usually?
that event is nowhere near safe enough to run, but I wouldn't
it's,
also
Hal
get rid
gets
of it.
penalty. GT LMP2 leader.
Oh,
Track
so
limits.
we're even, and this should give Forgax the lead of the race, or at least take them back to being close together.
I think he's too far. I think he's dropped too much time, but it should be a lot closer. Maybe 10 seconds. But yeah, I love that TT. Every year people die and they just go. We'll do it again next year.
Yes. Well, welcome Thomas in as well. Thomas, hello. Welcome to the commentary.
Thank you for having me.
You could weigh in on this. Yeah, I mean, the thing as well, the worst part about the Isle of Man TT, I'm not trying to be gruesome here or disrespectful to one, is as gross as it sounds, the manner in which you die. Like, you come off at those speeds, you don't stay in one piece.
Yeah.
You know, they have to, like, try and find all the parts of you. It is gruesome.
But it is just accepted as one of those things.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the riders, though, as well, when they say things like this, I don't think many of them have necessarily. It almost your brain doesn't compute it. I suppose.
Oh,
Like,
who's that bouncing
oh,
across?
Norbert Precker again. He's having a bit difficult stint, isn't he, on those hards? But I think I think part of you thinks, oh, I'm taking the risk because it's. I mean, whatever cringe thing racing drivers say, like, oh, it's my honor, I'm a gladiator, whatever. I don't think it properly computes the state that you get into if you come off that thing.
For you, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, yeah, as well. That's
this is a very, very morbid
yeah.
discussion.
Because you don't care how you die.
The marshals care.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is you're dead. So, sort of, that's the main thing to take from it.
That is kind of most people's attitude with it, though. It's like, well, if I die, who cares?
Now we're getting all like existential. And what is the meaning of life?
42, did you not? Come on.
Oh yeah, sorry.
To try and not.
20,000 years to come up with that.
As well, I suppose, like if you, I mean, it's almost worth it for just the Instagram clips if you barreling around the Isle of Man TT at 200 mile an hour.
I mean, I've got no interest in motorcycle racing at all, but I want to
I
go
mean,
see
technically, you
TT.
can do it anyway.
Well,
Maybe
yeah,
not through the
okay.
towns, but on the open road, there's no national speed limit on the Isle of Man.
And the police aren't going to catch you, or be able to get a
Until
radar.
you get to a corner.
Yeah, then you'll find out.
Or when you come across an old man driving a horse box the other way.
As you're on a street tire doing 180 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I've been playing a lot of GTO the last few days, and you're driving along at like stupid speeds, weaving in and out of traffic, and just think some people do this on the Isle of Man TT. I have to go when I have to. In fact, people do it on the motorway generally. When I have to go to and from Milton Keynes and stuff,
I'm so sorry.
idiots. I know. Well, whatever. The idiots on the motorway. I mean, the amount of people.
Which one is this, though, to be fair? Because I think it really heavily depends on how many cameras are on the motorway as to how big.
Oh, the
people are
M6
doing
is
it.
the M6 is absolutely fine because you breathe over the speed limit and there's a
Yeah.
camera there.
No one speeds on the M6.
No, the M6 is
Absolutely
the
not.
only motorway where you go 70.
The M40,
M42
different
as
matter.
well. People just it's
Me too. But outside of that little bit between the M5 and the M40, you can't breathe. It's like the M6, you can't breathe without there being a camera. Because it's all smart motorway now. The
Well,
M40, though, is an autobahn.
I was on the way back.
It's there specifically to get businessmen in German cars to and from London from Birmingham as quickly as possible. That is its point.
When I went-
imagine being in Germany, having those unlimited roads basically everywhere.
Yeah, but you lot have civil engineers who actually address problems. We don't. I mean, we have high-speed rail that takes 14 years to complete.
Don't get me started.
And the rest.
There's a pothole around here that keeps having, like every year someone goes and puts a cake in it because it keeps having his birthday. It gets a Colin the Caterpillar every year.
Instead of cake, why don't they just go put like cheese sauce in there? Like it's
See,
set.
that's the best bit. My local area is so unproblematic that basically every single local election we have is just both Labour and Conservative basically just saying, we'll fix the potholes, we promise. That's the only thing. Well, yeah, they don't. Obviously they don't. It's like, we'll fix the potholes, definitely. They don't fix the potholes. It's like, Labour will run on. The Conservatives in power at the moment, they won't fix the potholes. Or they've not fixed the potholes for the last 10 years. And then Conservatives will be like, but they won't fix the potholes either. So, we'll do it this time.
The local Facebook groups are just full of, when are they fixing the potholes? People getting angry about potholes.
It's a fair question when you're on a car with low profile tyres and you go over a pothole and you hear that unmistakable as your tyre goes.
Sorry, go on, Nick.
Oh, okay. It's quintessentially British, isn't it? We moan about the weather and potholes.
I remember I had a family friend and she busted her ankle on a pothole. It was on the path. And
Okay,
the
she wasn't
ankle was,
running down the road.
no. And the ankle was like the size of a balloon. And so she sued the council. What we didn't tell her was that it was her son who, when we were walking back from playing football, absolutely booted the bit of path where the pothole was coming up and basically created that pothole, or at least made it 2 times larger.
I'd have told her. That'd
About,
be a great laugh.
about
mean-
2 weeks before.
To be fair, what was it? Istanbul? It would have been March, yes. It would have been Istanbul. I was trying to come back from my Stewart EERC. Went over a pothole and it snapped to the spring on my front suspension. We only went over it at like 20 miles an hour.
What kind of car do you drive?
This was a very, very janky old BMW. It's
Still-
now gone.
Still
Okay,
think
but-
it's probably
but
more.
The biggest problem about it is
The
you drove
badge.
a BMW.
Who was on it? Who made it?
So
Yeah,
you can't
I-
expect a BMW to work on anything less than smooth roads.
I don't expect a BMW to work full stop.
Okay.
If it's out of its warranty period, it's worthless.
If it's off the forecourt, it's worth significantly less than what you pay for it anyway.
Well, that's like any car, though, to be fair. You put one owner on the V5, it's worth 30% less.
Get the car, it'll be an investment. It's like maybe if you've got like an Aston Martin DB50 from like 40 years ago or something. Maybe.
Not a
Why
Renault
is-
Zoe.
Yeah. No one's going to want your Renault.
Well, you gotta remember, you immediately lose 20% no matter what, because used cars don't have tax.
DB50. I meant DB5. I don't know my cars very well. Had to Google it. The one that James Bond drives.
Yeah. Many cars.
Maybe a Ferrari if you plan on keeping it for 50 years. Use some, like, millionaire in the 20s buy a Ferrari and sell it in the 70s.
I don't
That might
think
be an investment.
these days there's not really any cars that I think are going to be considered classics. Like if you
No.
buy a new car now, in 30 years, who's going to be thinking, oh, I really miss the 2023 Vauxhall Mocha?
I
No
don't
one.
miss the 2023 Vauxhall
Just
Mocha.
depends. I think like the Aston Martin Valkyrie, for example, will be worth if any of them survive, they will be worth a lot in 50
Yeah.
years' time.
Well, a few will survive because a few will never go anywhere. They'll just live in a garage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, talk about the least practical car in the world. You go to McDonald's and you have to get out of the car, and that's before you've even found a place to put your food.
But also, like casual cars, there's nothing currently on the market that screams, I will be a classic one day. For example, think about if you think about old cars, there's always some more or less normal car in there.
Yeah, like you see a 1960s Mini Cooper and you think that's cool.
Yeah, but now
It's only a minute.
I think the Clubman that they've just discontinued, the Mini Clubman, I think that will go up.
As Hayek gets penalties, right? Peace out.
No, how dare you talk about the race?
Car valuations, damn it.
I hope you commentated quite a lot on me getting a penalty there. First penalty of the season.
It was noted.
What about the Fiesta ST? Now they've killed the Fiesta. I think that will be a future classic.
Yeah, probably. But like,
Maybe not this current generation, but the generation before.
if you look back like 10 or 20 years, you've still got like old Super Imprezas and stuff. They'll be sought after in 10 or 20 years. Right now, 2023, most of the sort of quirky, small, fun cars have just been completely killed off. Like I can think of the Volkswagen Up, they're stopping, aren't they? Fiesta, Focus, Polo. Are they stopping the Polo?
No, the Polo's still going.
No.
Okay, Polo's still going. But it's a Golf now. It's huge.
Well, mountain cars as a whole are huge. I was
Yeah,
following the new Defender on the motorway the other day, and it literally took up the whole lane. You probably had 3 inches either side of the lines.
And even like the new Corsa, that's pretty big.
It's also 40 grand.
It's 40 grand.
Corsas they're not Ford, are they? What's the
Vauxhall.
Yeah, that's the
for the Europeans.
For me, Vauxhalls are basically if your grandma doesn't drive a Vauxhall, she drives a Ford. You know, just the
That is accurate for me, at least.
No,
You see?
but actually, if you go look at the prices in the UK, an electric Corsa is now about 38 grand. I think it's only about £700 more if you go buy a Tesla Model 3.
And the best part is those batteries. You need to replace them every 5 years, apparently, or every 10
Really?
years. I think it is. I think 10 years, and you need it's Teslas especially. 10 years, 22 grand for a new battery or something stupid like that. That's what I heard.
More than the car's worth.
Yeah,
What-
exactly.
But what will that do to the used car market? Because who wants to buy a used electric car?
The answer is used electric cars lose more value than their petrol counterparts. I think it's also because of a lot of the electric car price inflation. The electric models are a lot more expensive to buy new, and the used car market kind of settles it down, puts a bit of dose of reality to the manufacturers in a way.
Well, I think generally speaking, what's happened is we forced everyone to do electric cars, then realised maybe they're not the be all and end all that we thought they were.
I mean,
And
to be fair, even mundane electric cars can be fun to drive.
That's
They're
true.
fun to drive, but
In a straight line.
They're not sustainable. Electric cars.
They're
at all.
absolutely terrifying if you try and go around a corner at any sort of speed. But that 0 to 10 acceleration in a straight line, even something mundane like a mocha, EV, that instant torque that you've got all of the power immediately.
Which
That's
firstly,
fun.
is actually pretty. But you don't want to be giving regular, Sarah from HR, who's
Yeah,
never
I got
driven
it
anything
as
with
well.
that much power. Here's a car that can do 0 to 60 in 2.1 seconds if you've got a Tesla. Have fun. Oh,
Yeah,
crashed.
I agree with this as well.
Yeah, that
you
won't-
don't want to be giving, single mothers or single fathers, people very stressed. You don't want to be giving them 600 horsepower immediately
Like, if you're
in
driving
a very mundane MG hatchback.
If you're driving a petrol car and you're driving stressed, you might stall, you might grind a gear. If you do it in an electric car, you're planting your foot on the floor and killing 6 people.
it takes I really love to bros to a new level.
But then when you realize that you're about to kill people, you stomp on the brakes, and then you
Don't do it.
realize the
Realise
car
they
is
weigh
so
about 3
extremely heavy
tons.
that it just won't stop. So you will ram into people with 150 Ks with about 400 tons of weight of the car.
And then
It's
the
a
battery
disaster.
catches fire.
Yeah.
The fire,
And even
the
worse-
fire brigade are there thinking, Albert, do we put this out?
Even worse, if it's a hydrogen car, which, as far as I understand, is literally an electric car, it's just that the hydrogen creates the electricity. Then you get an even bigger explosion. Which is
Isn't there like some...
The
some-
hydrogen cars you can buy on the road now are like that they use an EV because it wastes less energy, but Toyota are
Producing-
currently running hydrogen combustion engines.
Oh right, okay, I didn't know hydrogen.
They
combustion-
turned a GR Yaris to run on hydrogen directly,
I saw
Oh,
that was a
that's
good-
and it had the sound and it was clean, and it only produced water.
I think
Again,
that's the thing we need to figure out and start working towards. And I don't know if you know, in Germany there was like, in the 2000s, there was a little town that tried hydrogen buses and had everything hydrogen in that thing, even with the infrastructure and stuff. And they figured it out. They had it working. They made it so that they don't lose a ton of money with it. And then the car industry caught on with it and then just bolted it down to the ground because it would kill eventually all of the combustion engines that are currently running, and the car industry of Germany didn't want that.
Is the whole water engine thing just a fake story, or did that actually happen, where the guy made a water engine and disappeared?
Sounds like nonsense.
It sounds
Absolute
like
nonsense to me.
It sounds like
Hydrogen, yeah, but water?
I think you can't. Even if you can make a car run on water, it's going to be for a very short distance.
To me, a car that runs on water sounds like you're just generating electricity out of nothing, which is
Well, that's
impossible.
it's just a steam engine, isn't it? You may as well just whack a load of coal in the back. And
They did build steam engines very early on, steam-powered cars.
They also built electric cars very early on.
Yeah, electric cars were a very
Okay, so
early
I have
concept.
I have found the story of this Stanley Mayer. I believe, from what I remember of the story, actually, he
Did
may
he?
have been talking nonsense anyway, but he did disappear in suspicious circumstances. So, yeah, there is something. The story is real, but yeah, I mean, how far you want to believe whether it's the CIA that killed him or he just didn't have a water engine and
How
disappeared.
would you have?
It's
How
up
would
to you.
he? How would he? Like, what does he need to do to have that running? Because water can't be compressed.
Yeah,
Water
well,
can't
Heat the water.
burn? Water can't ignite.
Heat the water and use it to power a generator. Like the steam, which is...
Yeah, then you have a steam
Steam
engine.
engine.
Steam engine.
I don't
Proper
see any other
convection,
way. Unless you're just running it through, like, dripping it off onto a water wheel, in which case you're not going very fast.
yeah, and
That's not a great
Maybe it
idea.
is the pressure instead of.
46 is
Do you
off.
think that if you're able to use a piston to basically, instead of compress the water, basically just increase the pressure of the volume as it goes through a slot, if you could increase that pressure to keep the flow rate the same,
Doesn't seem
that would
sustainable.
produce more power.
But you can't pressure water that fast. That's
If
the
you
thing.
push it towards something, then basic physics says to keep the flow rate the same, the pressure times by the gap has to be a constant.
But you still
So
need
if you
something
decrease
to
the
do
gap,
the pushing.
well, that's what the
Basically,
start of the ignition's for, to start it off. Then you design it to be your own, basically self-fulfilling cycle. But you do eventually lose some energy.
Yeah, it's like a little crash at the bus stop. La Hove, it's like it's going to be like a wind-up car, isn't it? You set it off going, and eventually it just slows down and slows down and slows down.
Yeah.
It's not very practical on a motorway, is it?
So basically, you're trying to use the Venturi effect to accelerate water to then have a self-sustaining system to keep a car running.
Listen, I'm not the bloke saying I had a water-powered engine.
We all four will be gone tomorrow.
By the time this race ends, we'll have sorted out the the fossil fuel crisis.
Yeah. Sounds like
And-
something we could do.
And, the Ukraine,
Yeah, all that. It will be
all
sorted.
the Middle East will have that sorted as well.
This is like the what do we call it? The EERC is cancelled podcast. Only the race isn't cancelled; it's still going on. It's just there's nothing much going on.
Oh, but if you keep going, we would be cancelled.
You'd be glad to know that there's still no reports.
This is why Ed is such a commentator, because he never goes off topic, and when he does, it's like loosely based on the race. Whereas the second you get me and Josh, I mean
We
me,
need
Josh,
to
and
get Josh in.
me, Josh, and,
Yeah.
me, Josh, and Alex last
Oh.
month was just unbelievable.
Ferrari with a spin.
See, I can be like Ed, I just choose not to.
Understandable.
Idiocy.
Have a great day.
It's a
Apart from-
10-hour race. How bored would you get if you did it for the whole 10 hours?
To be fair, one of my most enjoyable endurance stints was in GES, where you can't just go off. I mean, Danny's very serious about it all, so you can't just go off and start talking waffle that
With
much.
donuts on the track.
So I ended up pretty much just interviewing someone at the organisation of the series, like, oh, where are we taking it, and all of that. So that was fun. That was good.
But the best
What?
thing about in real life endurance racing is the unhinged commentary in the early hours of the morning.
Oh, it got nominated for the Partridge Finals this year, didn't it? Martin Haven. I was very proud to see him.
Are you suggesting that we're going to get nominated for the Partridge Prize?
Well, we're not actual television, so we're not in the club.
I think
sure we
that's
could get on
something
GB
we need to
next.
do for next year. Get a television contract going and then
Was
stream
it-
those.
What was that
Amazing, right?
league? What was that league that basically got screwed over by one of their sponsors?
Was it GTR 24?
Yes, that's the one. They were on television.
Yeah.
Were they?
They claimed
Apparently.
they had like 300 million annual viewers around the world, and on their streams there was about
Yeah,
30.
it's like I'm pretty sure.
Then we
I'm
know
pretty
what
sure
we need to do.
I'm pretty sure Premier League games don't get that worldwide. But,
No.
whatever.
It was nonsense, and I think the league has been pretty much dead, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I felt quite bad for them because they had a pretty decent sort of setup, and they had, I forget which, they had some good commentators as well, and they had a decent.
Me and
And they
Chris
were-
are thinking of exactly the same thing right now.
Oh.
Oh! I think I know what you're
We
talking
got
about.
Alex to play Top
Alex!
Gear down the microphone.
What did Alex? I didn't hear this story. I knew. Come to think of it, I remember now Alex was on it, but
During the height of the sim racing boom during COVID.
What did he play?
He flew him out to Denmark in the height of
yes,
COVID.
I remember. I remember that.
He got him to play Top Gear down the microphone. Is that still pinned in the Discord?
Yeah, I found it yesterday. I was talking to Peter about it.
Excellent, you need to link it immediately.
Oh, sorry. Also, Races Rides has been moved. Someone's
it's
been
so
doing a click and drag.
It was in second, isn't it?
I need to
Video.
reset it.
Just look it up below Brazil. There we go.
It's getting worse. Sorry to the 22 people who are actually watching.
Yeah, well, Josh, if Josh was here, now, he'd spend 20 minutes trying to figure out a way to play it down the mic. Oh dear. Hello, Josh. If you're watching, you're probably not watching. He's on his own stream right now, isn't he?
I sure hope you'll be there Thursday for the EERC BTCC final.
I don't think
Right.
it will be, unfortunately.
Oh, that would
I
be
don't
great
think
fun
Josh will
again.
be watching because I think F1 Sprint qualifying's just ended, so
Yeah.
he's probably doing that. And then I think there's some MotoGP stuff as well.
Yeah, it's same next weekend. So because the MotoGP is in its Asian part of this season, Josh has to go to bed quite early to be up for the free practice session. So
Thank
he
you a
misses-
lot, Nick.
He misses the BTCC commentary. Unfortunately. I don't know. His dad's not been well as well, so we hope his dad is recovering well. With him, we all love Josh here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Josh is a legend. One of my good commentary friends, one of my good internet friends. So yeah, hoping everything's okay over there.
I'm sticking to the YouTube chat. This is gold.
Oh, there we go. Okay, that was a change of pace.
God.
I still.
Oh God.
I have still got the clip of Alex absolutely screaming at drivers at Lime Rock Park.
Is that when
What
he
a
red
clip.
flagged it and made
What a
everyone
clip.
stop?
Yes, he goes stop. Oh, I remember him.
Oh,
I
there's
like
a car flip.
139 is upside down.
How did
That
that
happened
happen?
earlier and we missed it. How's this happened?
Yeah, you're right. It's the second time that car has flipped today. But this time it hasn't lost its rear wing.
We just completely missed it, me and Nick. His car upside down rolling about 4 times in turn 1.
Oh, he got helped.
Oh
he's
dear.
gonna-
Oh, there's a car around.
Oh, there
I
is.
think the game helped him.
I was expecting Autodirect to show us that car that got around, but
Yeah,
oh,
so
Gireb's, he's got damage.
the 139 got a tap into the back going onto the banking and hit the tyre wall, and apparently that makes your car go upside
I
down.
love how we've been paying so little attention. We haven't noticed that the overlay has been broken for the last 20 minutes.
It's been broken the whole race.
Good points.
No, I didn't even think of that. But anyway, there we go. Let's refresh.
Hey. Professionals.
Sounds like something we would do. Oh, I can't wait for the BTCC commentary, seriously.
I feel like I'm missing out because I don't pay any attention to the
It is
BTCC.
the most unhinged it's ever been
Yeah.
currently.
Long Beach was absolutely hilarious as a spectator.
It was even more hilarious as a driver. Every race start, red flag. Okay, another race start, red flag.
You
Oh,
could just
another
hear
race
like
up the red
every
flag.
call that Nick made. He was losing his will to live.
Yeah, I found
Race direct and commentate. It seems like.
At
I found the
first it
clip.
was-
I found the clip I was
was-
referring to. Put it in the chat, and I'll put it in the commentary chat as well. It's one of my all-time favourites.
First it was red flag in caps, and then it was red flag in lowercase.
I love this. I love this video so much.
What a race.
Drivers are just stopping at a safe moment.
It's still loading.
Oh, what a track! The absolute. It's the anger in his voice that I just think is absolutely golden throughout the entirety of
I
that
feel
clip.
sorry for Alex now.
I
Because he had
think-
to deal with a lot of absolute crap.
Yeah, this was. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely awful. He's one of my favourite series to commentate on. I used to love mine and Christian's little unhinged rants. Like Sebring 12 Hours was a waste of fun. It was overall a good league. I was disappointed when it kicks the bucket, but whatever. Got EERC, which is good enough.
Good enough.
Good enough. Unhinged enough.
Unhinged. Yeah.
Let's be professional for once.
Unlikely.
Yeah, I'm
Is
probably
that
going
ever
to. I'm going to jump out in about 10 minutes' time to go and watch the rugby.
Wow, okay, you're gonna go watch some men beat each other up instead of
Yeah.
racing
Yeah.
cars.
Yeah, well, I
Beating
have
each
to.
other up.
Well,
I
either
have
it's
to-
men beating each other up or it's men beating their cars up, so I don't see much
I-
of a difference.
I actually feel slightly, well, happy, but it was like at one point last night it seemed like I was going to have to do about 8 hours worth of commentary. Then Ed last minute turns up with about 400 hours of availability. A few more people turn up, and now I've only actually had to do 2. So actually, overall, it's been a pretty successful broadcast so far.
Well, and I'm very grateful for you taking over the last hours because I don't think I would be able to do them and stay awake.
Yes, well, it's 50-50 on whether I mean, I'll definitely be back to sort of round out the stream and stuff, but it's 50-50 whether I take those or I just let Peter sort of go solo. I'll probably be back for the last hour, but yeah, we'll wait and see. Go around. It's the number 1. Yeah, we'll wait and see. Wait and see about that. I mean, it's quite good for Ed to take an extra hour as well, up until 6, which was planned because I was supposed to take Alex's stints. Then Alex decided that he was going to jump back, so it's great. I get to pretend that I care about rugby for my for 4 years, once every 4 years.
Sounds about right.
I got entered into the sweepstake at work. I didn't even know there was any rugby going on.
Well, I've got England in the sweepstake at school, at college, rather.
So sorry again. You've been to
Yeah,
Milton Keynes and now this.
Yeah, I've got to spend the weekend in Milton Keynes next week.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't wait. The racetrack is fantastic, by the way. The karting track. I know I sort of work there, so I can't really give an unbiased opinion. But it is actually a fantastic track. It's massive facility. It's unbelievable.
I went there, well, not to the track, but I went to Milton Keynes last year for the Red Bull show run at the end of the season, and the entire town just stunk of Red Bull.
Yeah, I
You
can
get off
imagine
the
that.
train and all you can smell is Red Bull. So it
Well,
was horrible.
I went down for a charity event that they had, and I had to. It was my first proper solo trip ever, like anywhere. I mean, I haven't been on my own. I haven't been south of Stafford in my life on my own. So, you know, I only went to Birmingham with my friends for the first time, like literally this year. So it was quite a big thing to get the train down to Milton Keynes, and I had to figure out. Basically, I assumed that like, oh, okay, track is like 3 minutes away from the train station. That's not a problem. Turns out no. Turns out whereas everywhere else has got paths, Milton Keynes has got roads and then a path network. So you don't
It's
just have a
hideous,
pavement.
isn't it?
You don't just have pavement. I had to walk through a people roundabout. There's a rather than just having a
A what?
a people roundabout. It's literally like an island for people. It's like set as a roundabout. It's a circle with an island in the middle, and
The most ridiculous.
it's for
thing I've
people.
ever heard.
It's for people. I mean, you can walk around it either way, so it's not really a roundabout. But the point is, it could have been just a crossroads. But no, it's a people roundabout.
Point.
There is no point. This is the thing. It was
Are
absolutely
you
0 point.
serious?
Yeah, and then I almost got run over by a dirt bike. Some
I
guys.
mean,
were
it could be worse.
bombing-
It could be like
bombing
trying
it.
to figure out the London Underground system for the first time.
Oh yeah, no, I've never had to do that, thankfully.
No, even worse.
That's just a mess.
Paris Underground.
Yeah, I don't travel, so you know.
Yeah, I can only imagine that the Paris Underground is a bad copy of the London Underground.
You have to buy a paper ticket as well.
Oh,
Really?
Tap in, tap out.
No, with you have to buy or like have a specific like oystery card kind of thing.
Oh, God.
And then I
Tap
got
in, tap out is like the best thing about London.
Then I got French mega COVID from being down there. So.
Is it like easy? Is it like easy to bunk the train down there? Because here, I don't bunk the train often. I used to, but they got a bit more hot on it. But it's pathetically easy. It seems every time I buy a ticket, then I do not get checked. But you know, it's not worth the risk anymore. Basically, it's
Every
just
time I go in the train down here, I get checked.
Yeah, we get. I mean, to and from college, I probably get the train. I don't know. We're talking more than 10 times a week, probably.
I
And
think it depends on what you're doing, from my experience. If you go in between major cities, you'll get checked. If you're just on a commuter train, you won't.
you say that I didn't get checked all the way to Birmingham, and
I didn't get checked Birmingham to London,
But they
but I get checked all the time
Stations.
Birmingham to Sheffield.
big stations, they assume they usually ticket barriers to get into the station in the first place.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
So they assume you've had to get a ticket. to
But
the
again, if
barrier.
I do Birmingham to Sheffield, I've had to go through New Street, and it's maze of
Well, they
barriers.
assume you're some kind of genius if you manage to navigate New Street, and
Oh,
therefore
this is true.
wouldn't
It could be
try.
worse. It could be Leeds.
New Street is a nightmare.
And New
I-
Street is worse than Leeds.
I'd never seen.
Leeds
I'd
is
never
far
seen.
worse than New Street.
I'd never seen a train station that has got platform like 4B and 4A.
Oh, and
I'm
the
like,
colours, like zone
it's like, what?
11.
yeah. And the worst part is, I thought the staff would be really friendly, so I go over and I'm like, excuse
No.
me, excuse me, mate. You know, I've got my ticket. Which zone am I in? Am I at the right barrier? It's like, no, you go
You
over
gotta
there.
remember, it's an it's an underpaid, underappreciated person from Birmingham.
Who gets shouted at 50 times a day.
Yes, they're not going to be very nice.
Yes, yeah, well, fair enough. Have you ever seen the video of that woman who was walking through Birmingham New Street and two homeless people were getting familiar just at 9 o'clock on a Tuesday morning?
Sounds about right for Birmingham New Street, to be honest. Maybe that's why they put the bull in there, so that you can hide.
As Lahoven gets penalty.
He's just speed in the pits.
Yes.
It's about the 4th time he's got a penalty for something like that today as well.
Might actually have a battle for second in LMH, to be fair.
Oh, yeah.
4 seconds.
Well, something happened in the race.
We have a race?
Oh, there's a race going on? I thought this was just 10 hours of
Podcast.
chaos.
The EERC podcast.
Featuring
Right, no.
whoever turns up.
Yeah.
The bull is such a good idea in concept, but one, it made the council bankrupt, and two, they've put it just so that you can't see any of the screens with the train information on. And make sure right underneath them.
Doesn't even look that cool, does it? I mean,
It was
really.
cool in the Commonwealth Games when it moved.
Yeah, but it doesn't move anymore. It just sits
it
there
just
in your
sits
way.
there. And they called it Ozzy Osbourne.
Of course they did.
Stupid, mate.
I submitted teeny weeny angry bully machiney.
Didn't they do a pink one for Barbie? Or
They
something? Yeah, they made a pink one for Barbie.
probably might have decorated the one at the bull ring.
I just feel bad for the original bull, the OG.
The bull ring bull.
Yeah.
I
it
think
just
it's
gets
ruined
ruined.
like every 2
Yes, I love
months.
it.
Not from the. It probably doesn't get ruined anymore because it would be deemed as non-essential spending. I have pictures of it being dressed up as a clown for Halloween and all that. I never get the bears that they put in the summer. I think the Aston University for that, but they've put loads of weird ceramic bears in the cathedral grounds.
Yeah,
Well, they've done
they're
that in
almost
Brighton.
as proud as their bears as like Yorkshire are of their roads. It's quite sad, really.
I can say after having lived in Sheffield, I never heard a single thing about roses.
Really, I heard that most people they say you see more roses in Yorkshire than you do English flags. It's like they're
No,
very
I don't even
proud.
see English flags, to be fair, but saying that, I never lived in
Yeah.
that kind of area of Sheffield, so...
Well, I suppose if you go rurally, anyway. I
Yeah.
mean, we get the odd black country flag around here, which is always funny.
I get
because-
loads.
We got 3
Because
cars in
I
10
don't-
seconds from the top 3 in
Ooh.
GT.
Always makes me laugh though, because I don't live in the black country, so I don't know why they have to like fly the flag proudly.
Black country people who have done a bit well for themselves are going to the nice part of the Worcestershire area instead of having to live in Tipton.
Oh dear. Oh, well, Dudley and that
Oh.
area of the world. Dire place.
Lower Gornal.
I remember driving through Wensfield once on the way back from a Villa game, and it was like
Wensfield.
I was only about 10, and it was 11 o'clock at night or something. Probably one of the sketchiest. I mean, I was 10. I still felt the fear to my life. It was awful.
Wensfield ain't even that bad of a place.
Wensfield is bad. Wensfield is really bad.
It's like, what? I've never heard of anyone having a problem at Wensfield.
Wensfield's bad. I always was told Wensfield is like terrible. I mean, Google a picture of it.
It just looks like any other place in Wolverhampton.
Yeah, that's exactly why. Well,
That's why, okay.
any place in Wolverhampton is a pretty bad place to be.
Oh,
Chris, actually got to go and do some race
Yeah,
directing.
he's seen the report. Right, I'm gonna jump out. I don't know if they'll be back for the final hour because the F1 will be on. So I will probably be watching the F1 and hoping the stream doesn't die in my absence.
It's not on till 11.
yeah, it's 11 o'clock at night, sprint race.
Yeah.
Yeah, our final hour is 11 o'clock until 12. So is it
What a
not?
load of nonsense.
So you're going to be up anyway, Nick.
Yeah.
I'm going to be driving.
Oh,
That's a shame you got 2 screens, haven't you?
I'm not watching the
Why
final.
has Final Bond reported the Final Bond? Not this car, another GT3.
I remember.
Don't know which.
I remember the Hunter Birch squad reporting us, and I just dropped him a message. I was like, boys, like, come on.
Wasn't there Hockenheim where I got a
Yeah, it
warning for what was it?
It
For
was you.
lapping, and then 10 seconds
just said
later
that-
I got a warning for blue flags.
I said to him, boys, it's like your logo is on our car. Like, we don't do that here. Like, you've taken me out like 4 times this year, and I haven't reported you for
This
anything.
might very well be the worst report I've ever received.
Anyway, I will see you guys in a bit. I would definitely be around for the end of the race. Don't think I'm just bunking off admin duties, but I will
Yeah.
possibly not be in the commentary box. So I'll see you guys. See you guys later.
See you later. So the only rational person left in here is left.
Interesting.
Was there ever any?
The most rational person in here is left. The person who knows how to commentate is left.
Okay. Okay, I'll sign that. I've been in here for like 40 minutes now, and it's been the best thing I've done all day.
It's just been talking. There's hardly anything going on in the race.
Well,
If you don't mind, I might actually go and play Peter, so...
Killed.
With words.
Kill with words. Well, he's
He's
finished
the
his
steward, he should know better.
There's a yellow flag in sector 1. I think we've had a yellow flag in sector 1 every lap, though.
I think when you exit the pit lane and you don't accelerate early enough, it throws the yellow flag there because you're going slow on racing surface, which is baffling.
Yeah, that's our factors. We know how quality this game is and polished.
What a report. Oh my god.
Who's it? There's Fuentes in the pits from P3. And that's Soaping on the grass.
Doing stuff and things, I guess.
You got Ziddy coming out the pits. Fuentes in the pits. I'm not good at this. I wasn't planning to do this today.
Yeah, me neither, and like... But at least CD gets a penalty.
Oh, I guess, yeah, speeding. He just come out the pits. That's really been... I think, as I can't remember if Tom had said, people just aren't slowing it down early enough. But you leave that extra bit of margin because it's not worth saving half a second and losing 40 seconds from a drive-through penalty.
With the speed limit being 60 for some undefined reason, it's very easy to speed there. And I've... The 4 times I had to drive into the pits today, I nearly sped on all 4 of them. Because with this Orica...
Oh, that's that catch. How has he got there? Where is that?
It's at the exit of the chicane, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess he just hit the curb, threw him off. I've done it.
But like, he's like a kilometer away from the chicane. How can that happen?
He's at the airport next door.
But when you're braking for the pit entry with the Orica, you lose so much braking performance when you're off the racing surface. It's very easy to speed. That's all I try to say.
Well, there's marbles, isn't there? You're on the dirty surface. The Orica likes to lock up anyway, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's okay. Could be better. Maybe at some point we will allow low ABS. Maybe, please?
Unlikely. Well, because everyone's pitted, the close gaps we had on the race have now all stretched again.
Well, at least it's not like one lap between everyone, like the last races.
True, yeah.
It's something that I will never understand with this league, that you have such big gaps after like 4 hours, and then at the end of the race, you have always like 2-3 cars that are battling it out for some position.
Yeah, it doesn't... I've never been able to get my head around how the races actually pan out, because as you said, people are 5 laps down and then suddenly they're back in the lead again. I think a lot of people do different strategies and we don't. It's pretty difficult to pick up on that, on what the options are if you're not driving the car. But yeah, for some people, the gaps they manage to claw back are insane.
Well, a lot is helped by the fact that you disconnect so easily on this game.
Yeah.
Colin Sanders, I think I've commented on him disconnecting was in the lead at least at 3 different races.
It was always a thing when I raced with him, though.
Is the overlay stuck again? Is anyone actually on the...
No, it's not.
Okay.
I don't know, Fuentes is just having a long stop, it looks like.
Yeah. But if you look at the 86 car, it's stuck since 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think we need an overlay reset there.
If it's blue, it means they're in the pits, no?
Yeah, but Altentis
look at the
has been
86.
in the pits. Cool. There we go.
Ah.
I think it's still marking as in the pits there.
Yeah, but he'd been in the pits for 1 minute 45 seconds but hadn't started his pit stop yet. He stopped to get a cold drink.
Probably.
Speaking of cold drinks, I'll be back in a minute. I need to go and get one.
Copy. But let's keep the action of this race until next back. Even though there's not a lot happening currently. There's sadly also not a lot happening in the YouTube chat as well. By the looks of it. That we maybe could pick up on and talk about. With the 16 people currently watching. Just cars going around in circles. For another 4 hour 19.
Did anything exciting?
No.
Not really much happened. The thing is, oh, now something is happening. With the one car spinning for the second time, third time since I'm here.
You just, yeah, since you're here.
I've also noticed there's like nothing happening in the YouTube chat that we could maybe pick up and talk about, but like the last
people watching.
the last thing that's somewhat interesting is with the water engine.
Yep.
That one person brought up. And it's actually quite interesting, the idea he had.
But again, I think that's just a steam engine.
Compress it
instead
using
of-
also electricity and it moves.
It's a. But you've got to get that. That's then just an electric car that you're.
So you're basically taking the coals from the steam engine and replacing it with an electric heater?
That has actually been done. As
That's
your
a
car
lie.
goes off the track. Okay, we'll get into it now because there's nothing else going on. You know, traditional steam engines use coal, don't they? It's like steam trains.
Yeah.
I think
well,
it
they
was.
didn't have anything else different back then.
Well, true. There was the Swiss, because of course it was the Swiss. They had one that took power from the overhead cables as normal, but instead of just using that to directly power it, you did use the electric to heat water to make it go. So it was a steam engine, but instead of using the coal, it used the electric from the overhead wires to power.
So basically a steam engine with extra steps.
Yeah, exactly. As there was a battle, but he's just come into the pits.
Just noped out of there.
You want something to watch?
Nah. Just joking.
Such a tease. Speedo Racing Team on debut LMH is doing surprisingly well. They are doing very well. Speedo Racing, of course, in third place with Guerrero. And especially seeing as they were a lap down at the start of the race, they have definitely come back well to be, on the same lap as the P2 car.
Well,
Obviously, the Maria car is disappeared.
if you think about it, the whole hypercar category this year has been very lackluster.
It started off well when people thought the Glickenhaus was actually a decent car.
Or maybe should have bopped it like the Orica.
Well, we
Still
did.
kind of salty about it.
Yeah, it's just in real life they're two very different cars, so it's impossible really to the Toyota and the Glickenhaus. It's impossible to balance because they're completely different in every way.
Well, they tried in the first season of the hypercars where the Toyota and Glickenhaus were somewhat okay. And you had the Alpine LMP1 car that occasionally dominated a race and then got hammered by the pit strategy because they always had to pit like 3 to 5 laps earlier.
Yep.
Because of the FIA doing FIA things.
Yeah, it's good. The
Yes.
hypercar category in the next few years, though, is going to be great fun.
In IMSA, yeah, because they figured out a bot. But in, if the FIA would take over the bot from IMSA, and then they would only need to newly configure the Toyota, and I
Yeah.
think they should be able to bob one car instead of bobbing all the cars.
It's the FIA, isn't it? They're too scared to do anything controversial generally.
But they did in Le Mans with making the Ferrari extremely fast.
True. Look how that went.
And then Toyota was like complaining again, and all of a sudden Toyota was being the dominant force again. But for the one race that needed the publicity of Ferrari winning, Ferrari all of a sudden were the fastest cars.
That's
And-
it now. It won't
and
win
even-
again.
And even then, they only won because a ton of other cars
as
I
actually
don't
did
even
it.
think
two.
Ferrari were the fastest car at Le Mans.
No, they
I think
were.
they just got the
Yeah.
least. They just got the least
Race.
solid.
At some point, even the not the Renault, the Peugeot. even,
Peugeot
like,
was
they-
leading and like genuinely quick.
Yeah, it was a very weird race. And then you had the Jota Porsche leading.
Someone's going very
The
slowly.
162, I think, has run out of fuel.
How can that happen? Well, I shouldn't talk. When I came into the pits the last time, I had 0.7 liters in the tank.
Oh no, it was like a downshift issue, blew the engine. I'll be right back. Let me just deal with this. The 162 car, if you can't get the engine going, please retire to the pits.
Right, it's good to know that your whisper doesn't work. If
162? Yep, okay, thank you. We got there in the end.
Nicholas,
Yes?
you one or other.
Oh yeah, sorry. Technical issues there.
It's good to know that your chat doesn't work on Mumble if you're muted. It's taken me 2 years to figure that out compared to TeamSpeak.
As that's stopping and off again.
Well, if I just may ask, why are we using Mumble?
Because
Free.
TeamSpeak wanted like £200 a year just for us to exist. And Mumble's
Oh.
free.
Because, like, that's the first time I've ever heard of that.
You know, if you want to host a server on TeamSpeak with more than about 30 slots, it's you have to pay a license.
And Mumble
Makes
gives
sense.
all the functions.
Actually makes sense, even to me.
Not all open source and free and runs on literally anything.
It's one of the ways you can keep it free.
Yeah, and the 162 actually DNF'd after their mishap.
There was some kind of hardware issue, and it's like the car went from fourth into first. It wasn't a real thing in the background, it was a brake board.
Well, that's a money shift and a half.
They were They were, what, P2, P... Oh, that's not a good place.
Ooh!
That is
Someone lost a
real
wheel there.
Okay, right.
Oh. There's a wheel on the
Okay,
racing
code
line.
80 in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80. Caution, debris in the bus stop chicane and stopped cars.
Well, okay, well, there we go.
With that happening, I think I will have to leave you very spontaneously because I might actually get into the car now.
Managing two different things. It's took my head in.
So,
Okay, bye, Thomas. Good luck.
thank you for having me, and we shall see each other at the BTCC race on Thursday.
For more absolute chaos.
See ya.
Bye. Well, they're all dropping like flies now.
Yeah. And we're left alone in the commentary box.
Oh dear, what have they done that for?
Oh dear.
That was a pretty horrendous accident, though. Pan Katai just lost it at the bus stop, and the 162 had nowhere to go. Let me just go call green. Mute. Okay, we're back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
I think that really is the end of a fairly abysmal day for the number one car.
Yeah, it couldn't have gone really much worse for them. If it could go wrong, it did go wrong. Just to make things even more fun for you, Chris, I'll be getting in the car in 1 hour's time.
Excellent. Looks like I might have to go and eat food then.
As I hope we've got some more commentators coming. Corrales is definitely DNF'd.
And yet the 69 car is somehow dropping time to them.
Make it make sense. Just drinking Pepsi, so I stay awake for my stint.
Beppis.
Beppis Maximum.
Beppis Maximum, oh. I have Beppis Maximum Cherry.
Oh, that's a good drink. It's
Yeah,
like
very
Dr.
well.
Pepper, but decent.
I quite like normal Dr. Pepper, to be fair.
Ready?
I think it's quite nice.
It's alright, but Pepsi Max Cherry's nicer.
I can never find it, but the zero sugar Dr. Pepper I think tastes better than normal Dr. Pepper.
Have you tried the lemon and lime Pepsi Max?
Oh, I love the lime Pepsi Max.
Yeah, it's good.
They did like a ginger one for a bit, didn't they?
Yeah, it's like that you don't see them anywhere, and then you'll go to a random news agent and they'll have.
I think they bring them out
108.
around Christmas. 'Cause
Yeah.
I think you see them in like normal supermarkets around Christmas because apparently ginger drinks are popular around Christmas.
It's what happens when they're after the Pepsi Christmas party. They all go back and just start thinking
Messing
of
with that.
flavours. What if we added roast beef? Hey! And then 2 weeks later, there's roast beef Pepsi on the shelf.
What they do. The raspberry one I think tastes like alcohol.
Never had it.
It genuinely tastes like cough medicine. But you know that really, you must remember like the taste of alcohol
It's
when
burned in my
you
memory
were
forever.
when you were a kid. It tastes like a carbonated Calpol.
With Calpol, the ironic thing was it made me feel sick with how awful it tasted.
The weird sugar taste.
So I'd be have like a cold or something. I'd have some Calpol and then I'd throw up because it tasted so disgusting.
Oh yeah, they do a no caffeine one now, don't they?
What Calpol?
Pepsi. Yes, no caffeine Calpol. But no, Pepsi Max. Oh, sorry, I think they've changed the recipe of regular Pepsi. I think they've substituted some of the sugar with sweetener, so it's only like 10 grams a can now or something. But it tastes not very good.
I think eventually you're not going to be able to buy the full sugar versions.
You might still be able to buy sugared drinks, but I don't think you'll be
Yeah,
able
but
to
not
buy
the.
36 grams of sugar a can Coke and all that.
But I think regular Coke tastes better than it did a few years ago.
I think they've also dropped the sugar content. So I remember buying a bottle the other day, and it was only like 20 grams a cup.
Yeah. If only they
Like
get rid of
30.
those connected lids.
I hate those lids. Those lids are awful.
I've ripped them off just to spite them.
Yeah, but then you just get that little, because it only disconnects at one side. So you just get that little like thing that just wants to poke your eye out, or
Yeah.
like, go up your nose or something.
And when you're pulling it, you can get the jolt with a full-up bottle and you drink
Yeah.
it.
Everywhere.
Everything. First time I came across one, I didn't really know what it was. I thought it was like a manufacturing defect, and I screwed it up and put it in my backpack. But with the way it
wasn't
is, it's
screwed up
quite
properly.
difficult to actually screw them on properly, so it's cross-threaded. Red Coke all over my bag, over my camera, over my power bank.
Yeah, you've got to like kind of fold it over and then like pick it into plates before you can screw it down.
It's just so unintuitive.
True. I try and find a bottle of Pepsi anyway.
But I don't
That's like the
see-
random news agents.
see the advantage of it, really. Because everyone I knew, when they threw out a finished bottle of Coke, you throw out the lid at the same time.
Yeah.
You didn't. I'm not walking along with a bottle of Coke. I chuck the lid into a hedge and then chuck the bottle into a bin.
No.
Either you recycle everything or you recycle none of it.
Because the whole point of buying the bottle is that it's resealable against the glass bottle or the can.
Yeah.
And let's be real, unless you go into some like middle class Ponzi party, you're not having the glass bottles of Coke, are you?
But yeah, who's getting a bottle of Coke and chugging it all in one go? The
No
bud
comment.
got out after that feet.
No comment.
The closest battle on track currently was battle for the lead in P2 actually. Do we have the
Ooh,
cameras?
Look at that. There we go.
Hey, it's still 5 seconds apart. It's not like anything's going to happen immediately, but it's something to look forward to. The battle with the 66 and 21 have been going on nearly all race.
Oh, I guess we're going to P2 and LMH for some reason.
Water Director didn't find it very interesting.
They are definitely in true endurance racing 60% of the race hours. The quiet before the storm.
Yeah.
Always the way.
And it's getting to the stage where people are going to start getting tired as well, because it's what? Getting towards 9 o'clock in Europe, 8 o'clock in the UK. It's next week the clocks change.
66 and 21 are on different tyre strategies, you just had reported. Which means someone is unfortunately listening to our absolute babble.
This is not the day job. For good reason.
I imagine if you were watching F1 and David Croft starts going on about Coke bottles. Saying that, it does sound like something he'd do. And then get it wrong and say, oh yeah, I love Coke, it tastes so orangey.
Please don't compare us to David Croft. It's just offensive.
Yes, Martin.
But I know better than you.
Oh, thank God, someone's here to save us.
Chris and
Hello,
Nick.
Alex.
What are you doing here?
Good question.
Poor Ed was lonely about 3 hours ago and we just haven't left.
Right.
And
Yes.
we're on our own, which is never good for anyone.
No.
This is an insight into what race direction sounds like on a daily basis.
We haven't
Has there
started
been any
singing.
cursing?
Yeah, we haven't started singing yet, to be fair.
No cursing.
No, we've been
Wow. Good,
Well,
good
there was
job.
that bit about dismemberment, but
What? I've missed a lot.
good. Tom started going on about the Isle of Man TT and how people get dismembered when they
that was Tom. He's meant to be the professional. I don't think we're getting any job offers for the commentary.
doubt it. I don't think the Formula E commentary competitions are going to be particularly interested in us.
So this isn't as bad as the old Grid 2 Formula E commentary.
Oh. The Jaguar one. Where they race those the I-Paces around tracks that were clearly too small to be racing I-Paces like that.
Feel free to actually commentate.
Well, I'm just interested as to what you're saying. I mean, it's interesting to be caught up on what's been said. Maybe bring it up.
We could write a book about it.
Well, it's the EERC Endurance podcast.
Oh, that's what it always is, no? Always has been.
Wait. It's a podcast?
Always has been.
Ah.
Yeah.
Joe
Qualify-
Rogan, eat your heart out.
It's a
Yes.
podcast with just like a backing track of engine noises.
Yes. Well, Joe Rogan, he doesn't have a bunch of race cars driving around a virtual circuit, so I'd say we're better.
We are
We've got-
officially better than Joe
Got a
Rogan.
unique selling point.
Yes.
Where's Elon Musk?
We need a bit of investment.
Unfortunately, we don't have any weed, Elon. We can offer you an hour's worth of conversation with Josh Birch,
Oh, goodness
which
me.
anyone would take. It's worth it.
Well,
Take that
no.
immediately.
Yeah.
Not anyone would take. I don't know if you heard about Josh's tangent in Japan.
Yes, I remember I was out and I came back and clicked on the stream and he was going on about something. What was it? It made me laugh quite a lot.
Cartoon character, something.
Yeah. Where was it? Yeah, I clicked on the stream and heard Josh say, just get a baked bean tin.
Oh yes. I don't know what he was trying to describe how to do. I sort of just switched off then. Because he was on such a tangent about, I don't know, a dad making something for their child for a science fair.
And naturally. That might be how Scuderia Cameron Glickenhoff was formed. Science
They got a
project
bean
project.
tin.
Stuck some wheels on it. We're gonna enter Le Mans, boys.
Such a bad
Will our
joke.
cars fail to accelerate on full line as well?
I don't know. We should probably lay in on a real race because it's not real. Sim racing all the way.
Yeah, he wasn't attacking R Factor 2, he was actually attacking Real Racing 3 on his phone. He thought that was sim racing and just like carried on.
Maybe if they spent some time in the simulator, their car wouldn't be so slow.
Awful. An embarrassment to hype.
It looked good, it sounded good.
You know, it could be worse. Could be the van war.
It looked tragic, it sounded tragic, and it barely moved.
At least it's doing better than the bicolors that preceded it. Where its rear wing has not fallen off yet.
All this sounds like is that you're bullying. Yeah, that's
Deserved.
what you're doing. Deserved?
Oh, although Ben Cage nearly crashed into the wall.
We're bullying the real races. Only sim racers get my respect.
The real racist?
um,
Um,
no further comment. Oh dear.
What does this come to?
There's 20 people watching this. I'm so sorry.
These
My
people trying to get
condolences.
race updates from their team in the car, and it's just us.
There's
My
one
deepest
gap.
apology.
There's 2 gaps on the track that are under 80 seconds. There's not much going on.
To be fair, one of them is for the lead of LMP2, but still.
Yeah, but it's pulling. Horvath has started to pull away from Hughes a bit.
I think Hughes is on worse tyres.
Yeah. That's your race update. Done.
Well, they're both on softs. You can just about make that out on this genuinely awful overlay. And
there's
that's no
letters
knock
there?
on Tom that makes it. It's a knock on Studio 397 for not making it clearly legible. I don't think he touches this bit.
The M and the H look so similar somehow.
I've got the medium
I think that
tires
sounds
even
like a you
existed.
problem, to be honest. I want to just shout out the GT3s that are running on hards.
You know. Well, actually, no, I'm not going to say that because it'll give away our strategy.
Come on,
Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, well, you can double stint hards here, easier.
You heard it from him first. Double thin hearts, everyone.
Oh, the GT suddenly pit.
Yeah. I don't actually know what. That's the Toyota, right? That was on the screen.
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
only one. Only Toyota hypercars today.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we haven't had a glick for the last few races. It's been a bit of a shame.
I wonder why.
Because it's genuinely rubbish.
Yeah, it's not the best car.
It was
We
fine.
We can't be
It was-
direct here.
The actual out and out pace between the two were fairly close post pop. It was just that, you know, the Glick had a far larger fuel tank and
And
then was losing about 10-15 seconds a stop.
and it was
Didn't accelerate at all out
Didn't
of any
accelerate
slow
and was
corner.
harder to cut. It was a bit snappier,
In return,
harder
it
to
did
set
look
up.
cooler and sound better though.
Which is all that matters.
Exactly. If you don't look cool doing it, what's the point?
We should have just had the Glickenhaus, not bothered with the Toyota.
Yeah, the fake Moyoda against the licensed Glickenhaus. We'll just rock up with a van next season. And LMP2 can be top class again.
Van Wall and Boxmaster in the same class, I think that'd be pretty close.
Just give them the same engine. Yeah, equal downforce
Build a
and
super
drag.
van.
I'd like to point out that the stream views just dropped from 23 to 14.
Ruined. In ruins.
I've already apologised. What more can we want?
Well, that reminds me. Yeah, that reminds me of Josh's tangent. Mog.
It's
Not Jacob Rees. No.
Aw. not the fake Victorian.
No.
With his real Victorian policies.
Now. Mind where you're going.
I will leave it there.
That is probably a wise decision.
Political podcast now.
What's the one that Alistair Campbell does with Rory Stewart? The rest is politics or something? Eat your heart out. We have fake race cars, we're far cooler.
Oh no, I'm watching the delayed stream anyway. Guerrero went off the track about 10 seconds ago.
I wasn't even paying attention, to be fair. So, supposed to be the commentator here, but
You just vibe it.
exactly, I'm here for the entertainment of Nick Homewood and I forgot your actual Tompkins. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Tompkins.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, well, I've got to go and drive a car in half an hour, so
Don't crash.
I will.
What, a whole car?
A whole car? Well, there'll only be half of it left after a few laps.
Just that's the only response I can give. Just
You know, if it wasn't true, it would be funny.
even funnier that it's true.
Not for me.
Oh no, but no, nothing is funny to you, is it?
No. Except my imminent and brutal demise.
You're imminent.
Imminent and brutal demise.
To the tyre barrier on the outside of the pistol chicane.
No, don't be ambitious. You won't get that far.
The exit line. Gonna plough into the concrete wall.
Yes. Turn 1. Do you know where the pit exit wall sort of stops?
Yep.
The first time. You're gonna hit that.
Yeah. Well, what was it, Nate, that you said before we moved into the commentary? I'm surprised no one's crashed into the pit exit wall.
What, and then 10 minutes later someone
It's gonna
crashed
be
into the
you.
pit exit wall?
No, it's
Oh,
gonna be you. You're gonna be the first to crash into the tyre bits at the start of the pit exit wall.
I'm setting myself up for failure.
You
Let's
always
call that
were.
a success. That was the actual accuracy.
You
You're
see-
accurately off target.
One thing we said in commentary was accurate. It's a premonition. This came to me in a dream. We've lost more viewers. There's 12 people here now.
Don't leave. We've got more virtual racing cars, but we're only watching like the same 4 for whatever reason.
Or a director
Thanks for
having
the
its own
director.
moment.
Oh, now we've got a nice driver's eye view. Nothing to say about that really, is there?
It is
Mercedes
definitely
wheel.
the inside of a Mercedes.
Yeah. He's got no one ahead of him. His rear view mirror is empty. Like, what can we even do right
There's a
anymore?
Ferris wheel.
Oh,
There's a plane.
yeah.
No,
Can we get a
plane
track
comes
shot?
up.
These cars are useless. Can we get a track shot? Well, we got cars coming into the pit lane. Gutierrez in the 46. And that name I don't know how to pronounce. Ziddy?
Is it
I don't
here?
know.
Guerrero in the RH or something else.
Yeah, a lot of people coming into the pits. Yeah, there's cars on track. That's what can be said about this.
We're
Is there any
definitely in
reports?
the lull period. No.
Oh, it's boring.
You heard it here first, people. This is boring.
I'm starting to think that maybe we aren't losing viewers because of what we're saying. It's more that
We've gained 2
Nothing's
viewers,
happening.
I'm just saying.
oh yes.
Welcome.
Welcome
Please
2
don't-
viewers.
Welcome to Insanity.
This
welcome
is
to
what
the jungle.
happens when you put people who are finally used to their cars on a track with 1,000,000 miles of runoff.
And not many of them.
I think 27 was more than enough for Daytona, to be fair.
I think we need a few more. Can we just
I think
enter
we
more
need a
cars
few
into
more.
the race
I
now?
think too many is better than not enough.
I'd rather see like 6 cars crash on lap 1 because there's too many cars on
Listen,
track.
it nearly happened. They were like 5 wide into the first corner.
Well, it's just
LMP2.
tradition
Oh,
at Daytona.
Something's happening in the race. Hughes is pitting from the lead of LMP2.
Oh goodness me, no way! He's going to be on the same lap.
Thrilled. I think the gap, once Horvath has come round, it was about 10 seconds before, so
Yeah.
let's see what it is.
See what this alternate tyre strategy does.
And yeah, that's a Le Mans hypercar, and it's, you know, natural position at Daytona. Don't look into that too much.
Hughes is now coming out of the pits. Horvath 56 seconds behind currently. He's just coming onto the banking as Hughes is coming into the pit exit. So I think the gap is going to be
So a much bigger gap. They must have not taken tyres.
Or Horvath had a damage repair, or a drive-through maybe.
Seems way too big.
Hughes just coming up to the pit exit, right? Just on the last banking, so the gap's probably, what, 30 seconds? Yeah.
36. Oh, it's rapidly decreasing, but Wolvaf still needs to go through Sector 1. So maybe, potentially Hughes didn't take tires, but...
I would have thought if Hughes didn't take tyres, then Horvath would also have taken tyres. Unless did they driver swap? It was 4 Gax in there before, wasn't it? So it makes sense that they would have taken tyres if they swapped drivers.
I'm just here for the ride.
Yellow in Sector 2.
Oh, please tell me that the overlay isn't bugged, as it usually is. Oh, wow. It wasn't bugged.
What's on the which one's the optimal?
Does you?
A
Is it? I thought it was
2. Yeah, number 2.
Oh, he does. He drove for someone else last race, didn't he?
No. URT, but they're not here.
Oh.
He's driving his actual team's car now.
The team here.
Oh, yeah.
He's decided he's good enough for his own team, is he?
We're in 80 car field and cars flip while screaming, "Do it for Dale." That's a cumulus.
Dale.
66 took tyres, 21 didn't take tyres, 66 is doing double doubles. The double double.
What about triple triples?
Where's that from? Isn't that that's a burger, isn't it? A double double.
Yeah, it's a McDonald's
That was a
burger,
mug
right?
double. No, double double is in and out, isn't it?
Yes, in and out.
It's just a double cheeseburger with a weird name.
A double double.
Trying to make you sound like a chicken, really, or a cock.
But it's made out of beef.
You sure
Yeah, well,
about that?
Ooh. No, let's not go. Let's not go there. As long as they aren't ordering from Tesco, I think we'll be okay.
Horse burgers.
Hello, horsey. I should call you Tesco.
It's just you goes back. Oh, he's been hit by his teammate.
Those
Oh,
cars
dear.
look nothing alike.
They do. Because that one's got blue on it and
Oh, they've got a
it's
bit of blue on that. Yeah.
turquoise.
Is really that's an amazing name for a team.
Speedo racing team.
Yeah, I dread to think what their overalls look like.
You'd have to, wouldn't you? Have that as yeah. Or just wear speedos over your racing suit.
Yeah.
Wasn't it Vettel did that, didn't he, to protest the FIA's underwear rules? He showed up for the drivers' parade wearing his pants over his.
Oh, I thought you were going on about him wearing. I was lost.
That was on a different website.
This is unhinged.
And somehow it's not even the worst it's been so far. I think unfortunately I'm going to have to go and get ready to drive the car. So I'll
Just
leave you.
Drive
to be
and
engaged.
commentate at the same time.
That's not a good idea. The stream will get taken.
I mean, what was it? Didn't Christian last time he went Daytona do stewarding and driving at the same time?
Yes, he had to pull over to type in the command.
He was in the middle of the bus stop calling code 80s.
I'm not going to do that.
Why not?
Yet.
I'll crash without the distraction.
You'll be the one causing the code 80, but once you've crashed, you're there to call it.
As I'm sliding towards the wall, code 80 and 10. In fact, there is the car that will crash. Code 80 and 10.
Why is it a wheel?
What?
Why was it may crash? It's a will crash.
Take a good look at it. You'll have to come find it from the lake later. Right, well, good luck. might be back in a bit.
I do hope so.
Excellent.
That's not the plan, but it might happen.
Oh dear.
Right. Good luck. Have fun. Bye-bye.
I'm gonna let you do proper commentary now. I'm
Well,
gonna crawl back into my stupid hole.
yeah, you can do that, but there's nothing really to talk about, is there? There's
I
an
need to go
LMP.
eat food.
Well, you should do that. Right.
So should everyone.
Oh, and
hello.
That's
Just
a
as it
moment.
says, a firework's gone off and I've just seen a massive accident.
A firework.
Firework goes off outside and a GT3 crashes into an LMP2 at the same time. If that
Sound
isn't
effects.
immersive, I don't know what is.
The explosion was probably more the sound going through the LMP2 driver's microphone.
Yeah, it transferred from what I think is Hungary to Western Birmingham.
Oh dear. I'm sorry for you.
Well, okay.
Is that a battle? Nope, it is not. Brilliant. Well, what can I even say about this race? Nothing's really happening. We've got cars going around the track. We're watching Ben Catch, Boyd Transport Racing 306 in 6th right now. Not behind anyone and 2 laps ahead of his next competitor, the 163. I believe that is a Hunter Birch simulation something Reading Game Studios GT racing car. But not much happening in terms of battles. I mean, Stanislav Bajal could safely disconnect, get his laps reinstated. Dominic Mayer going off in turn 3. Quite a commonplace, probably just locked up. Lost all traction and went straight on. That's not going to help any of his chances getting back those 3 laps that he's missing to Stanislav Bajal to the Scuderia Maria 87. We cut 2. Quite unfortunately, at 72, Thomas Rashka, Reading Game Studios Racing. Eight laps behind the next competitor, so well done to them for not pulling the plug and just retiring, as many cars would do. Rob Larhoven, Beanavon Motorsport, 8 laps ahead. We got to the EP Lab 163. That's the 163 is EP Lab, so I do apologise. We have got a slight closeness for second in GT3. We've got 4 seconds. Also between the 444 of Reinhardt. But I imagine we aren't going to get anywhere near that battle until Auto Director decides that it's the closest battle on track. They're looking at cars on their own 2 laps behind their partners. And Dominic Major in the pits. And this is Ethan Gutierrez to the speed of racing, flashing, or being flashed rather, I assume, by the leader. And Gutierrez into 3rd, and Dominic Major in the pit lane. Changing tyres, maybe driver, maybe fueling up. As we're going to watch the 66 lap, a BMW, that is one of the BMWs, I don't know which it is, and the Cyberlinks Racing Ferrari. Safely done. No worries. The Scuderia Maria 66 LMP2. I don't know. Is that the 87 that we're looking at? Yes, it is. The 87? Ah, yeah. Mayor. Mayor? I don't know. I feel like it should be Mayor. Into the pits. To, I assume, repair from that light off that he had at turn... I don't know if it counts as turn 3 that he had. Or he's gone off. but he is currently pit lane, and I think he's going to lose maybe a lap to Gutierrez. And as we cut to the 6th lap battle for 6th. I mean, this is quite ridiculous. 12 laps, 6 laps, 6 laps, 2 laps, 1 lap, 1 lap. There's nothing going on the track at the minute. So unless we have a disconnect where everyone's put largely onto the same lap, like a mass disconnect, this is probably how the race foreseeably is going to remain. Continuously as we're watching Dolphin Kovacs get laps and goes off, being lapped by the 72 LMP2 Reading Game Studios car. And the battle for the GT3 P2 to 14 now. Clearly a mistake. Maltsev, Alexander Maltsev. My throat is building up a little bit. Ah yes, it's the 50 is swapped. Major, I don't know. Major out of the car for Norbert Precker, who's a lap behind Gutierrez now. After what I can only assume is damage repair. After going off. Three hours and 33 minutes remaining. The leaders in each class. Stanislav Bajaj, Hughes and Sanders, the 87, 21 and 11 respectively, and this is the man in GT3 a lap behind chasing for that GT3 class win in the, I think that's the Hungarian hobby races. I'm gonna have to, oh no, the Fina Bond. Sorry. The Fina Bond, as we just saw, I think this is Gutierrez, who's having a bit of an issue with that LMP getting it around the circuit. Like I said, no battles whatsoever except 6. This is Remco de Jure, 6 laps ahead, 6 laps behind him. He's in a 12-lap safety pocket both ways. So a lot of time to be made up if he wants any getting into a higher position, or he has to have a retirement. We've got a yellow in Sector 1, which obviously we are not going to cut to because auto director. Very cleanly done. Well lapped and well kept out of the way by Boaz Radnotti for the Full Racing 69 car, the McLaren, on your screen right now, heading to the first of the banked corners. First major banking corners. And it seems to me as if a few of these LMPs are forgetting that you should be lapping much traffic around the outside on the banking at least. I think we saw I think that was Gutierrez getting a bit impatient, and goodness me, what is that car? The bright pink car, I'm yet to actually see it pop up on Auto Director. So we see the Auto Director magically with bias. The penalty for Stanislas Pajal? I don't think that's come through just yet. Unless it's being typed out. That might have just been a game penalty if he comes into the pit. Yeah, he's come into the pit, so it might have been a game penalty. No, because he got it before he came into the pit lane, so it wasn't for speeding either. Strange. This is... Oh no, I blamed Gutierrez wrongly. As Shout now coming out of the pit lane, I assume probably he just went across the final chicane. Ah, that would make sense. He went across the bus stop chicane and got a drive-through penalty for his cut. And that's what he's serving, but a safe window nonetheless, 3 laps behind. So not much lost for a drive-through penalty. Only 40 seconds, which is still only 4/10 of a lap here at Daytona. I think, at least. I assume a lap is roughly 140 in these LMP1s. If I can get race you up, I'll actually give you a bit of information. Ah yeah, roughly that. 131, low 30s to 40. 131.324, the best time for Stanislas Peugeot, and I'm trying to see best time overall. But currently doesn't want to tell me. I think I'm right to believe that it is the 31.3 by Stanislas Peugeot that is the fastest lap. Board director really seems to love giving us an onboard of Colin Sanders' driver's view. You see the Fina Rond jump through the banking and behind what I can only assume is not an optimal. 6 laps still between them, still the gap, and really nothing much going on in this race at all. The closest gap between any two cars, 17 seconds, now 18.1, and slowly but surely increasing lap by lap. A lot of cars, I think, out of the race, I would assume. That would seem right. There are only 16 cars on track at the minute. Closest gap out of all of them, 18 seconds. Stanislas Peugeot, so that's the fastest first sector of 38.420. Purple currently going through the first banking after the middle section of the tracks. It comes after turn 1. Yet to see, but he's running into traffic. Probably not going to be the best lap. He's ahead of the traffic going through the bus stop, 31.6, and we might be on the fastest lap. Set by Stanislav Bajal, who's coming up to lap Ben Kaj. We've got a yellow in sector 1. Seems to have cleared itself up though. Stanislav Bajal through, probably due to the unfortunate traffic he had at the bus stop, and it's not going to get any better now. Got Reinhardt in the LMP2. Oh no, that's the 444 Tina Bond ahead of him. So unless he catches him at the end of the banking, or more so at the end of the bus stop chicane, which we are currently watching, is Izan Gutierrez in the second in-class LMH. Stanislav Bajal making his claim the fastest laps. He's set to 38.8 in the middle sector, 4 tenths down on his personal best, the purple, that was set last lap, but Izan Gutierrez most improving with a better first sector as the quicker times really starting to come through for some of these drivers. Some drivers getting their best is Reinhardt now getting passed by Bajal, who's only able at a 32.3. Anyway, these faster times, this is Bajal, man, we've been on about for the past couple of laps, and Sopanen still in the pit lane, but it looks like he's just come out 6th overall in 39 seconds to the Scuderia Marea, who is ahead on track, but probably won't be after these pit stops. Josh Hughes, who's I think mightily impressive. Race looking 4th overall and 1st in LMP2 class. Moment Cracker sets a new personal best, 31.81. And we're on lap 245 here at Daytona. 3 hours and 22 minutes, 40 seconds to go. What time is the blue tire compound? I have notes for this. I do, I just don't know where they are. I will try and find the notes. I found the notes, but they're gone. So I can only assume that blue is, it's not wet, soft. Does that make sense? Apparently it's softs for LMP2, I believe, because Alpha 2 has a very questionable integration for its sort of tire compounds. So yeah, that's interesting. I do believe it is only for LMP2, yes. How long ago did Hantakai DNF? 37 laps ago. Lap 209. Racing Zone 1 retired. Lap 209, so the final cars on track, Thomas Rashka, 3 laps in the future will come up to unlap themselves. Like, I do have to apologise that nothing's going on in this race, and all you get to listen to is my voice, but there's nothing happening in the race. The closest gap is the gap between the Boy Transport Racing, who's being mapped there by Norbert Precker, the Full Throttle Racing team number 50. Closest gap on track is between that 306 and 69 in GT3, Ben Kaj and Balaz Radnotti. Yeah, that's literally it on track. Anyone got any good music recommendations that I can listen to instead of silence? I mean, it's really boring, and I don't even get to listen to the cars. At the start of the season, you got a choice for the stream that we see on Discord that we actually commentate over. We got a choice as to whether we get to see the timing screen or get to hear the car sounds. Well, I can't even listen to the car sounds without having to listen to myself. What style of music? Good question. Literally anything. You could give me Disney Princess, Let It Go, or you could give me the most emo rock possible. As Chris has sent me probably some of the... It's interesting, Chris. I'll give you that much. It's interesting.
You asked.
I did ask, yeah.
You shall receive.
Well, everyone wants metal, including Bring Me the Horizon. Oh wow. Synthwave, the midnight chill style stuff, Nova Amor. Damn, we got a music connoisseur in chat right now.
Soundtrack.
The Cars soundtrack? Oh, that's a good one. Life is a Highway.
Isn't that a Weezer song?
What? No, Chris. Seriously?
Oh no, that was Rascal Flatts, wasn't it? I swear Weezer did one.
You are a...
Oh no, Weezer did Cars 2.
Can't believe you. Yeah, that's a great idea. But the Cars soundtrack, absolute banger idea. Chris, can you call like a safety car or something? I need cars
Someone
closer
crashes.
together. What's Nick's PayPal?
What's the next? I wish I knew.
Yeah. I mean, anything would be more interesting than this. We're just watching cars drive around a track.
It can be interesting in its own right. You just got to find your own fun.
Oh yeah, let me find my own fun in staring at cars. I might as well just go and paint a wall, watch it dry. I think that
I'm sure the
would
cars
be more
are
interesting.
far more interesting.
Oh yeah, virtual racing cars. I can't wait.
Let's go. You signed up for the dead shift.
I did. Should have signed up for early. I'm gonna sign up for 2 hours. I'm almost 10, 15 minutes in.
Find you some curse to listen to.
Oh my god. If this is like
What do you mean? Oh
famous
my
the
god.
Taliban.
No, no, I'm not going that curse.
Oh, good. Good.
Where can I do it today?
We had NASCARs on track, some go-karts. They'd still be faster than Vanwall. ERC commentators try not to go a race without talking wrongly about Vanwall. Impossible.
Savage. Optimus. Only
mean,
true
I think
gamers would get that reference.
I think they require it in a way. Weather radar. Is there any rain?
No.
No.
It's like 90% humidity, but no rain. We were really
Brilliant.
disappointed.
There's nothing coming either. Great. Great. Great.
Yeah, let's get this up. You're actually listening to Life as a Highway.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
What else am I supposed to listen to? It's okay, Vanwall is never bad, they just blame the drivers.
Yeah, did you know it was actually Jacques Villeneuve's fault? All their problems was 100% on Jacques Villeneuve.
Obviously.
The rear wing falling off, that was Jacques Villeneuve's fault. He tightened the bolt.
Mm-hmm. The single bolt that was holding it
The
on.
engine blowing up. Jacques Villeneuve's fault.
He should have spent 6 hours inspecting
Oh, hello,
absolutely
something
every single
interesting's
component.
happened. Preckier has... Soapinen has had an accident.
Well, brilliant. He's gonna lose one of those 7 laps repairing his rear wing. What a shame.
I don't think he lost his rear wing.
Yeah. So, as Sapanen comes into the pit lane, I was just complaining about how the gap on track between Remco de Zier and the 139 and the 86, 6 laps each way.
I mean, the top podium of GT3's within half a lap of each other.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah.
It's better than most.
That's before pit stops, though.
Excellent.
Can I commentate from bed? You go to sleep.
We don't have in any form of commentator's guide that we stipulate where you should commentate from.
Well, I could just grab my phone and go and sit on the toilet, couldn't I? Ignore the sound effects that you get, obviously.
Jesus Christ.
I'm mightily sorry, but it's funny. Oh, that's a Fiend of On coming into the pit lane. That's interesting.
Is this... Oh no, it's the RB2. I thought it was this Nick getting in.
Nick's a liar. He's been gone for 10 minutes and he's not even in the car yet. There was a very quick
He's
yellow
been playing
in
R
sector
Factor 2 for 23 minutes, so I'm assuming he's doing... He's also listening to someone called Vantage on Spotify.
Gotcha.
Who are these people? They look weird. Future Funk. Is this what I thought Nick only listened to? Why is Nick listening to J Funk? He listens to like Taylor Swift. I'm not gonna wear this dust flap though.
Weeb.
No need. There's nothing Japanese in it. It's just funky.
Mm-hmm. I'll believe you. That's Aluntas in the pit lane. Brilliant. I mean, it'd be interesting if Stanislas Bejard were to suddenly, and I mean completely randomly,
Violently have an accident. Is that
no,
what you're trying to say?
disconnect. That's what I'm saying. If he for
Listen,
whatever
it is
reason,
Peugeot. It is completely possible.
if he for whatever reason disconnects, he would still be a lap ahead.
I guarantee it might take him 6 minutes to load into the game.
Well, they might just switch driver at that point. Anything interesting going on in the chat? Nope, never. Much like the race, no one's there and no one's talking.
Oh, okay. People are clearly there.
Well, are you there? Tell
I
us.
am.
I'm not asking you.
Oh, okay.
I'm just asking if anyone's there, to be fair. Apart from you, I know you're there, unfortunately. How long do you think it will be until ChatGPT will be able to commentate for me? You know what? That's a great idea.
By
That'll
how
make it
Google
interesting.
Assistant is probably a very long time.
ChatGPT, right. Make a piece of commentary for the ERC 10 hours of Daytona 2023. Let's see what ChatGPT comes up with, shall we? Oh god, it's an essay.
Of course it's an essay. What did you
Well, they have no back.
expect?
Well, alright. I would read through it, but half it's lies anyway, so...
Why are they lies?
Well, when it says the 10 hours of Daytona has a rich history that dates back decades, ERCE hasn't even been around decades.
No, my... Oh, okay, William's dog ran away.
Yep.
Press F
My
for his
condolences. Yeah. The ERC 10 Hours of Daytona attracts a diverse array of manufacturers and teams. Yep. Each vying for the prestigious victory.
dog. Also, yeah.
Yep, the top-tier prototypes and GT cars create a stunning spectacle as they navigate the high-bank turns and tricky chicanes of this iconic circuit.
Okay, they might not now, but they did 3 hours ago.
Yes. Well, I mean, looking at them is kind of cool. The technical aspects of the race are as fascinating as the outright speed, with teams using data analysis and tyre strategies to gain a competitive edge. Tyre strategies, yes. Data analysis, probably not. As the sun sets and the track lights come to life, Daytona takes on a magical aura, creating a unique atmosphere that separates the race from any other. Like any other night race. Seriously, ChatGPT? The car's headlights piercing through the darkness. Where's the darkness? The track is fully lit. Ah, well, it's ChatGPT. It's not always right. Oh, yes, this is the most lying paragraph. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the prestigious ERC 10 Hours of Daytona in 2023, where the world's finest endurance racing teams and drivers gather to compete in one of the most grueling tests of skill, strategy, and machinery. The event is a true motorsport spectacle. That's enough said, I think.
Interesting. Ah, yes, would you like the Toyota? Well, listen, if people picked the Glick, there would be Glicks.
If the Glick was actually usable, there would be Glick.
There might be some other brands next year.
Hopefully.
There might be.
I mean, look at LMP2 as well. There's, I think, one Ligier total.
Who? Thank you very much. Boyd. I'm just saying the Ligier is about to win the championship.
True, but there's only 2 of them, and there's 9 cars in LMP2.
Listen. It's just like the real thing there.
Well, yeah, but if the Ligier is so good, why is there only 2 of them?
He didn't gold.
That's what I
To
thought.
craft that much perfection, I can't make as many as I like.
Mm-hmm. There was a yellow in Sector 3. It's gone.
Probably went a bit wide. In the bus stop.
Oh, did I tell you that Stanislav Pshaw's got a drive-through penalty for cutting the chicane?
Oh,
I know, it's such a shame. He lost 40 seconds. It's like half a lap.
listen. Half a lap. In 3 hours' time, you might be coming back and biting that. You never know.
I mean,
You never know.
I just see a lot of acronyms in the chat that I don't know the meaning of, and I'm assuming there are other leagues, but
They all use setup that were for LFM and VEC. Where LFM do like third-party iRacing and VEC's like the big, I guess, S397 endorsed endurance league.
oh, great. Anyway, that's Full Throttle Racing 69 gone off. Oh, Nick is now in the car.
Oh, there were reports.
There's a report.
There are reports.
Well, why aren't they done?
Right, I'm gonna go do my job.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I think I looked at one of them earlier. I just didn't send a message. Oops.
And this is why ERC Race Direction is the best.
You distracted me by asking for music. It's your fault.
No, that's not how this works. Oh, yes. Gutierrez is in the pit lane. Was that a penalty that came up? What was that for? No, I just got hopeful, I think.
What has happened here?
Oh, that's good. There's a penalty now. Oh, it's... Yeah, it's for the last place in LMH.
I'm so disappointed.
Yeah, I mean... Like, I was hoping that maybe it was a drive-through for, I don't know, Hughes?
One can only wish.
Would be nice, but nothing. Once again, nothing, I'd like to reiterate, going on inside of this 10-hour race. But at some point, we might as well just give them the win. Like, tell them that they've won. Now the 420 is... They did a driver swap. Alright, they're getting the penalty now. Was that another one? Did you just give them that penalty, Chris?
I might have accidentally gave it to the wrong person.
No, you gave it to the 420.
Yeah, I might have gave it to the 50 by mistake.
Wait, but your decision says 420, no?
Yeah, but I just looked to the top of the pile to see all the LMHs and put it on the last LMP LMH without realising there was an LMH in the middle of the LMP2 grid.
Can we have the ChatGPT generation of the lore of the Banwall racing thing? We will.
It's like going on about F1 in the 50s, weren't it?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Do we want the endurance of Banwall?
Yes.
Endurance racing team. Wow, we didn't get an essay for this one. The Banwall name is most commonly associated with Formula One racing in the 1950s. There's no significant law. Oh. Sorry?
Oh, look, they're going on about F1 in the 50s.
Yes, well, there is no significant law or history directly related to a Banwall endurance racing team. The Banwall team primarily participated in Formula One and did not have a prominent presence in endurance racing, unlike some other iconic racing teams like Porsche or Ferrari. It is possible that there might be some lesser-known instances of privateer teams that use Banwall engines in endurance racing, but such endeavours are not widely recognised as part of Banwall's legacy. The team's main achievements and lore revolve around their Formula One endeavours, particularly their role in winning their first Constructors' Championship in 1958. Boring. You know, ignoring the fact that they've participated multiple times in the World Endurance Championship.
Type in Bike Collars instead of Banwall because they're the same thing, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, but that's going to give us, like, LMP2 lore as well.
Yeah, that's funny. When they start talking about the rear wings falling off.
Alright. Bike Collars... lore. Yeah. Oh, because the ChatGPT only has information up until 2021.
Why?
So it won't know about the fact that Banwall has entries into the LMH and LMP1 categories. So only know about Bicola's 2015 through 19. Also, I find it funny, Banwall hasn't finished Le Mans 24 since 2009. Just thought I'd put that tidbit of information out there.
Oh dear.
Yes. Well, they were disqualified after 260 laps in 2015. They still didn't finish. And in 2013, the Lotus T128 only did 17 laps. But that's still not as bad as in 2017, where one of the Bicola's had DNF'd after 7.
Oh, hello, the 420's out.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
I think,
420's
I mean,
just DNF'd.
I can't blame them. They were 10 laps.
You gotta be in it.
Well, I mean, they're not going to win the championship. Know that. They're 10 laps behind Norbert Precker in the 15. Is there any point continuing?
Do they have a moment, or they just given up? so I'm in the pits. And tired. Oh boring way to go out.
Yeah, why didn't you crash into the leader of LMH?
Don't do that.
Do it. If
Don't
you're
do
in the
that.
LMP2 and you're like 8 laps behind someone, crash into Stanislas Bajard, make it interesting.
And I really don't do that.
I mean, I'm worried if they're listening to the commentary while driving. You should be focusing on driving. We know who you are. You've got to be one of 20 cars? No, 19 cars now. Oh no, the 420's back in. Oh no, it's not. Never mind, my stream slide. Yeah, so it's 19 cars. You're listening. Crash into the leader. You know you want to. There's no benefit to it, by the way. You just crash into the leader. No, you didn't add that penalty to Preka. That's just rubbing it in now, isn't it? Norbert Preka getting a penalty.
Oh, no, that one's genuine.
Wow. Shouldn't have cut the course.
He shouldn't have cut the course.
They say you cut the course.
That'd be a 1x. Thank you very much.
Did they say... Wait, did he get it out of the pit lane? Yes, he did.
Oh no, it's been in the pit lane then.
That's a drive-through, right? Slam dunk?
Yep, if you're even 1 kilometer an hour, you'll get a drive through.
Got off pit limiter too early, I think. Is there anything on track? Of course not.
What do you mean there's 19 cars on track?
And yet, none of them are
I'm
close
just
to
saying
each
the
other.
gap between LMP1 and LMP2. Well, P1 and P2 and LMP2 is 7.5 seconds.
The gap between Le Mans P2 and Le Mans P1. Well, 7 seconds, yes. They aren't next to each other.
Listen, they are gaining. Maybe.
Are they? It looks like they're behind the
Potentially.
Cyberlinks right now.
Yeah, but they will gain once they pass the side limits.
My point is, it's boring.
Okay.
And I want a refund.
What, of your free...
Yes, of my free time.
Okay, well, that'll be £0, 0 pence then.
I should have anticipated this, shouldn't I?
What,
It's the
taking
exact
hours
same.
6 to 8 of a 10-hour
Yes.
race?
Yeah, it was the exact same in Suzuka, and I should have anticipated that there was going to be nothing happening. And yet here I am. So
Nick
that's
has
Thomas
finally
Rashka.
taken over driving.
Yeah, I said that like 10 minutes ago, but who cares?
Good.
About me, I guess.
Oh, okay, I won't go that far.
I don't know why, but the auto director really loves getting the inside of that Mercedes, the number 11 Tracks VR car.
Is it having a moment?
No, it's just driving.
It's also director having a moment.
Yeah, just auto director really likes it for whatever reason.
Is this going to be another driver position, considering the thing is bugged out again? Oh, no, wait, they've had a 4-minute pit stop. And they're still in the pits. Must have had damage at some point.
Indeed.
3.7 seconds, the gap at the front. You might get your wish.
Hopefully. Maybe they crash. That'd be interesting. It's like
They
10
just
minutes.
have a nice clean battle.
Well, have a nice clean battle and then they crash. That'd be good. That's Nick Homewood, I believe.
Going
Going for
too
it.
far away from that wall.
Yeah, I think he understood that we cursed him, commentator-wise, by saying that he would be going into that wall. So I think he's doing his best to sort of avoid it, I think. I'm still watching.
My R Factor 2 has just crashed
Well,
on my personal computer.
I guess something
Can never
crashed at
fix
least.
R Factor moments.
No. But Studio 397 is an exceptional case. 1.4 now between.
It's gaining a bit too quickly for my liking. Has he found
Yeah, I
2
think-
seconds and 10 corners?
I think he's.
He might have a bit of damage.
If this is just going to be an easy ghost pass,
That's going to be boring.
well, it looks like it might not happen. 1 second, heading towards the start-finish line. It's going to sit right about there. And yeah. Oh, yellow in sector 2 is interesting. It's actually staying for a bit. No, never mind. Oh, it was Sansler. No, it was his own Gutierrez going off. Right, back to the battle. 7 tenths through turn. Is that 2 and 3 and 4? I don't know.
Yes.
Do they label turn 1? As the
Yeah, one
little
is
kink?
the big hit left, and then 2, 3, 4 are the kinks in.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. So this is turn 6 by that logic. 7 and 4 tenths, so it's probably the move for the lead in LMP2 might be made either into the bus stop or along this straight, but based on the fact Vince Horvath is able to gain 3 tenths. Why are you cutting to Josh Hughes? We need to see 3 tenths between the cars, and it's not going as quickly as I was expecting it to do. So maybe we might see another lap or a move into turn 1 if we're lucky. Through the bus stop chicane, nice and tidy. What is this onboard angle?
I don't know.
Who looked at this and thought, there we go, that's much better. That is the backside of Josh Hughes. And, oh, there's the run that Bence Horvath was going
Oh,
for,
that's
and
the
he's
pits.
going
We've
into the
been
pit lane.
completely denied.
We have been... can I use that word on stream? I don't think I can. We have been, quite frankly, robbed.
Got an
You're
interesting
called...
lesson.
You're called 2021 in Abu Dhabi, the championship. But everyone said
This
Lewis
is
Hamilton
how
was
Abu
robbed.
Dhabi
I don't think
2021.
that's how Abu Dhabi 2021 felt for Lewis Hamilton fans. Vince Horvath, I think he deserves disqualification for robbing us of a nice battle. Who gets behind, like right behind, the leader and then just goes into the pit lane? How boring is that?
But if they ran out of fuel, though, to be fair.
I would much rather that than... Clearly we didn't pay the team enough to do funny things.
Yeah.
Gap is now a minute, so back to no on-track action.
bit wide.
Still, the most interesting things happened. Is that? No way, it is my idol, Dakar 2, also known as Alex Lahoo. That's such an interesting way to phrase rugby, Chris. I mean, have the men stopped fighting yet? I think that's accurate, yeah. You know, my favorite part of this race is where something interesting happened. How many rounds of endurance do we have still?
This is the last one
Good.
for this year. What do you mean
Good.
good?
Good.
What do you mean good?
Well, that was a mighty good save by Joe Larhoven, the Univon, 139. Had a bit of a moment through the bus stop chicane, but yes, it's good because it means that we aren't going to be bored by any more of these horrible, horrible late race like sort of stagnancy in a way. I mean, the same three cars have been in the lead for the past 2 hours.
Yeah, welcome to racing.
Well, yes, but like something interesting could happen as Peugeot has increased his gap to P2 to 4 laps instead of 3 now. About 40 seconds he lost for the drive-through. So you know how you said it would take probably Stanislav Peugeot 6 minutes to get back into the race?
Yeah.
Well, he'd be pretty safe now, wouldn't he?
Yeah, no, he'd be close. About 92nd lap.
Yes, but he's still, in a way, decently safe. He could crash into a wall, disconnect on his screen, obviously.
Ah, yeah, he'd
to
get
crash-
banned from that.
Yeah.
He'd get disqualified if he did that.
Well, that would make it interesting, wouldn't it?
Would it? You just have a lap gap between Gutierrez and Precker then against 2 LMHs.
Fine by me. Maybe Peugeot should throw it all away, the Scuderia Maria, and crash into a group of GT3s that he's passing them through the banking. We have a bit of a Indy 500 moment. Hopefully a tyre gets flung into the grandstands or something. But then again, I think Auto Director would miss that, wouldn't it? Oh, there's a gap that's like tangible in GT3 is Maltsev and Homewood. Nick 3 seconds ahead, and sort of maintaining ahead of Alexander Maltsev. Actually, he's gaining a gap. Right, what's the lap gap between the leader and the last car on track? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, but to be fair, you're comparing an LMH against a GT, but the gap is actually against an LMP2 somehow. It's 42 laps.
Why is the EERC practice server up?
Because it's a different server.
Yes,
It's
but
one that Renko runs.
practicing on it for whatever reason, but whatever.
Maybe they want to get some final practice in before they stint.
Maybe. Well, I am comparing a GT3, sorry, an LMP2 correction to an LMH, and the gap is 43 laps. That's really depressing, actually.
I think the reading game has had a lot of bad luck, though. It has
Yes.
lost its rear wing about 3 times.
However, still depressing.
They're
There's a
still
45
there, and
gap
they're still
overall.
8th. They're still scoring points.
I mean, I wouldn't blame them for flipping out now. They've got 9 laps.
So if they do 4 more minutes, they can retire and still score.
I wouldn't blame them if that's what they're going to do.
Knowing reading game, they will go to the end. They would rather still be there.
Sure.
I respect that.
Stop playing Sanas. I'm getting back in the car in a bit anyway, so you can have the thrill of a driver swap. Wow. Yes. I love R-Factor 2 driver swap, so we don't even get to see the other driver yanking the current driver out and hopping right in. This is Nick Homewood there. 4 seconds ahead of Alexander Maltsev, the Cyberlinks, and we just witnessed a few moments ago, roughly 40 seconds ago. I think that was Joseph Toff. Is that a relative of Zoltan Toff?
I don't know.
I don't care, to be fair.
Okay. Why ask?
Well, I asked because it was, I don't know, maybe interesting to talk about, but here we are. Aluntas into the pit
An
lane.
interesting line from the Cyberlinks there.
Uh,
I know they say use all the track, but not there.
Oh, yes, the 84 driver swap. Let's go. There's Arda Erkan coming out, and there is the aforementioned reading game 72, 71, one of the two. I'll check. 72. What was the interesting line you're on about, Chris?
From the Cyberlinks car, you know they say use all the track to go quick.
Yeah.
Not in the bus stop.
I mean, almost. It was almost quick.
Almost quick.
Yes.
Gonna have that as my tagline.
Chris Tompkins, I'm almost quick.
Not that I'm just almost quick.
Almost have pace. We gotta downsell you somehow.
Interesting camera transition.
Commentary, yes. Car room.
Oh, hello. Oh, no, I thought that was fine upon going slow. No, they're just coming out of the pits.
God damn it. What are we here for? The supper?
To watch a motor race. We went car racing.
We went car racing, and there's no longer car racing. It's just cars driving.
It's just as entertaining.
Well, this is basically like watching the MT25 on a good day. Equal amount of crashes. Equal amount of traffic.
It's just as
am I
interesting as
kidding?
watching the M5 as soon as it rains.
Could see the M6 when it rains. That's fun. Oh, 29 minutes to go.
Do what?
I've got 29 minutes to go before I can...
Will it be worse?
Until I
2
can
hours
leave.
29?
Until I can leave. No, I've got 29 minutes until I am allowed to leave. There's
No, you're staying the
2
whole
hours
time.
29. No. You can pay me out of pocket for that. I put my 2 hours down. And that's how I'm saying. Really interesting to have a red flag or something.
Let's not have a server crash because that just produces pure stress.
Good.
It's not even work, it's just stress.
Wait, since when was Speeder racing in second? Oh yeah, since Norbert Cracker had damage and had a moment and got a penalty. Yeah. Also, Chris, I want to blame you. I think you bullied the 420 out of the race.
I did not bully the 420 out of the race. They
I think
caused
you
their
did.
problem, they got the effect.
Sounds like you're coping.
They feel like they need to leave.
Sorry? You feel that way?
Sounds like they're coping if they feel they need to leave after a drive-through.
Mm-hmm. They were 10 laps down, to be fair. But they could have waited until they would have been classified for points, at least, idiots.
That sounds like their problem.
True.
You gotta remember,
it
they
does.
would have had to do 10 laps after it became 2.5 hours.
True. Uh, 8 seconds. Still the closest gap on track. That was 3 seconds. About 10 minutes to go. Is this an actual battle? No, it's Radnotti. Gonna try and unlap himself. What is this camera angle? Gonna try and unlap himself from the 241. Alexander Moltzer as it cuts to Francisco Perez. Pinamont 139. As Ridenotti has fallen off the back of the side links anyway, so.
Oh, hello.
Oh, that's Thomas Rushka. He hasn't lost his rear wing this time. But that, right there, ladies and gentlemen, that is not what you would call the optimal line. Why are the Lumaranks on the McLaren and the Porsche? Not the Porsche. Wait, we don't have a Porsche, do we? Why are the Lumaranks on the McLaren and the Ferrari? Ferrari and Porsche, basically the same car, obviously. They're completely different sizes.
It's up to them.
Oh, the Lumarank is... whatever.
It's 397.
Yeah, good point. Very valid point.
And that's all that needs to be said about any question with this game. It's just, oh yeah, it's S397, innit?
Yeah. Wait, what was that video that you sent? You, like last race, was it?
You
Yeah,
don't
clip.
need hammers and shouting.
Yes, we got the Top Gear clips.
Now you're speaking my language. Where are we?
Oh, it's pinned in commentators' chat.
Of course it is.
Can we get a crowd shot? Is that possible?
It's... No.
Well... That was basically a defensive move by, a McLaren something or other. Thomas Rashka, 1 lap, and he will not be last overall.
Let's go.
1 lap 284, by the way. There's a yellow in sector 3.
I've just seen a Ferrari reverse in the pit lane.
That'll be Tavares Surikas, presumably.
One would assume, yes.
But he must have missed it. There's got to be something against reversing the pit lane, surely.
I think the game will just automatically disqualify if you go more than like a car length.
Well, that would be hurtful if you miss your pit box. Let's go around one more time. Fortunately for Surikas, much to lose for him. Is there any information about lap records or something? Like, can we beat the lap record?
Or a Daytona.
Yeah.
I'm going to assume, considering they've got 14 hours more than us.
Right.
No.
No. Well, I'm not talking about the real.
Well, this is
We
the
have-
first 10 hour we've run.
Well, bloody hell.
At
Can we
Daytona.
not just divide it by, like, times it by 10/24ths then?
Go find Daytona lap record is some major event. Where is this? The Rolex 24 at Daytona. There we go. It is some lap.
833 laps.
833 laps. Congratulations.
Times 10 divided by 24. In bracket. Right. It's 347.
We're on
70
lap
laps in 2
285, so we might actually do it.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't. Have we had any code 80s yet?
2.
2. That's less than what real Daytona would have had at this. Then again, real Daytona, the driver's more likely to make a mistake
Are they?
because they're not sat still in a sim rig at home. And they also, I don't know, maybe.
Maybe?
There's also more cars in the Daytona 24. I think.
Well, the Daytona is 833, and they did
60
some
cars.
laps.
Well, there's 60 cars in the Rolex 24, roughly, and we've got 19. So that probably explains why it's not as interesting as we might think.
We're doing 133s in qualifying the DPIs. And the LMHs are quicker, and we're doing 31, so that would explain why we're going to beat it.
Yes. That would make sense, wouldn't it?
It would. Seconds a lap over 10 hours would add up.
Just a little bit.
Just a minor amount.
Slightly. When did we hit lap 200? I don't know, I'm even bothering using the steward decision chat to try and work that out. Probably like 8-ish, so an hour and
Probably
50 ago.
about then.
Yeah, 2 hours, so that's 180 laps in 2 hours, 90 laps an hour. Yeah, that doesn't add up, does it? 60 times 60 divided by 90. 40 laps an hour.
Might be 400 laps then.
400 laps in 8 hours.
In 10 hours.
Yeah, 400 laps. That sounds about right.
Well, 40 times 10 would be 400.
Yeah, it would be. However, we're on lap 286.
Yeah.
And we
I
haven't
can
been
do-
doing consistent 90-second laps. We've been a bit slower than that. So,
So about 380.
yeah, we might beat it. Did we say that? Oh, God.
It's only 347, like, you know, they're only
Yeah.
50 laps away
347.
now.
Yeah, true.
Ish.
50?
60 laps.
60, I was about to say. You know, even with the 40 laps to go in the next hour, 80 laps to go. By that logic, we're probably going to finish around maybe 360.
It's ahead. Oh, well, I need to love and leave you for 5 minutes.
Oh, that's fine. I mean,
There have been reports.
Oh, lovely. That might actually be interesting.
There's
Hopefully
been a
after-
lot of reports.
Oh God, have fun.
It's oh my god! Please stop. Well, 2 of them I can just straight up. There we go.
Lap 288. Chris Davis, 33.9, his best time so far. In the 87 leading LMH. And we're currently watching Norbert Precker, who's a lap behind Gutierrez in P2.
It's not.
Well, in other news, England's currently losing.
Palm in the mud.
Wow, NFA, that's so exciting.
It's the most light tap in the whole world.
Yeah, it's a dry for it.
It's a dry, just okay.
Don't even know which car it is. Is it actually doing anything? 62. I don't even know where that is. Oh, it's second. Right. Yeah. I mean, it would technically put them decently close. Lost. Yeah, England just lost. Pretty much. That's all there is to be said. Actual racing. Nope. Just had to check in.
Listen,
I'll keep complaining
come.
for the remainder of the race. For the remainder of
only
the time
got
I'm
9
here.
minutes.
Yeah. Thank God. Well, unfortunately for the rest of these drivers, some of them probably have 2 hours to go, 2 hours, 9 minutes of driving around. I guess Daytona. Probably one of the more fun circuits out there to drive. Bit of turning left, a lot of turning left.
It is
Sometimes you turn
America.
right.
What do you expect?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just saying that they'll be turning left, and sometimes they'll be turning right. That's all I'm saying. And Nick, magically, hasn't crashed into, as it cuts quite nicely to Nick, hasn't crashed that inside wall just yet. Still time for him to do it. 2 hours if he's going to stay in the car the entire time. I completely missed this, but Stanislav Pjad out of the car in the lead for LMH. Oh, Nick Homewood and Toff, the other Toff, not Zoltan Toff, into the pit lane, as long with Newcomb. I forget his first name. Nick Newcomb. Oh, I thought it was Nick. I was just I can guess myself.
Hello.
Have you cried your eyes out yet?
In the process of doing so. Thank you very much, Alex. Yeah, I mean, what a day. What a day. Watch my country get battered by South Africa in 2 separate disciplines of ball games. So isn't that
What else
fun?
did they get?
What a Saturday. They
Beaten
got
in.
absolutely pumped in the cricket, so that was fun as well.
Ah.
By South Africa. Well, what a day. I love sport. And, well, I'm glad to see that I come on EERC and the third team I was cheering for today also fantastically running inside of the top 5 and not top 5 in GT3. So, you know, that's fantastic.
Much, does it?
Not as an LMP2. Well, thank you, Alex, folks, for the last 2 hours. I mean, I haven't been bored like you have, to be fair, but I have been rather depressed for the previous 15 minutes or so. So,
likewise.
yeah, well, you have a fantastic day. Thank you also, seriously, for your help this season. And hopefully we do it all again next year.
Hopefully we'll have a bit more interesting racing next year.
Oh, that is very controversial, but yes, thank you very much.
Yes.
To be fair, you always come in at very difficult times.
I always seem to pick
You always
the
get the dull
worst
period.
possible time.
Yes.
Exactly. The moment I leave, there's going to be like 6 cars within a second of each other.
Yes. Yeah, I guarantee it. Anyway,
Yes.
have a good. Is Chris here, by the way? Was he just sort of?
He's
I am
here, he's
here.
just
Oh, hello,
doing
Chris.
reports.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I'll leave him be then for a little bit. Just interject when you feel free.
All my reports are done.
Oh, fantastic. We can actually have a chat then. That's fantastic.
Interesting.
Right.
I do
Goodbye.
have to go. Bye, Alex. So 2 hours to go then. Well, 2 hours, 4 minutes. We'll take a quick look at your standings and everything like that, how they're going on at the moment. Not the most competitive of races, as Alex alluded to there at the moment. However, it has been some entertaining racing throughout the course of the field. Start with the GT3s. We'll go bottom up then. This is already a decided championship, of course. Bent's Buck and Vary leads for Tracks VR ahead of Cyberlings Racing. Nick Homewood is occupying a very nice third spot at the moment for the 444 squad. It's Sabloch LD in fourth position. Not certain that's how his name's pronounced, to be honest with you, but the 36 is in fourth. Top five is made up by Full Throttle Racing Team in their number 69. Simon Kingsbury is in sixth at the moment, the 163 in seventh, with a 162 in eighth. Then it's Hunter Birch Simulation DNF'd, as well as William Novak. I should mention as well that the EP Lab car is also registered as a DNF on our timing screens, as is Joshua Pruce, the first of the DNFs in the GT3 category. We'll go to the LMHs next. A bit of a weird order, but these also have got a decided championship. Chris Davies is in the lead at the moment for Scuderia Maria. It's the Speedo Racing Team of number 62, Norbert Precker in third. And then finally, Krzysztof Śleski, a DNF alongside reigning champions and current champions, Bence Pankatai. So they won't be able to get their championship winning moment across the line. They wrapped that up at the last race anyway, so not a huge concern. Let's take a look at how the championship is then in the LMP2s, because James Howe has the lead. He's not in the championship hunt, neither is the number 66 car of Akos Forgax. Arga Erkan is in the championship fight with that Sunset Motorsport number 84. However, they aren't doing enough at the moment. Thomas Savingi is in fourth with the championship leader. Haven't won a race this season, but have been consistently within the top five. Nick Newcomb, Either Racing Team, in fifth, enough to wrap up the championship as it stands. And as we approach this part of the race, it seems almost impossible. The only thing that would stop that number 46 at this point in the race, I believe, losing the championship as we approach 75% distance anyway, would be either a disqualification and the number 84 somehow makes up the rest of the 3 laps to win the race, or, of course, just before the 75% they DNF and the number 84 goes on to win the race as well. This is because behind there might only be 3 more cars still running in the race. Remco Francisco in the 139 and the 72 Reading Game car, but the top 10 is made up by DNF'd cars, Marcus Crawford and Harvey Shepherd. So it means no matter what happens, if they get to the 75% mark, they will score points. And that will be how they have to try and run this here. So Either only minutes away pretty much from winning that championship in the LMP2 categories. So Tom Dillon in the commentary box, rejoining you for the next 40 minutes or so while we wait for Peter Schunneman to take you through to the end. I believe Chris Tompkins is here as well, out of more boredom than anything, I think, from being in race control all day. Chris, how's the race been as I've been gone?
Surprisingly okay. I was expecting a lot more interesting choices to be made in terms of overtaking, but I think everyone's kind of behaved themselves, which I'm very glad for.
Absolutely, and successful season as well. I'll let you know I am in the parsec, so I think we've been overriding each other over the last couple of minutes for putting the tower on. So there you go. Isn't that fun? Bit of a slide for the 306. Felt like maybe they had a chance at winning this race at some point, but Simon Kingsbury a little bit of a ways down the order at the moment. See another car, one of the LMP2s, into the pits as well. So yeah, not much to speak of actually as we take stock here. There's a battle for the lead, sort of, in the LMP2s. Akus, Forgax and Howe fighting a little bit. 35 seconds in that battle. We'll see if the number 66, who did have someone called it the best battle of the season, probably agree with them on that. He got himself into the lead of the race for a brief period, literally a couple of corners before he was overtaken. We'll see if he's able to get back ahead of Howe, though, who's exiting the pit lane now. So I would take a guess and say possibly not. get ahead of that number 21. We'll see just how close the gap is. Remember, your pit limiter right up until the yellow and blue marker boards, or the green marker boards up here. That is the line. That's when you can go. He goes now, and we see that the gap is only just about 9 seconds, and that will decrease because Akos is in a traction zone, so it will decrease a little bit. It will decrease all the way up to 7.3 seconds. We're at the line. We still have that battle, Chris, for the LMP2 lead.
Yes, we do. Let me just 2 seconds, right? As you call me, but the gap is about 6.5 seconds roughly. Seems to be coming down as well. I do know the 21 and the 66 are on different tyre strategies, so that might be playing into it, but definitely we'll see what's gone on, because with the 66 in the tunnel, he's saying those couple of sentences is around about a second on them.
Now, I was doing the calculation for 75% distance of the race. That would be 7.5 hours into the race, which means we're past that. However, there is a caveat to that in that, I mean, the way I work out because of the fact that we've got it's laps, yeah, it's to laps, so it's 75% of the laps of the leader, which basically means there's no way for us to basically tell if you were running at that point or not. I'd have to go back through the stream, so I just get the spreadsheet 75% of the laps. So in theory, it works out roughly to that, because obviously you would have completed 75% of the laps most likely at that point in the race. But yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, highly unlikely that the number 21 will complete that many laps over the course of the next sort of 2 hours or so. But still a little bit of jeopardy in there for the number 46. I mean, not really at this point. They are cruising home to a championship, and it almost seems fitting as well, doesn't it, to their season, that they'll win the championship. Not on the podium. They won't even get on the podium as it stands in order to win that championship, which has just been, they've just been the masters of consistency, haven't they? Silently nodding in agreement, I'm sure. Chris, I appreciate, I'm trying to treat him like a full-time co-commentator, but he's not. He's actually trying to read the reports and things like that. So I'll just let him interject when he wants to. Oh, sorry. Hello, Chris. Hello.
Hello.
Ground control. Yeah, I said I did ask you a question, and I said I appreciate you're doing race control.
Sorry, I was reading the report. Well, I wasn't reading. I was checking those reports, but there wasn't.
It's fine.
So.
You know what? I'll solo commentate, and you interject whenever you.
I'm here now. I'm here.
Here. Hello, Chris. I said it would be fitting for Either that they don't win the championship on the podium. They finish 4th, and that's enough for them to win the championship.
It would be fitting for them. I mean, it's just pure consistency, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been unreal. Not finished outside of the top 5, I don't believe, and not won a race. They effectively won the race at Le Mans in terms of how it's affected the championship, because of how the other team that won Le Mans haven't turned up ever since, so they scored out of their competitors the most points by far at Le Mans. But still,
they didn't win.
They didn't win it. No, on the track they didn't get the victory at Le Mans, and well, to win the championship, I'm sure would be good. They're only full-time Ligier runner as well, aren't they? So
I think Boyd have been here most races.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, but they're certainly the only.
Needs a refresh.
Oh, typical. That's certainly
normal.
Certainly one of the only Ligier runners, and actually that Ligier as well hasn't been a massive advantage for the teams. As I refresh the overlay up on the screen, because of course the Ligier was a big advantage at Le Mans. Just ran better, gained. I think it was over the course of the race. It gained pretty much 5 minutes of fuel every stint, pretty much a lap of fuel every stint. Mm-hmm. So it was a huge advantage. Elsewhere,
it was quicker in a straight line. It's been quicker in a straight line everywhere. It's just been not very good in the corners. But I guess in a way, we've discussed in the admin chat, it's kind of what you want. You don't want the cars to be the same and just similar pace. The Orica might be quicker in the corners, but yeah, the Ligier is quicker in the straights. It makes that interesting duality.
And the only track where there's been a clear imbalance has been Le Mans. Everywhere else it has been
it's been there or thereabouts. The Orica's definitely been the stronger car over the season.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not been
success.
as awful as I think some people have made out.
No, I think the problem was it's the changes that have been made it a very difficult car to drive, particularly around like Le Mans and places like that. And when you're losing time to Ligier, it can be frustrating. But it certainly has been an interesting car to figure out, and I quite enjoyed it actually. I haven't found many problems with it. To be honest with you, most people just nitpick, I think, because their car they can't use all their old setups and things like that. But it's been interesting.
Yeah, I do think everyone's got the best part of 5 years worth of esports level setups for the Orica now. And
Yes and no. I mean,
not many people run the Ligier pretty much anywhere, so the people who are running it are having to learn the car.
well, yeah, I'd agree with that. Apart from, of course, the Orica had a completely different physics update about 18 months ago now. So,
But that was more just an adaptation of the setups over
yes, yeah, fair enough. I would.
a complete restart from scratch in the Ligier because it is a different car.
Yeah, I mean, the Ligier teams have had it difficult, and to set that car up, I imagine, poses its new challenges. And you're also comparing content that is, I mean, it's difficult to balance performance, of course, because you're comparing content that is 2 years old, I think Ligier 21, versus a car from 2017. So,
I think the car from 2017, you got to point out that the Ligier is on the older tyre model. It's still sitting on the Michelin
that's
tyre
also a
model. The
good point.
Orica has been updated to the Goodyears.
So they're also on different tyres as well, and the Goodyears, whichever one the older one is, so the Michelins or the Ligier. To be fair, probably an advantage to them. They're much easier to double stint than the Goodyears. The Goodyears have massive drop off, but either way, there are things stacked against the Ligier, I think, is what we're trying to point out. Not just not just the fact that they have had that one thing at Le Mans. However, I am surprised that we haven't seen the Ligier be particularly faster here, to be honest with you, because I don't know, it seems like it should be with the straights. I mean, they always say Daytona is characteristically very similar to Le Mans. That's why it always used to be such a good test bed for that 24 hours at Le Mans. You've got the big straight, you've got also a lot of technical sections. But anyway,
And the fact it's 24 hours long.
Oh yeah, that also was quite important. But there's 2 seconds in between our two leaders. We're going to take this opportunity to have a quick chat with Ben Catch. Ben, welcome along. First of all, how are you and how's your race going?
Our race is going interesting. Sorry, I need to mute you because otherwise we're going to hear each other twice. Our race is going interestingly. Our Ligier LMP2 unfortunately ran out of fuel on the first stint because our pit box is at the very end of the pit lane, so we stopped the pit box too short with fuel. The GT3 Hallam did really well at the start. Unfortunately, I had a few incidents I had tried to adjust the ABS in the pit lane and release the pit lane speed limiter, which was not great. Now I think we're going to run into 6th. And to mention the Ligier topic with BOP, I think the BOP for our Ligier has been quite good, except Le Mans and Istanbul. Istanbul, there were significant changes after, because Istanbul, the BOP was it was first race, so the BOP hadn't had much testing.
And well, look at the season then, because this will be the only chance we really get to do it with you. Interview-wise, 8 rounds. Personally, I've really enjoyed having the 8 rather than 10 rounds. I think it's been a welcome change. But over the course of those rounds, which ones have you sort of which ones have you liked and which ones maybe not been so fruitful?
Abu Dhabi was fun because it was our first podium of the year with the Ligier. In fact, it's the only time I've driven the Ligier. Le Mans was, of course, Le Mans. So that was excellent. Mugello, maybe I wouldn't do multi-class at ever again. That was less fun. This has been good for traffic because, half the tracks are oval. Well, the whole track's are oval. Half the track's an oval. What other rounds did we have? I didn't do Watkins Glen or Suzuka. Then Hockenheim, all of our cars crashed into each other, which was great. And Istanbul was fun, though again, our Ligier was really struggling because, again, like I said, Istanbul, the bot wasn't fully finalised, so it wasn't perfect. Ligier's done really well, while GT3s have been a bit on and off, because the McLaren only did a couple rounds, and the BMW, which has had a few unfortunate incidents across the season.
Yeah, yeah, we're excited for next year then, I imagine, Ben.
Yes, Chris, tell us what the calendar is soon, please.
We haven't decided it yet.
We have ideas.
We have ideas.
We don't have a final calendar yet. There might be something coming sort of December, January time before we get into season 5.
Yeah, so 8 rounds again then?
Most likely.
Yeah, I think 8 rounds has been really successful. I think the 10 rounds we used to finish in October and then start in January, and it just wasn't enough of a break. It's nice to have that 6 months out basically, and then go through from March to October.
We're not going away though. As I said, we have things planned.
Oh yeah, how'd your BTCC stuff go?
Oh, that's not my my
Not
thing.
my
That's-
area either. That's
yeah,
a Nick
that's
area.
Nick's- It's a Nick thing. So
I think they've got one race left.
Yeah, it's
for Hunter
going-
Birch to win the championship. Do I just go out and say it? I think me and Nick are pretty happy to go for it. Do I say it, Tom? I announce
if it's what I think you're saying, yes.
Yeah.
I was about to anyway. So
We happy to announce. We're thinking of doing another 24-hour race in December and January.
yeah, I think it's something we wanted to do for a while actually. Just
Yeah,
have
we're
that
thinking of
off-season
doing-
event.
A proper Nords 24. None of this multi-class with prototypes on bollocks. We're going to be doing
Whoa, swedge off.
E3 and touring cars.
Yeah.
Obviously Nick's leaving the endurance team at the end of this race. He'll be concentrating on touring cars, but
Is Nick leaving the team entirely? Well, I know
he's not going to be doing the day-to-day basically. I think
Yeah,
he might
yeah.
be keeping the role, but he won't be handling any of the day-to-day stuff.
because I know I was sort of flirting with the idea of I know I don't do a lot anyway, but sort of stepping back a little bit. But I don't know how that's going to run. Probably stick around, to be honest with you. But
So what, touring cars and GT3?
Yeah, that's the plan. We're
Not confirmed,
debating
not
if we can get a third class in. It just depends on the amount of sign-ups, really.
Yeah.
I was
But we're
begging
definitely
them.
interested in doing that, and we're kind of in the final plans that we can, outside of deciding a date realistically. But we know it's sort of going to be December, January time. We don't want a class with Christmas, and obviously we've got to think of
Yeah.
people with like winter exams and so on. So kind of aiming for that kind of early to mid-January maybe.
Yeah. So good luck picking your day.
Yeah, it'll be fun. I was begging him to do Bathurst instead, but didn't
Bathurst would be
get through it.
good. I mean,
Didn't get through. Problem is the track mod isn't particularly great for R-Factor 2, so it's like
yeah, it's an
I'm-
old mod, isn't it?
it's fun to drive, and to be honest with you, it's not that bad. But I imagine it would be
There's going to be
exposed.
somebody complaining about there being an issue somewhere.
Yeah, I think when you race 24 hours at a track, or even 12, if the track mod has got issues that aren't clear when you're just messing around in practice, it will be
Yeah.
exposed.
Yeah, so like the pit entry will give you track limit cuts, it turns out, around Daytona. Ooh, fun.
Oh, change the lead as well. I apologise.
Oh, yeah,
missed
no,
it.
that's more
No,
important
it's-
than me.
Yeah, sorry. That happened a while ago. Forgas got past Howe. My fault for missing it because I was talking to you, but I wasn't looking at my screen. But there you go. Rookie error from me, but that is a change for the lead. 21 falls down, and now 8 seconds. So new tyres, I'd imagine, for the 66. Anyway, Ben, thank you very much for joining us. You
Yeah,
managed to beat out an announcement from us, so congratulations on that as well. Go for the Nürburgring now, then.
Yeah.
Alright.
Good luck with the rest of your commentary. And
Thank you very much.
see you next season.
See you next season. Thank you very much, Ben, for joining us. That was Ben Cadge from the Boyd Transport Squad. Yeah, I mean, January time seems about right. I mean, I'd be more inclined to sort of do Christmas. I think if you could... I appreciate this is totally a conversation for the admin chat, but I'm also bored, so, we'll continue.
No, I appreciate it all.
I think if we could aim for, like, Christmas holidays. So, like, that first weekend of the... I mean, actually, I don't know about other
Problem
schools.
is that I know in the
Yeah.
UK at least Christmas holidays start
Oh,
on the
late this year.
23rd. They start on
Oh,
the
yes,
23rd
then.
of December.
Yes, that's the problem then, isn't it? Because if it started when it's supposed to start at like you know, you sort of have that weekend before, and then it's Christmas the next weekend. You could have it that weekend before. It could be a bit of party atmosphere. People would be willing to do it, but yeah, I suppose you can't really run it that close to Christmas. I suppose you could, because I suppose it depends
If you
what
go
day
for
Christmas
late
is.
January, early February, you're going to get all the people who are at university are going to be mid-exam season. Well, the last thing they're going to want to do is a 24-hour endurance race.
Yeah, even me, A-levels this year, so it's going to be mock season, basically.
So that kind of
at that point.
mid-January time, we might catch a few sort of people with that.
So the problem is, if you were going to run it that weekend, if you're going to run it that weekend, so the break up on, well, we break up on the 21st because we have like a teacher training day, 22nd, but break up that weekend of the 22nd, 23rd, 24th. 24th is Christmas Eve, so you can't have a 24-hour race on Christmas Eve.
No.
People won't do it, especially, you know,
See, I think
like
people in Europe especially have
they have things on
traditions
Christmas
on
Eve.
Christmas Eve compared to the UK.
Yeah, we have some Polish family through one of my uncles married a Polish woman, so she's, I mean, not brought traditions over here, but told us about the traditions they have. Christmas Eve is almost bigger than Christmas Day over there. It's like, it's quite big for them. So yeah, it's not going to happen. I mean, I'm looking at, 9th and 10th of December, 16th and 17th of December.
December, but I was thinking more sort of January time myself.
Yeah. Well, you could also have it, if you went 6th and the 7th of January, for example, that will be within most people's
I think that
Christmas
would be
holidays.
reasonable.
I mean, cracked it. That's actually probably a good date, because that's just after the 12th night of Christmas as well, so it's still within most people's holiday. At the end, granted, but within. Anyway, good chat. That was a good chat. We cracked it there. I love board chats. We get more planning done in our board chats than we do in the chat after the race. 1 hour 40 to go on the clock, just over 1 hour 42 to be exact, and we have got our new leader, that number 66. Fantastic drive from them so far. I've been threatening to make that pass for quite a while now. I say that they're in this interesting battle where through the pit stop phases they're not necessarily getting ahead of the 21, but then they're making it done.
I believe the 241 is just DNF'd.
Yes, yeah, you're correct. That promotes Nick Homewood into second position, and that is, Cyberlinks Racing ending their season right there. Unless it's, of course, a disconnect. And that
McLaren is accelerating in neutral.
Okay, so that would explain that then. Number 36 then is going to get promoted onto the podium. That's a fantastic result for them as well, for the Hungarian hobby racers. Always confuse me. I don't understand why we've got such a huge Hungarian contingent in ERC.
I mean, outside of me being the president of Hungary, clearly.
Oh, yeah,
after
of
their
course.
government surrendered.
Well, I'm not, unfortunately, too versed in Hungarian domestic affairs, so I can't speak to that one. But yeah, we've got a lot of. I'm not complaining. I mean, they've been fantastic in the league. Mutant, of course, won every championship apart from this one. Every overall championship, hypercar championship, top class championship, whatever you want to call it. Apart from this one, only because they didn't exist. And I believe
don't think they didn't win season 1.
Did they not? I thought they did.
No.
Oh, they won GT3 season.
Oh boy.
Hello, Peter. They won. They won GT3 in season 1, I believe. At least. Chris
Yeah,
is
I think
going.
they won GT3. It was RSS that won LMP2 then.
The season 1 standings are also wrong and have been for about 3 years now, but
Of course they are.
the records are long gone to change them. So, for example, I think for our race, it's one of the races there just isn't a winner on the standings.
Preservation is overrated anyway.
Yeah. Hello, Peter. Welcome along
Oh.
to the stream. You made good time as well. An hour 39 to go. I'll be jumping out. Not yet. I'll be jumping out for the F1. So give it about 20 minutes time. I'll jump out at 1:45. So I go and watch all the pre-race stuff. I know I did say I was going to do a big boycott of sprint races. Then I decided I like F1 on Saturdays. So yeah,
do you?
yeah. Well, you get to watch EERC instead, which I'm sure is just as good. Maybe get Josh in, do like a simulcast. Yeah, that'd be good.
I could watch my own car, which I'm gonna do anyway. So nothing changing.
How does I didn't realise this. I didn't realise you're the team manager of Final Run. I always assumed it was Pascal. I have no idea why, but yeah, well,
it's
there you go,
both of us pretty much.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
We just raced together for this team. It was just as a joke for one time, but then people joined and no way back. Ever since, it's just a group of friends driving around a bit.
Yeah, well, I've always enjoyed racing with Final Run. You always seem to be, well, maybe not so much in recent years, but you always used to seem to be in and around us. So it was like two similarly sized teams racing pretty much each other. It's always quite
fun.
Bit
same vibe as well. Like not too try hard, I guess.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna practice a month for a race, and I don't think anyone in my team does.
But yeah, well, you see, I usually leave all of my practice right up until the Friday before the race, complain that I'm slow, and then somehow conjure up a little bit of race pace and end up.
Yeah, most of the times when I'm practicing, I'm just not even focused, so just get to know the track a bit, and then maybe usually make the setup. That's gonna cost like maybe 2 hours or something.
The problem is when you do your first lap. I think most people find that their first lap is like 4 seconds off the pace.
Yeah.
On default setup, and then you put a setup on, and then you do a lap that's okay, and you go 2 seconds off the pace. Then you do a few more laps, and you get down to a second off the pace, and then you think this is fine. But I'm now at the limit of what I can drive. Where is that second?
Yeah, sometimes I wonder, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's like sometimes you think you're doing the corner right, and then you take it differently, some by accident or something, and then suddenly you're like 2/10 up, and then I have no idea where it's coming from as well. So yeah, like sometimes you cannot see the time. I think you have to like look into the data and stuff like that, compare braking and throttle inputs. But like honestly, I can't be asked to do that.
Yeah, that's sort of my vibe with it as well. Like, I think I remember back when we did SRL, Anthony Nick Pond's league. It was pretty much it was only on Automob Lister as well, which is the funnier thing. I remember Ryan, who's racing for us today. He really tried hard at that league, as in like 500 laps or more of practice for each race, and he would still retire every race, which was hilarious. And his team got nowhere near the championship. But anyway, he'd do all of this, and basically it ended up in a situation where it was just sad, and I think he'll admit it was just sad because he there
he goes.
There goes Francesco spinning round. He'll get back going again. It'll be okay, but a little bit awkward.
Yeah, I know that moment where like I think that's why I stopped practicing as well, because like not stopping completely, but like doing the try-hard amounts of practice. Because like I feel like whenever I do good, I just have an accident. I don't know why, but there's always something that's working against me when at the point I have some proper pace. So then I was like, yeah, it's not worth putting so much time. Plus, at the moment I don't have the time to do that either way. So
yeah, and it was like, I think as well, part of it for me was, I've mentioned this before, it's like as I did more and more karting, I mean not at particularly high levels, but just more general sort of organised karting races. It was almost like, well, I'm scratching the racing itch in a way. It's like I don't have the motivation to practice 500 laps practice for like 5 hours over the course of a week for a sim race.
It's like your level of, or like what you want to get out of your time, the quality of racing, it just gets higher once you start doing some karting and stuff. It's so much more immersive than a simulator.
Yeah, and yet it always changes though, because I always have that brief sort of 5 minutes of huge enthusiasm for sim racing in general when you take a race start in an ERC race. That's part of the reason why I started. I say starting the car. I've only raced 3 ERC races this year, but you know, starting the car and actually getting a decent race in the first stint, and you think, oh, actually this is quite fun. But it's just all of the practice around it that you just can't be bothered for.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, it's got so much time to get like a little bit of fun, and when I don't know, sign up for a local rental car race or something, I just have to show up to have fun. It's just 1 hour of nice racing, and it doesn't cost me any extra effort.
Yeah, like when I do my rental car championships, it's like, you know, you can pay to race in like really fast, like 2-stroke cars against some really good drivers, and you don't have to like practice for it. I mean, you do, but you know, even the practice is fun because you're driving like a go-kart, like 60 mile an hour. It's fun.
Yeah, you get like more adrenaline, more perception of going fast.
Anyway, considering I am an admin of this league, I do not want to sound like I am slagging off the league. It is wonderful fun. Come and join us if you enjoy mine and Peter's description of this league. Come and join, and in the links below. In all seriousness, though, like it is still fun racing.
Yeah, I like today this race. I had lots of fun. Like I did 4 hours straight. It kind of killed me, but I had like someone within 20 seconds all of the time. So you had like the constant need to not make a mistake or get your laps right. And just it still demands a lot of concentration and skills that you need in a real racing situation as well. So that's still pretty cool. Very cool, actually.
And part of the reason I always say the part of the reason why I kept at endurance sim racing and stopped the more sprinty stuff was because I feel like there's still a challenge. You know, rather than just trying to sweat out some, you know, fast laps abusing some kind of physics as you do at some of the sprint leagues at the like top levels. You know, rather than just trying to sweat out, drive some stupid line for.
Yeah, the drive like it's a go-kart, but it's a GT3 or something.
Yeah, exactly. Don't get me wrong, it's a fantastically fun to drive a go-kart like that, but you don't get that overarching sense of guilt that's unrealistic because, you know, it's obviously it's real. You can't claim physics books in real life. Well, I suppose you believe in God you could, but whatever. Hopefully he'll fix that one. But yeah, whereas an endurance race is still a challenge because you're just having to maintain concentration for that long. And, you know, a 24-hour race, you're still having to be awake I remember Le Mans this year. I was basically begging my teammates to DNF by 4 a.m. I was about to get in the car. I was about to get in the car for like a 4-hour stint at, I think it was 3 in the morning, and we were 12 laps down, and they kept crashing. I was like, please just retire the car, man.
I had like 3 hours of sleep or something, and after I'd done my GT3 stint. Well, no, I can't really tell this, but we kind of cheated the system because I changed my name because no one would show up for the LMP2, and I drove 2 hours extra there. We didn't get anything from it though. I was battling for P2, but I lost the battle. But yeah, I was absolutely done. Well, actually, if we get disqualified now, I don't care. But yeah, it was like whenever I'm racing, I want to race more, but then. It's it's kind of addicting still. When you have like a good race, you wanna keep on going. But when you have a bad race, it can be so frustrating in endurance. Like you said, you just beg your teammates to retire a car.
Well, this is where me and Chris tell you about the rule where we can penalise things in current races that we didn't penalise in previous races. We can actually disqualify you from this race for that knowledge. So, you know, be careful.
I know, but it's fine.
I'm joking. Well, I mean, technically.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind.
I mean, technically, we could ban you from the league for that admission. I don't know. I think.
I wouldn't. we practically did cheat, so it's fine for me. Like I'm not against it.
I think
Like
I think
no one can blame me, because if they would have cared themselves and showed up for their stints, that wouldn't have been a thing. So that's kind of how I look.
yeah, we'll close our ears, pretend we didn't hear anything. But anyway, as Chris is furiously writing up an announcement, Peter Schulman has been banned from the EERC. Anyway, yeah, no, I share the sentiment. It's like we got our third at Hockenheim. I was slightly robbed a little bit because I did want that final 40 minutes in a way, because it was going to be, we were going to try and get Thomas out of the car during like the warm-up session where we had that red flag at Hockenheim. That's what I'm referring to. Thomas was going to jump out of the car, and basically I was going to jump in for a stint on softs to try and hold on to third. And part of me really wanted that like really entertaining race to the end. And then it got red flagged. I mean, to be honest with you, considering I would have probably bottled it, I was quite glad we got the third. But after that race, I just wanted more. I needed to come back straight away. And then, you know, you practice the next race, and then you get like, I remember Suzuka last time out, jumped down to the GT3 for my first ERC race in a GT3. And I got a drive-through penalty straight away because basically the grid was on a hill, and
you rolled back.
Not rolled back. I was in neutral. I revved the engine, and it treated it like I wasn't in neutral and sent me forward, even though I was in neutral.
And you didn't gain anything because you have to do the formation lap anyways.
Yeah,
so
I stopped and it wasn't.
You had the whole formation lap to be frustrated about it.
Yes. And the thing that added insult to injury was I nailed the start as well, because there was that big incident. So I ended up, it was in like 5th and faster than 4th, and I ended up in the pits. And then one of your cars actually took me out. So that was...
well, we had a pretty poor race ourselves as well. I qualified 3rd, but just when the green flag came out, the car in front of me lagged, and we lagged into each other at 400 seconds of damage. 3 seconds after the start. It was quite an achievement.
Yeah, obviously the GT3 start was absolutely awful. But what I did find about GT3s as well, actually, is the brakes. Because of the ABS, I never noticed this before. I mean, I act like I haven't ever driven a GT3 in this game, but I noticed it particularly in the Aston Martin into Suzuki. You've got that heavy braking zone into the Casio triangle, and obviously I was trying to do the proper thing, and you're not supposed to go 100% on the brakes in a GT3. It's supposedly not the right way. Obviously you're supposed to threshold brake. So I was trying my threshold braking, and it almost had this effect. It was like the pedal was getting longer as the stint went on. But it was because the tyres wore that much as a Suzuka that you basically had less brakes as the stint went on. I pulled this amazing dive bomb off on this car ahead of me. And it was totally by accident.
Those are the best.
I just hit my normal braking mark, and it was like, oh, I'm going to go into the back of him. So I'll just dive bomb him there.
I had it in the BTC series as well, where I was right behind someone on the last lap, and when I got like out of his slipstream, I was like, oh shit, I'm way too late on the brakes. So I went full lock into a chicane, and somehow I stopped it. And he said, like, how did you stop it? I said, well, I didn't think I would stop it.
Pure luck.
Yeah, there was no skill involved in that overtake.
I said to my teammate, I was like, I think I've just made the move of my sim racing career, and it was completely by accident.
Yeah. Most of the moves in endurance are relatively easy. Apart from people on the first lap, they tend to like fight for it a lot. I don't know why. Honestly, I
always think people. Sorry, Peter, Karen.
No, you go.
I always think as well. People make very. Some people think that they go for moves that you can go for risky moves, and I do go for risky moves, but you can. It's about judging when that risk is just enough where you are confident you can pull it off. You basically got to be confident in yourself that you can pull it off safely, and that any issue with the move is going to be the car ahead's fault. So, for example, if you're at Le Mans, I won't begrudge someone going around the outside at Indianapolis, but you've got to have the run. You've got to know that car behind you, or that car that is ahead of you, is going to give you the space. Whereas some people seem to think, oh, I'll just go for it on the first lap because it's going to look cool if it comes off, and they just expect that car on the inside is going to see them. Whereas, a really good driver will take that extra time to actually size up that move and properly risk assess, and I think that is, some people lack that
Yeah, it's maybe a bit of experience as well. I think if I was like 16 or something, I would be doing endurance. I would probably go for every gap I would see. Because I don't know, that's probably a bit of aggression that's in the youth, I think. But yeah, it's a bit of the risks reward ratio you have to consider when you do any kind of move. Like if you know you're gonna pass someone anyways, because he's much slower, you better just at least I would wait for a safe opportunity, especially in endurance. In sprint races, it's a bit more. Yeah, how do you say that? Needed to make the move quick, I would say, because you have less time, obviously. But in
And-
endurance, especially in a 10-hour race like today, if someone was quicker than me, I would just not defend because, yeah, it doesn't make sense to me at least.
And obviously, you're going to attack. If you're defending a podium, you're going to attack far more aggressively, or you're attacking a podium, you're going to do it far more aggressively than if you're just fighting for P5.
Yeah.
You know, like I will go
That-
for a dive on the final lap, but I won't. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I would be nice on the other laps.
Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, it's also a bit like reminds me of the IMSA situation last weekend. Like, it was such a risky move to go on the like, maybe not a risky move to go around the outside at Petit Le Mans first corner, but you have to trust the guy on the inside to give you the space. And I don't know if I would when it's going for the championship title.
Yeah, I agree. However, there was also seemed to be a bit of entitlement. I completely forget the two drivers involved.
It's Alguersuari and Derani.
Yeah, okay. So Durrani was the one on the outside, wasn't he?
No, he was the inside. He actually won the championship in the end.
I've got my bearings now. So Durrani, I think in an interview afterwards, he said something like, "Oh, he shouldn't be going for that move at that point." It's like, yes, but you still pushed him off the track.
Yeah.
Like whether he goes to that move or not, you should still be treating that move.
It was a fair move. He was alongside.
You should be defending it fairly, regardless.
Like I kind of agree with him, but I don't agree. It's like, yes, in my opinion, I wouldn't have gone for the move. It was very risky to trust someone like that. Because he also could make a mistake, but it just didn't look like a mistake. He was just taking so much entry speed that he would not have any space on the outside left when he came out of the corner. But then, it doesn't mean you don't have to respect your opponent. Like what Rani did was just killing the race, killing the championship, pretty much.
You can say all you want until you blew in the face. He shouldn't have gone for that move at that point. But that is from a perspective of his own self-preservation. He shouldn't have gone for that move for him. You should have still given him the space. That doesn't him going for an aggressive move and then you driving him off the road does not exempt you from fault for driving him off the road. It just means from his perspective he shouldn't have gone for that move at that time. Whereas Durrani was acting in his interviews like it was because, it was his fault because he went for that move at that time. It's like, no, you should have given him space.
But he also, he didn't push him off a bit, he pushed him off completely. Like, it was not that he tried to leave space and didn't manage to because it was like, having understeer or something. It was like,
yeah, absolutely.
It was just taking the normal line on the exit as if there was no one on the outside. At least that's how it looked to me.
Yeah, and you can absolutely be more aggressive and say, look, I'm going to race you more aggressive because you shouldn't be going for that move, a little bit of a saving my own pride sort of thing. But you should still be aware that you shouldn't just drive him off the track, basically.
No.
Okay, give him less space, give him borderline no space. You're still giving him some space. It's still going to be fair. If he then makes a mistake, if you force him a little bit two wheels onto that curb, and he then goes into the wall, okay, it's a little bit dirty, but you haven't broken a rule there. You're allowed to force someone onto the curb.
Then you can say he took the risk and he lost.
Yeah, exactly.
But now he took the risk and someone made him lose, kind of. So yeah.
So you took that risk and then I crashed you off.
Yeah. It's like Durrani just, how do you say that? He expected to be the situation that he gave enough room or something, but that's not how it was, in my opinion. Somehow he didn't get a penalty. I'm still surprised about that.
Yeah, generally speaking, I wasn't certain that IMSA did very well with their penalties over the course of that day anyway. I mean, we had a discussion about it earlier. The whole consequence versus action sort of thing. You know, how far do you penalise one over the other? But anyway, I'm going to head off, I believe.
Yep.
1 hour 19 to go. I mean, enjoy bringing it home. Peter, the championship, I will be... I mean, I won't be back commentating, but I'll be back to close out the cameras and stuff at the end of the stream. But
Okay.
best of luck. I believe Chris is knocking around, and hopefully someone is around to jump in as well here with you. But otherwise, thank you very much. I'll see you all in a little bit.
Yeah, have a good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Let's see if there's anyone in the chat still. So we're watching Simon Kingsbury going off in turn 1. Driving in P6 in the GT3 class. A little over 1 hour to go, and we have the P3 overall in the pits. Some more people going into the pits, a couple of GT3s and an LMP2, and I think that's one is missing a rear wing. Yes, Ryan assumed they're without a rear wing in the pits. So I think we missed that, but somewhere he went on a place he shouldn't been going. So we see the leader in LMP2 also in the pits. It's not the final pit stop, I would assume. I think the fuel window is about 30 minutes for the LMP2. Could be wrong though. So there is not lots going on about some people making their pit stops. It's now the leader in the GT3 class that's coming in. Also, he would not make it to the end on this pit, I would guess, unless you're gonna save a lot. With 15 minutes saving something like that looks a bit unrealistic to me. Hey, that's my car. Is Nick gonna unlap himself to the leader? Would be still 1 lap down. So go back to the leader, Chris Davis. He's been in the lead for a while, that car. As far as I know, they've been leading most of the race. 5 laps ahead of the car in P2. Nothing to worry about, you would say. On board with Matteo Schmid. He was leading the race at the start. I think they have been in some struggles. Currently P2 in the championship. I think if we finish like this, the 11 will go to second, and the 163 will go to third. So see that Ryan Mazumder now has a rear wing on his car. The mechanics found a spare one. Oh, it shouldn't be losing it straight after. No, but in the wall he goes. Gets it wrong at the bus stop. Yeah, I'm on board with Ryan, and his wheel is far from straight. So you see he's got to make another pit stop again. So we're on board with Dominic Major. P3 overall. So we see Ryan Mazumder coming in, trying to get the car fixed once again. On board with Nick Homewood onto the back straight towards the bus stop. He better not mess this up when I'm watching him. live timing still shows that Sanders is in the pits, but I can confirm he's out on track again. It's just the live timing that needs some refreshment. They changed drivers at Trex VR, leading the race. Colin Sanders took over. And I guess he will be the one that brings it over the finish. Chris Davis still comfortably in the lead. And top to minnow. Fundraiser roll done. P6 in LP2. I think the only two cars that are still in the same lap are New Comp and Savigny. 53 seconds. Oh, and actually we have the P1 and 2 and LP2 also 44 seconds. That's probably the closest gap then. Oh, as we have two cars in the wall, it's Arda Erchen and the Optiminal. I wonder what happened there. That's on the corner before you go on the banking, that's turn 6. I think it was Roldan, who was still at the barrier. And it looks like the engine is gone there. No, it's back on. He's driving again. But he has suffered some damage. That steering is also far from straight. And I think we just have some disconnecting issue or something.
There ain't no way.
Oh, and we're back. And we're not.
There ain't no way.
Everyone disappeared on my own PC in the session as well.
I think the server just went down. Okay, we go to a red flag. I think the server just died.
Yeah, it
Everything
looks like it. Somehow I have people driving now again on my screen, but I'm still in the server. It's so weird.
It looks like if your game didn't go back to the main menu, it should reconnect you.
What do you do with the 2 cars that's still driving around?
If you're in the server, you shouldn't be driving. There's a red flag. Do not go out on the track. If you're on the track, you will be disqualified.
If you're on track, just stop. Like, on the brakes, stop where you are.
Up terminal number 2. Stop.
Stop or get disqualified.
So it's probably a way to end the season. Let's see if we're gonna continue. Guess not. It's now in the server less than 58 minutes to go.
Okay, race will not be resumed. The result will be taken from the lap or when the red flag came out, the lap before the red flag came out, assume where we can get the result from. But race will not resume. So you can disconnect from the server. Sorry for that.
So that's the end of the race then. We have, with the winners in LMH is Scuderia Moria with Chris Davis behind the wheel. Second in class there is Speedo Racing Team. I think they debuted today, which is a pretty good result. And third is Dominic Major in Full Throttle Racing Team. The winner in LMP2 is Akos 4X in the Scuderia Moria. Second is James Haug in the XRL Esports. And third are the Airjon in Sunset Motorsport. The winner in GT3 is Colin Saunders for Trex VR. Second is Nick Homewood for Fijnavond Motorsport. And third is Sabolc Erdeli for HHR. The race will unfortunately not resume because it's just less than an hour to go, and if we start again it's only 20 minutes driving probably before it's all started up.
Yeah, definitely. This is the actual broadcast down. Right, well, that's not how I expected this to end.
Yeah, that was anticlimactic. There was not much to commentate on anyways, but
That definitely was not how I expected.
yeah, same.
Once again, like Hockenheim, it looks like Azure had a moment.
F.
A real shame he probably won't stick with them next season.
You have like the RF2 kind of provide service as well, like them. So
Yeah, my only worry with that is you can't use third-party content with that. You have to use the official stuff.
cringe. Oh well.
What a real shame. It might not have been the most interesting race, but it's a shame to have the season end like this.
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't deserve better.
Yeah.
That's
Anyway, we're still here for interviews. Should anyone want to say something, and then my word. I also want to take this opportunity on stream to thank Nick for the last 3 years of working together with him to run EERC. It genuinely has meant a lot for him to be here, and I appreciate every single second that he's spent helping run this place. And I really do just want to give him a proper, heartfelt thank you.
So are there any interviews or?
It doesn't look like it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like I said, the season deserves a better ending than today, but we have had some great racing here in ERC. I'm definitely looking forward to what's coming next season. Maybe more entertainment and better servers, and it would be
Let's
a
hope
lovely
Remco
season.
can live up to next season.
Remco. Yeah, if it doesn't work next season, it's all Remco's fault. Can't blame it on
I'm
him.
not going to blame him on it.
No, I know. I'm just
Thank you, everyone, for this year. It's been actually genuinely quite enjoyable to run this year. I think on the whole there has been a really good step up everywhere. Again, still things to learn, but a really good season. Thank you. And thank you to Ed and Josh and Tom and Stefan and Alexi. Let me just get the list. And Pascal, Will, and even for the little bit, Thomas Rasker at the end. All our commentators. Alex today. I've already mentioned Josh and Ed, you, Peter.
Bless you.
The little bit that Jess did in Le Mans. This wouldn't be possible without you.
It's really a community effort, I think, this league.
It means the world that people are willing to give up the time to do this. It really does. We go next year.
Yeah.
As mentioned before, we have some stuff planned for January. The plan was to announce it straight after this race, but I think announcing what we've got planned right after a server failure probably isn't going to be the best, so we might have to let everything settle for a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we'll get over
definitely
it.
things to look forward to. We're not going away until March. Anyway, I hope everyone has a great winter break.
Good
Obviously,
Christmas.
BCCC is still going, I believe. Formula E might start up again during the winter break, so
If we all
plenty to look forward
annoy
to.
Pascal enough, he'll probably start it soon.
Anyway, what a shame.
Yeah. It'll be a bummer.
I hope everyone has a great rest of the day. Bye-bye.